Must be a weak case. Must be, these are people probably not following, or maybe some people following it here. All right, so we're still going with this, right? We're still going here. Text, sext.
I want to start this video off with reminding you all what I said 4 days prior on the 19th. And what I said was you can't even say something is bullish now without being immediately shut down.
Putting it back up on the screen. This is what's being discussed. Judge ultimately ruled U.S. objection is sustained, but then it goes on to say, judge goes on and responds to this a little bit more now that it's just came out. Here, Mr. Combs is inquiring into what Ms. Ventura was going to do, and she replied, "Be your little freak. Be your little freak." AUSA Johnson says, Ms. Ventura is asking Mr. Combs for an explicit photo of himself. So it is about her boyfriend. Judge says, here I overrule the objection. All right. So in this particular, there are certain texts and certain things. There was one series of text or sex that the judge sustained and said it's not relevant. Prosecution wins. But here, there's something here where Cassie tells Combs that she wants to be his little freak. And the judge is now allowing that to be submitted. That's what it seems like. So a partial win for the defense and a partial win for the prosecution of it. I want to be your little freak. But one thing, why didn't the defense bring this home before? It's another thing too. Another thing I've noticed about this trial is the defense during the course of this trial has just submitted things just overnight. Aren't you supposed to do that before the trial gets even started? They've uncovered more. They didn't do their job before and overlooked certain things and found something.
You're up for your mom, you too. Running for my mom's. Dumb you dumb. Running for my mom's. Running for my mom's. My mom's, nigga. And I'm getting a dog today too. Let me see how the sun looking. Let me see how the sun. Hold on, let me just do a sun check. How the sun looking over here better? No. Okay, come over here. Let's go over here. Come over here. I'm gonna do some running today, though, y'all. I'm gonna do some running today. I'm doing some running today. Don't mind me. I'm cool. Right. Ooh, good morning, Mama Combs. Ooh, you look nice today, Mama Combs. You stepping. Mama Combs looks so nice today. She look nice. You stepping. You stepping, bro. You stepping. You stepping. I gotta catch this. I gotta catch this. I gotta catch this clean. Gotta catch this clean. Hold on. Good morning, Mama Combs. Nah, we ain't at the beach. We right here, Mama Combs.
Sunday, Mama.
And tell your friend with the Mary boots, come back. You know I love her, Mama Combs. Tell her come back. It's my best friend. It's a cousin, actually. Chill. I need both shots. Yeah. Need both of those. Watch them. Both of those, 100 grand. Check out. I'll check out. I got my moms. I ain't worried about them Bill Peasy head kids. Got my moms. Got my moms. It's my grandmoms. It's my. Straight up. No, I'm high. Oh, Gino.
Has made a fatal error. His defense has made a fatal mistake that will, I am predicting, cost him everything. Now, baby, let's get into this, okay? Now, first of all, everybody's talking about this Rule 29 that Diddy did yesterday. He's getting out. Diddy made a Rule 29 motion. Y'all, listen, and I took notes, this is serious. Let's actually talk about what a Rule 29 motion. It is a motion for a judgment of acquittal. It is in the several rules of civil procedure. It's called something else in the state level, but we are talking about federal, right? It's a federal rules of for acquittal, all right? Rule 21 lets the defendant ask the judge to enter a judgment of acquittal. It is a legal not guilty verdict on the basis, right, that no reasonable jury could find guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, y'all, you might not think Cassie's a victim. You might not think James is a victim. You might not think a lot of things, but the fact that you are going to sit here and act like they didn't show bribery, they didn't show violence, they didn't show drug trafficking, they didn't show, it's ridiculous. A reasonable jury could. The only way a Rule 29 would work is if y'all tried to get me for murking somebody in Kazakhstan and y'all see me on live outside the courthouse every day. You would say there is no way Tisa could have been in Kazakhstan, did that mess, and then came back in time, all right? Now, keep in mind that during the trial, at the end of the prosecution's case, which is what we're coming up, a defense attorney can move under Rule 29, arguing that the government has not presented enough evidence on one or more elements of the crime. You guys, if Diddy's team really thought the government didn't do, we're going to talk about the major mistake they made, but if they really thought that the government didn't submit enough evidence, they would have a litany of people marching in, testifying on behalf of Diddy. Now, they can only do this after all the evidence, right? After all the evidence. Now, here is what Diddy is trying to do. So when the prosecution rests, the judge will rule on the Rule 29 motion. You can only do it once the prosecution rests and before defense starts there. Again, remember I said law is procedure. This is the procedure. However, you can renew this motion after the defense rests. So you get 2 bites at the apple. Unfortunately, it is a poison apple. It is what it is. And get this, you can do a post-verdict. They are setting up. Now, again, you must do this Rule 29 if you want to do all this other stuff. If you don't do a Rule 29 after the prosecution rests, you cannot do a renewal for a motion to dismiss after the defense rests. And you can good morning, you can 100% not do it after post-verdict. These are the rules. I didn't make them up. They're in the federal rules of civil procedure. So they don't expect Rule 29 to actually stand. That will be, no, it won't be granted. They will do it after defense rest, but it won't be granted because the defense just said that they ain't doing nothing but reading text messages. Remember, an issue of some type of procedural error, mainly saying, because here's the thing, right? When you go for overturn, it's not enough to say, yo, you didn't show this evidence. Even on appeal, everybody thinks appeal is going to be the thing. Appeal is one of the hardest things to get. It's not enough to say, right? It's not enough to say, oh my God, you did this, you did that. That is not enough for appeal. You must show that evidence wasn't submitted, that something wasn't done, that there was some type of a procedural error, such as the juror getting thrown off. However, that is not enough. That's just half of the qualification. You must show without a shadow of a doubt that if that error hadn't happened, if this person had testified, if evidence wasn't concealed, if that juror number 6 wasn't removed, that the jury would have found you not guilty. It is almost as much as Diddy is going, and his people are going on this media campaign, trying to act like they're holding all the cards. Baby, this is Diddy's MO. He's always doing smoke and mirrors, right? As much as they tried to act. Basically, what's going on is that, fine, maybe you can argue juror number 6 shouldn't have been dismissed. I think the judge made the right decision, but let's just say you could make that argument, okay? Where are you making the argument that because juror number 6 was dismissed, there was a effect on the jury, and that made the jury move in another direction? You and nobody should ever, because here's the thing, the jury is not supposed to talk about the case while it's happening. They're not supposed to talk to each other. That's why when people see whispers, when people see this, when people say that, everybody gets a little nervous, like, what are you guys doing talking? Now, you could be asking about the weather, or you could be like, yo, I don't think this mofo's guilty. The point of the matter is, since the jury legally is not supposed to be talking about the case, how can you prove by getting one juror removed in the middle of the case, right? In the middle of the case, how can you prove that that is the reason why a jury found you guilty? How would you know? What get kicked off because they wanted this alternate juror to come down, okay? Now, and they wanted either 7 and 8 and maybe even both kicked out. When that fight was going on and they were still fighting for juror number 6, they were like, the judge was like, how long is your defense going to be? And they were like, honestly, maybe 3 to 5 days. And I said, how did you go from 4 weeks to 2 weeks to 3 to 5 days? All because of a juror. Then once they found out that juror number 6 was gone and the judge wasn't revisiting it, and then once they found out that juror number 7 or 8 was not going anywhere, and again, I do not know if those are those numbers. I'm just saying it. Hey, Mary Briggs, thank you so much. Once they found out, all of a sudden your defense goes from not even, now you don't want to put on a defense for 1 day. And what you do is you're going to read text messages, which makes me believe that if you could, you would do nothing, but you know you just can't do nothing. So you're just going to read text messages. Does nobody see that that is very weird? And it is a major mistake. As much as Diddy's team wants to talk about juror misconduct, this, that, and the third, as much as Diddy's team wants to talk about, oh my God, how dare, it's not, there's a lack of candor, there's this and that. How are you literally pointing something that looks like you felt like juror number 6 had more sway, pull, and importance than anyone could have known, anyone could have guessed, and honestly, if everybody had been following the rules, more than anybody, more than they should have had. They're used to overcharging. They're used to, here's what it does, right? Police arrest you and then they investigate, okay? They finish their investigation. Now, Diddy is in jail for being arrested. That's because he was doing like obstruction of justice. The feds investigate you and then they arrest you. But again, I said the feds are like an anaconda. By the time you know an anaconda is around you, you're not escaping. Attorneys, this is just the way it goes. You can't forget that the district attorneys do not have the resources and the investigation unit that the federal government of the United States does. They are very limited, which is why they go about things procedurally. My point of the matter is, they did not overcharge Diddy. They got him on 3 airtight charges that nobody can deny, even though they're trying to act like it. And you can throw all the motions you want out there, it's not going to mean anything. But they've also been making things about racism, prosecutional misconduct, this, that, and the third. And the judge has been addressing it. Now, some people are like, oh my God, this is ridiculous. But there is a method to Diddy's madness. See, they wanted those things to hang out there. And they wanted to keep making these snide remarks and motions. Yeah, because we ain't never seen nothing like this. They should be ashamed of themselves. What is this? Does this law exist anymore? And they were hoping that the judge would ignore that. And they could have that preserved emotions. So when they go up to the appeal, they can say, we always thought that there was misconduct. That was never, ever, ever addressed. However, Judge Aaron and the prosecution have been on top of Diddy's head. They see what the defense team have been doing. And the judge, sua sponte, that is just literally just on his own, has been addressing the claims of prosecution misconduct, racism, targeting, unfair, this and that. He has addressed it all. They've done investigations and they have said, we see no evidence. The prosecution has outright addressed it too. But what does that mean? And why is Diddy's team so upset about that? Because you guys understand, when it comes to appeal, they look at the record, okay? When it comes to appeal, they look at the record. And when the record already addressed stuff, does investigation in that moment, because we see from Diddy, right? You can do investigation, but it's always better to investigate in the moment because the evidence is fresh. This is fresh. The other side can respond back, as opposed to waiting till this trial's over. They say all this stuff about prosecution misconduct. Diddy's like, it's A. The feds are like, no, it's B. But the appeals case has to be like, the appeals team has to be like, well, hold on. It's a little bit unclear. We're going to have to conduct an investigation. No. The feds and the judge are making Diddy stand by everything he's saying. They're saying, we did our investigation. We see no proof. No proof. Do you have proof? Diddy's team is like, well, we feel. He said, yeah. I know you got feelings. But do you have proof? And they've had to stand in front of every pointless motion and saying, okay, well, we really have no proof. This is what we are feeling. And the judge has said and ruled, well, based off of your feeling, it's still not prosecution misconduct. What does that mean when they go for a appeal and they try to say that the prosecution was corrupt, they were racist, they already have it in the ledger that those points have been addressed. It has been proven false, so they can no longer use that as grounds for an appeal. Again, all the stuff that's floating on social media that everybody's been so quick to grab onto, they've already adjusted, and it's just not happening. Tanya Reyes said, hey, Tisa, I wanted to take a moment to express my appreciation for keeping me in the loop. Oh my God, on the latest news of P. Diddy. God bless you. Thank you, Tanya. I appreciate you so much. Listen, again, these motions will be denied over and over, just like these accusations of misconduct will have and will keep getting denied. But again, Diddy's team is more upset than you think because they were hoping that they could kind of slip under the radar. It's almost like the slick shit they do in court where they'll literally whisper into the microphone, objection, Your Honor. The objections aren't just to stop the prosecution's flow. It's also to put on the record that you objected because it could be grounds for an appeal. So congratulations. And I think this is why Westmoreland, Brian, actually all of Diddy's team, and as much as I say, Yana, if I had the money, I would 100% want Mark, Tinney, Xavier, Westmoreland, and Steele. I would want them 100%. Cody Code 39 said at this point, you could give the closing for the prosecution. The people don't need to know, we're all criminals. All they needed to prove was that Diddy's team knew that by doing this, you were helping the Combs enterprise. You were doing this in furtherance of the Combs enterprise, all right? Thank you, Barbara Munsinger said you've definitely done your research. Thank you, Barbara, okay? Listen, they said, so let's just say the judge denies it, and he lets the case go to the jury. Let's just say, and we speak it into the universe because we 100% think this will happen, the jury convicts Diddy of that. Now that's
just the wild people that just be bugged out, just regular, and just be saying the shit that come to their mind. That's how I am. And that's the kind of people that I gravitate toward. That's how I like it. I love Cardi, bro. It's like Nicki. I love Nicki too, but I love Cardi. She's just regular, bro. She just got a regularness about her. You know what I mean? You know, now you're so big and famous, so now you can make things altered, but we all know she still got that thing. You know what I mean? That's this a thing that she don't care. And I like it. I like that. I like that a lot. We outside moving around. Now we got papers, we back live. We got all our shit. Hold up. There go this nigga now coming back. Yo, you going inside? Yo. You going inside? What is this? What is it? Ain't nobody. Who that? I don't know what he on. I don't know what he's talking about. He's walking around. I don't know what he's doing. That shit is in the bush. I'm about to go inside the court. Court's starting. I'm going in the court. It's on. So I don't know what nobody's doing. Okay. You know what I'm saying? You got your buzz ball, your shit's over there. No time to be holding nobody buzz balls. Straight, son. Because the buzz ball is diabolical this morning. Facts or not, bro. This heat, a buzz ball, bro, is torture, bro. Diabolical to yourselves. Anything, first of all, drinking liquor right now is crazy, period. Yeah. But a buzz ball, so right now, even a beer will get you feeling a little nauseous, but a beer, you could do it. Now, Tisa stepped out today. She looking good, though, son. I see her mad far from there. Damn, she putting on the coat, son. Let me check the foot she put on the coat. Nah, she stepped. Oh, man, she was stepped there. Yeah, I see your ass in the cut. She was stepping.
Yeah, I thought you saw the go. You a funny cat. That's my passion. But anyway, you didn't try about to start. I'm assuming I ain't had nothing yet. So until the meantime and in between time, I'm gonna go ahead and start my show. It's now that you know that the AZ and brand don't know. Let's get it.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster lean and and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my head that's crown. Top of the world, top of the town, baby.
I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait too late, cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep the cop watch.
Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster lean and we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my.
You can't tone from it.
I'm from 140th and Lenox. I'm from NFL. Up the block is 40 Wolves. Lou Simpson's on 142nd Cross Square. D. Fergo on number 8th Avenue. I don't see you around none of this. Not from none of that.
From none of that. One more thing before I start the show. Check it out.
Now if you follow me, I will follow you too. Now if you follow me, then I will follow you too.
Yeah. How many of y'all know Charleston White? OG. Charleston White. Anyways, I'm gonna take y'all to see the fight. Yeah, he had a fight with one of the young twins. And it was great. Check it out. Let me show y'all this. Old man beat blown out young star. Young Star got Warlord beat out of him early, man. Early, I tell you. Check it out. Let's get it.
Come on, come on.
Wait, what? Oh,
Come on.
I'm trying to time him out.
Hey, this is the greatest phrase I've seen in a long time. Charleston White.
Get to him, come on, loosen up,
He's a 48-year-old man.
Uncle Dog, you playing? Doing UFC out that motherfucker.
What the fuck? This animosity.
Let's go.
I'm about to fall over.
No, he good.
Oh, he getting out the way. Oh, he loaded up. Oh, loaded up the haymakers.
Uh-huh.
You saw that?
Cheap
He
one.
was trying to sneak uppercut.
Old school. Come on.
I like this old school. Stay in there,
Oh, I'm throwing him straight. Oh. I'm having fun in there. He not moving his feet with him. He leaning over too much.
See, he ain't even move. He just stood there.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Uh-huh. Good jab, huh?
Oh,
Straight him in his neck. Uh-huh.
Straight down the pipe.
Come on.
I'm having fun in there. Oh.
Ump's nice with it. He's just a little old.
He not moving.
You don't need to.
Like, hey, bro, just come to me, bro. I'm just gonna rest. Look at him. I'ma chill. Come on. Come with it. Oh,
That's a stiff.
come here. You got, 50 seconds, huh?
50 seconds.
50 seconds, huh?
50 seconds.
50 seconds, huh?
I can't believe this is really happening.
I can't believe this shit either. I gotta stand up too now. Gotcha. It's a good motherfucking fight.
I'll catch him one more time.
Oh.
He's good.
Oh.
Yes!
Let him fly, Let him fly.
He said, let him fly, Okay, got too many to fly, bro.
20 seconds.
20 seconds, let him fly. Win the round.
Win the round,
10 seconds.
Let's go, win the round. 10 seconds.
Win the round.
Nope. So who won round one?
Wow, that's a close one.
Who won the round one?
Bro, I don't know. Chad, who won? Chad? Rocked him?
Yeah.
Chad, who won? Charleston won?
See, all punches were very noticeable. Hey. Oh, boy.
That's a close one.
Let's fucking go.
Hey, Unc is gassed. He's really gassed.
No way.
Yeah, it's really bad. He's trying to hide it, but I can see it.
He's gas?
He's gassed bad.
No.
Yeah. He's smoking blunts and shit.
I know. And he just went drinking last night.
He went drinking last night?
Yeah. Why? I don't know.
Get in there,
And he has one eye.
He does have one eye, which is surprising that he won round one.
I know.
Yeah, he won. Yeah.
So does one eye really like a disadvantage?
Yeah, for sure. You can't see like some punches like wide punches. So I don't know if he's not that smart, but he should be throwing a lot of
Yeah,
shit.
throwing the opposite.
He knocked him.
You knocked him off.
It's London. Ooh. Oh, I love this, bro.
Oh, okay.
Oh!
Don't kneel. He about to kneel. Don't kneel.
Oh, do not get DQ'd. Oh. Hold him for about 15 seconds.
Like he was ready to kneel.
Oh, you win it. Let's go.
Hey, you winning, bro. On time, boy.
He tired.
On time, boy. Oh.
Take your time, Monk. Nothing. I'm worried that his eye will pop out. Is that possible?
We could. I don't know what type of eye he got in there. He probably could.
He's tired, bro. This is where age comes in.
Yeah, age comes in.
I hate that.
Yeah.
See, I don't see why the island boy ain't taking advantage of that.
What, like his eye or the age?
Both. Hey, I ain't gonna lie, I'm strong.
Yeah, I'm being tired. Yeah. You know, there's gonna.
Oh, he purposely threw it out?
Oh, yeah.
You're okay, Unc? It's okay, 1 minute.
At this point, I take my eyeball out and throw it at him.
You got this, Unc.
This is surprising, bro. Like, Unc holding his own, though.
I know, he is, and he's 48 years old. Uh-oh. I don't like that.
Oh, he off balance. Off balance.
I can't see. He can't see out his way. Oh! Yeah, come on.
30 seconds.
Come on.
Let's go up.
Come on.
Giving up.
He's giving up.
Ain't no timeout.
He's giving up.
It's over.
Ain't no timeout. Ain't no fucking timeout.
It's over.
Ain't no timeout in boxing.
Ain't no timeout. Ain't no timeout.
Ain't no timeout in boxing.
He quit.
Let's fucking
Like trying to figure out.
Oh, with the win. Yo.
And at this point, Charleston White got all bragging rights. Next, can't say nothing else. What? Get back. You don't want to get back in that ring, do you? You don't want to get back in that ring. You did not want to get back in that ring. You literally gave up in the middle of the fight. And then, y'all want to hear his excuse for what happened? You want to hear his excuse? He said he smoked a lot of weed and he drank a lot of liquor. And he wasn't at 100% capacity. So he let Charleston get that. I don't know about that one. You knew the fight was coming up. So smart man would slow down and smoke a little drink. And when they got his ass.
Go all the way. D-block, baby, I'm back and I'm boss. And I'm muffin' and sauce. I'm getting money of course, but I'm never ever think of taking a loss. Shorty sipping that crystal. So shorty started buck wow. Shorty back and buck wow. So you know niggas dicks out. She taking them down. All the way down. She be taking them down. Go all the way.
Yeah, and we're back. Let's get downtown. See what's going on with Diddy Travels. They hate us right now online. They ain't showing us nothing. Keeping all the good stuff to themselves. Can't disagree with him. No, I gotta get down there, I guess. Won't front row seats, right?
Iron guy took a meticulous approach to use publicity as a witness.
Publicity. Oh, you said Brian still uses publicity as a witness. Wow. Let me get the sketch artist clean today. Just the sketch artist, y'all. Coming in clean. Sketch artist. Sketch artist. Yo, we gotta catch a sketch artist. Sketch artist. Sketch artist. Hello, Queen. Good morning.
You gotta be prepared to sketch.
She gonna sketch me. I'm the only person outside besides Candy, which is the MTA lady. She gotta sketch me. I'm the greatest one outside. She knows this. She knows this.
This is gonna be the best sketch.
And she's my good friend. She's very insightful. Very, very smart. The woman's a genius. I told her she's one of the most important people in this whole trial to me. Straight. Woman sat down with me and spoke to me for like a half an hour. Jules City. Jules galore. Jules galore. She got a great book that you got to read too. Trust me. I got the book. So I'm telling you, man. So do your history. This woman knows I love her. Straight.
You got to
she
be
knows
prepared to sketch Combs' moms on the breakdown today.
Oh, she's gonna cry?
It's a part of the strategy.
It's a part of the play?
She's gonna have to do something just before the defense, before the prosecution wraps up. She's gonna have to do her thing.
She said she's gonna have to cry.
She does not have a soft voice, trust me.
She's not gonna do anything, right?
She's gonna cry.
Not today. Not today.
No. She's gonna have to
Something
cry
else.
now for the jury to hear her.
You have a good day. All right? Have a blessed one.
If she doesn't cry now, it's over.
That's my homie. That's crazy. Yeah.
Cassie Ventura, one of the two alleged victims of the alleged freak offs. So they're trying to submit text messages into evidence, and the judge has allowed some of it. Not all of it, some of it. My mind's starting to think, like, why would you submit this last night? Where'd you get this all of a sudden? Where's this all come from? Why wasn't this mentioned before? Why are you doing this at the last day? Is it a strategy? You just finally find these things for the first time? Is that... like, you find this for the first time and now you want to submit this stuff? I don't think it makes any difference, folks, because we're talking about the words coercive control. We're talking about a lot of drugs involved here. Coercive control. Brainwashing. I call it Stockholm Syndrome. Got a lot of that going on here. All right. So, where's the jury at? Are we here? Bring in the jury. Not yet. No indication the jury is in the courtroom yet.
That's an F-bomb in front of the cameras.
But we've now been 40 minutes now discussing this matter. We could have been done the agent's testimony if the defense didn't bring this in. All right, come on in, ladies and gentlemen. We are waiting for the jury to come in.
What?
Refreshing screens. Let's get this party started. All right, let me check out USA Today. See what they got. They're behind. That's Aaron Katursky right there. Bring the jury in. Or bring the jury in. All right, so all that has been ironed out. Mark has to use the potty. Mark, before we bring the jury in, now Mark has to use the bathroom. Can we have a restroom break? No, Mark. You want to sit there and consult with your lawyers before you bring the jury in. We're on a break. Before we even have the jury in, we're on a break because Mark has to go to the bathroom. First time Mark going to the bathroom before 10 a.m. He must really have to go. You gotta go, you gotta go. And I say that, but I find that interesting that now he's trying to stall and say he has to use the bathroom. Maybe he does have to use the bathroom. Maybe a lot of water, a lot of coffee. But usually they do the bathroom breaks around 11 a.m., not at 9:40 before the jurors ever come in. He wants a bathroom break. Why? Because he wants to go in there and to the men's room with Brian Steele and Xavier Donaldson and talk about something. What are we going to do now? What are we going to do now? What can we do now? What can we do now? I don't know. Maybe you think they're confident, going to the bathroom all happy and giddy. Delay, delay, delay. We were supposed to delay, delay, delay. All right, so to summarize what has transpired here in the last 40 minutes, NBC News puts out a report, and they say courts started with both sides of the trial debating over evidence. The prosecution objected to messages that Combs' ex-girlfriend Cassie Ventura sent, saying she wanted to have sex with him. The defense argued that the text was the day before a freak-off, an attempt to show that Combs' ex-girlfriend willingly engaged in freak-offs. The prosecution argued that she wanted sex with her boyfriend, not other men. The judge sustained the prosecution's objection, saying the message was about a one-on-one encounter, nothing to do with a freak-off, so the judge agreed on that. The judge overruled a government's objection to including a text Ventura sent saying she wanted baby oil. The judge noted that it's difficult to tell whether this message was referring to a one-on-one encounter unrelated to a hotel night. The judge also allowed in a text where Ventura said she had taken Adderall and referred to a freak-off night as pretty hot. The judge also overruled a government objection to a text where Ventura was asked if she could do a freak-off without getting high, to which she replied she could. So, as we said, some things overruled, some things sustained, meaning the defense got some things in and some things they didn't. An intense argument. Now we have a bathroom break. So here we go. We're on a bathroom break. Let's see what's going on. What is going on? What's going on with the Sean P. Diddy Combs case? We haven't even started yet. We're already at a break. So things don't always necessarily go on as planned. Doesn't always work that way. Mark drinking lots of coffee. Maybe somebody within this group has to go. I think there's a strategy to that. Just like I think at different parts during this trial, the defense would stall these witnesses out to the end of the day so they can go overnight and strategize to get a crack at some of these witnesses during the next day. Don't forget, folks, Diddy has gotten some special privileges in this case that has not been granted to other defendants. Case in point, numerous times during this trial, when court is adjourned for the day around 3 p.m., Diddy was allowed to stay in the courtroom with his attorneys looking over evidence till like 6 o'clock, maybe even longer. That luxury is not really reserved for any other defendant. They usually say, hey, you work at it at the MDC. You go visit your client at the MDC. I can't control what the MDC's hours are with attorney-client. He was like given that special privilege. Defendants don't get that. That I know. That's the first time I ever heard that, where a defendant can stay around in court. So, you know, judge is giving them some things. Wins and losses, I call it. Wins and losses. But who's going to win the overall battle war? Of course, of different battles, I guess. Battles, wins and some losses on both sides. Is it going to be enough for the judge under Rule 29 to just go on his own initiative and say, hey, I'm kicking out the RICO charges? What if the judge does dismiss some of the charges before it hits the jury? What if? That would be crazy, wouldn't it? You just never know what's going to happen. I mean, I know that many of us in this chat are expecting a conviction all across the board. I am. But honestly, you never know. You never. It's like one of those things. So you tell me there's a chance that I could be acquitted. You tell me there's a chance. There is a chance. We shall see. Are we in a situation where money talks? 10 defense attorneys, millions of dollars. Judge might feel, well, we'll drop the serious charges, but we'll stick them with some stuff. Allow it to the jury. Jury convicts. Well, at least your client didn't get a life sentence. He got a 20-year bid. Instead. You know what I mean? I mean, a lot of commenting in the right side of the screen. A lot of people in the chat this morning. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are from. All of you. Same familiar, wonderful faces. Names. You all have the names and the profiles and handles. We shall see. We shall see. We're waiting. Waiting for the jury to come in for the first time today. Cross-examined by defense attorney Penny Garagos. Mark Garagos' daughter. I don't know. I think out of all the cross on this case, I think Westmoreland. She did really good on bottom, right? Westmoreland. Somebody asked Inner City Press right now, who's in the courtroom, and I value the reporters that are reporting from the courtroom. And someone asked him a question: when will the jury decide? And he says, no way to know that. They may get the case on Friday. I think they are going to get the case on Friday. Then they'll have Friday, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. No verdicts by then. Long break for 4th of July. So we'll see. Is it possible that we could be sitting here next week, all week on verdict watch? I don't think they come back with a verdict Friday if it hits the jury Friday. It's just too many documents to just come over a quick verdict. I can't see the deliberations going on for a week. But this is a RICO case. This is not like a normal case. This is RICO, racketeering. Thousands and thousands and thousands of pages of documents and exhibits alone. On top of, you have to factor in everyone's testimony. If I got my gut right now, if the jury gets it on Friday, I think we got a verdict. My gut tells me Tuesday. My gut tells me Tuesday. But then we get all into the debate. If it pushes out and they keep going, then we're all going to be like, oh my God, what are they thinking? Because there's everyone comes up with theories and thoughts of why the jury takes a long time to reach a verdict. Is it more favorable towards the defendant? Is it more favorable towards the prosecution? I just can't see them, coming down within a couple hours of deliberating. I think 12 hours I would say 12 hours. 12 hours. There's actually, while we're on break, I'll just talk about other high-profile cases. There was a list of, how long it took jurors to deliberate on other high-profile cases. All right, we're in. Bathroom break's over. All right. Yeah, exactly. Combs' Garagos says, Your Honor, our arguments took so long that the jurors' devices turned themselves off. True. All rise. All rise. Bathroom break over. Court is now in session, day 29. Let's get this party started. And here we go, right off the rip. Good morning. Pull up 1406 from December 21st, 2021. Oh, the first day of winter. Jane, Holmes, Don, and Cabral. Don. Oh, but we got more secrecy again. Turn off attorney screens. We're gonna watch some videos. Freak off videos being played. Play from the beginning until 2 minutes and 22 seconds. Public and press have no idea what are being shown or not. One juror is complaining that their device says low battery. All right, so what's happening right off the rip, I mean, they're playing videos of Jane, Holmes, Don, and Cabral. It's fair to say it's a free call. Even though we technically don't know what they're playing, it's a free call. It's a free call video because you know about Don. And if I'm thinking back at the testimony, was that around the time where Holmes was making Jane have free calls for 3 men, Paul, Don, and Cabral at the time, or back-to-back free calls around the time with Don, and Cabral, or Cabral and Paul. There was times where it would be multiple people in Miami, Don, Cabral, and Paul at different points of this. So I'm assuming it's a free call. It's December 21st, 2021. So their first year of their relationship. Probably a Miami free golf. Low battery. Somebody responded. I saw someone respond on Twitter saying purposely didn't charge the devices. So there'll be issues today. We have technical issues, folks. Low battery on one of the drawers' screens. Fed's got all the money in the world. They can't even get their screens right. Oh. All right, so they're ironing that out. That takes a minute or two at the most. Drawers are watching a video. Assuming the video is a freak off, watching some sort of freak off video, Don, a brawl, Holmes, Jane. And that strategy is something that I question too. In reference to the drawers seeing and hearing these freak offs, and the drawers reminding they're reminding the drawers again to look at these videos. But the defense is initiating that, which I feel like is like a really bold and risky strategy, having it ingrained in the drawers' minds over and over about these freak offs or the 2016 Intercontinental Hotel video. The drawers see this and they can't forget it, and they can't get this out of their mind. Our feed went down, so we'll be putting up the other backdrop up here. Here we go. Welcome aboard. We're back. All right, so yeah, it's talking about, I'm assuming it's freak off, so. Only the drawers can see what's being played. Now, they say that this is only going to be an hour and 15 minutes, the defense. So, 11:30, 11:15, we shall see. I had another topic I was talking about while we're here. All right, here we go. Gara goes, so what does she say here? The agent. She writes, that was so effing sexy. Gara goes, then she writes, I'm wet thinking about it. I'm wet thinking about it. Heart eyes emoji. Now Paul is in the chat. But your chat doesn't list Cabral's message with Jane. See 3328. All right, so they're sharing something where Jane is saying, this was so effing sexy. I'm wet thinking about it. Heart emojis. It's a chat between, I guess, all four. Now they're claiming that this guy left out certain messages within the chat, which was Cabral's message with Jane. I don't know. You think Jane's going to mess this case up? You think this is resonating on the jurors in any way? We already kind of know what Jane is about. Well, I know I do. I know what I think. My opinions on Jane. Shall see. where this goes. What was 3328? What was 3328? It seems like what is happening here is, the way I'm reading it is, it's like the defense keeps saying that these summary witnesses omitted information when it comes to these text exhibits, charts, graphs, documents, and they've omitted things. Omitted. Left things out. Not giving you the full context of the situation. From 2021, right after the relationship began and she felt special, that he chose her to share this intimate side of himself. I don't know. Yes, Jane is a small portion. Closing plus Cassie equals prison. Well, that's what I'm saying. Jane is, to me, it's like Jane is just a small piece of this, right? But I get what the defense is doing here. I get it. They're going the consensual route. They're showing a series of these messages by both Jane and Cassie that both of them, willing participants. This is consensual. At the same time, they're trying to throw it back at these investigators, saying they've omitted certain things in their analysis that doesn't show the fuller picture. Jane is like number 2 to me. And it comes to this, like, well, I don't know if she would be number 3. Mia. But even if you can exclude one, you still have to deal with the others. What are you going to just say? Like, all the others out there? I mean, Cassie and Jane are different. It's different. It's both different. It's both different. So even if you can discredit one, per se, and I think if you're going to discredit any of them, it would be Jane. But my thing is, if you claim Jane is a sex trafficking victim on the sex trafficking route, victim or a willing participant, there were others with them. Others. Jane got initiated, got these other escorts in the mix. We shall see. All right, we're waiting for an update here. All right. So, now it's December 21st, 2021. Jane reaches out to Cabral to say, Happy New Year.
Breaking news. I'm about that brag over here, so we're going to chase another person. We're going to cut off from the biggest situation. And we're going to go over here. Front row 6 people. Let's get ready to enjoy this.
and stable prices. Unfortunately, this administration has made accomplishing these goals more difficult. In the Fed's most recent summary of economic projections, we see a forecast for slower growth, stickier inflation, and rising unemployment, all of which point to a potential stagflation scenario. Whether it's the president's indecision on trade policy, his hiring freezes impacting the collection of economic data, his ballooning of the deficit to cut taxes for the wealthy, or his name-calling, all of these actions make it tougher for the Fed to do its job. I look forward to your testimony today, Mr. Powell, Chairman Powell, and I yield back with that.
Gentleman yields back. Today, we do welcome the testimony of the Honorable Jerome Powell, Chair of the Board of Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Chairman Powell, we thank you for taking time to be with us. You'll be recognized for 5 minutes to give an oral presentation of your written testimony, and without objection, your written testimony will be made part of the record. You're now recognized for 5 minutes. Mike.
Thank you, Chairman Hill, Ranking Member, and other members of the committee. It's great to be back here today. I appreciate the opportunity to present the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. The Federal Reserve remains squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Despite elevated uncertainty, the economy is in a solid position. The unemployment rate remains low, and the labor market is at or near maximum employment. Inflation has come down a great deal, but has been running somewhat above our 2% longer run objective. We are attentive to the risks on both sides of our dual mandate. I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. Incoming data suggests that the economy remains solid. Following growth of 2.5% last year, GDP was reported to have edged down in the first quarter, reflecting swings in net exports that were driven by businesses bringing in imports ahead of potential tariffs. This unusual swing has complicated GDP measurement. Private domestic final purchases, or PDFP, which excludes net exports, inventory investment, and government spending, grew at a solid 2.5% rate. Within PDFP, growth of consumer spending moderated, while investment in equipment and intangibles rebounded from weakness in the fourth quarter. Surveys of households and businesses, however, report a decline in sentiment in recent months and elevated uncertainty about the economic outlook, largely reflecting trade policy concerns. It remains to be seen how these developments might affect future spending and investment. In the labor market, conditions have remained solid. Payroll job gains averaged a moderate 224,000 per month in the first 5 months of the year. The unemployment rate at 4.2% in May remains low and has stayed in a narrow range for the past year. Wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, a wide set of indicators suggests that the conditions in the labor market are broadly in balance and consistent with maximum employment. The labor market is not a source of significant inflationary pressures. The strong labor market conditions in recent years have helped narrow long-standing disparities in employment and earnings across demographic groups. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total personal consumption expenditures, or PCE prices, rose 2.3% over the 12 months ending in May, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.6%. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up over recent months, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Respondents to surveys of consumers, businesses, and professional forecasters point to tariffs as the driving factor. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. With the labor market at or near maximum employment and inflation remaining somewhat elevated, the Federal Open Market Committee has maintained the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5% since the beginning of the year. We've also continued to reduce our holdings of Treasury and agency mortgage-backed securities, and beginning in April, further slowed the pace of this decline to facilitate a smooth transition to ample reserve balances. We'll continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Policy changes continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. The effects of tariffs will depend, among other things, on their ultimate level. Expectations of that level, and thus of the related economic effects, reached a peak in April and have since declined. Even so, increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. The effects on inflation could be short-lived, reflecting a one-time shift in the price level. It's also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent. Avoiding that would depend on the size of the tariff effects, on how long it takes for them to pass through fully into prices, and ultimately on keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our obligation is to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored and to prevent a one-time increase in the price level from becoming an ongoing inflation problem. As we act to meet that obligation, we will balance our maximum employment and price stability mandates, keeping in mind that without price stability, we cannot achieve the long periods of strong labor market conditions that benefit all Americans. For the time being, we are well positioned to wait to learn more about the likely course of the economy before considering any adjustments to our policy stance. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll now turn to member questions. I recognize myself for 5 minutes for questions. Over the past few weeks, our Democratic colleagues have suggested the following: after the initial release of the GDP report, the president is driving the economy into a recession. Chairman Powell, the latest FOMC statement described economic activity had to continue to expand at a solid pace, and you just reiterated that in your testimony this morning. In your view, is the term recession and the economy growing at a solid pace, are those synonymous with each other?
I would say no.
And you note that the labor market continues strong, the economy's at a standard pace, and you also referenced in your testimony that first quarter GDP initial react was also from front-end loading, as you noted, imports to try to avoid tariff impacts. Also, I looked at the Atlanta Fed GDP Now model, which forecasts GDP growth for the second quarter of this year at nearly 4%, with core GDP forecast at 2%. Does that Atlanta model suggest a recession to you?
No, I would say it doesn't.
So in looking at your remarks about tariffs today and then the ones that you made during March and April, I was looking back at a Fed study that noted that up until March, tariffs have already been partially passed through in consumer prices, leading to a contribution of merely 0.1 percentage point increase in core PCE prices. And a Harvard study last week showed that prices have only modestly adjusted since the announcement of tariffs. Finally, the longer-term inflation expectations remain consistent with the 2% goal. Governor Waller laid out a pathway that allows for rate cuts provided that average effective tariff rates remain close to 10%, or I assume he means 10% or lower. The labor market remains solid, prices continue to disinflate. So given that data I've outlined, I'm sure data that you're very familiar with, for the economy to avoid persistent inflation, do you concur with Governor Waller that there is a pathway for good news as it relates to the regulatory policies, the tax policies that I've discussed, in a world with lower tariff rates?
So first, I wouldn't comment on any other FOMC members' comments one way or the other, but I will say this. I think many paths are possible here, and certainly the one you mentioned is a possible one. We could see inflation come in not as strong as we expect, and if that were the case, that would tend to suggest cutting sooner. We could see the labor market weakening, and that would also suggest cutting sooner. On the other hand, if we see inflation coming in higher, or if the labor market were to remain strong, then we would probably be moving later. So I think a range of possible paths are possible, and certainly the one you mentioned is one of them.
In February of 2021, you told us in this committee that you would stay in your lane and not comment on President Biden's proposal for the American Rescue Plan or sharply increasing federal spending. And you said it was an issue, but that you would stay in your lane and not comment on it. But here in this year, you have commented on this idea of tariffs being set by the executive branch. So are tariffs in your lane, but a huge fiscal spending by the Biden administration not in your lane? Explain to the committee why you chose to be silent in February of 21, but outspoken this spring.
Sure. So we haven't commented, and it would be inappropriate for us to comment on the policy of tariffs. We don't have a view. It's not our job, and we just wouldn't do that. And just as we wouldn't comment on the reconciliation package that you're working on right now. We're not commenting on tariffs. What our job is inflation, keeping inflation under control, and also keeping maximum employment. And when policies have what appear to be short and medium term implications, meaningful implications for that, then they kind of, not the policies themselves, but the inflation becomes our job.
Yeah. My views on price stability. I think it's a first among equals in your dual mandate. I've argued for that. I've introduced legislation to make the dual mandate the sole mandate, and we've talked about that before. But I was very curious about your thoughts on former president of the Cleveland Bank, Loretta Mester's quote that I read from last fall. She says, "I think that maximum employment is the maximum level of employment consistent with price stability." In other words, she elegantly ties that together, that price stability is what you can have more control over rather than all these other factors that enter the employment picture, like legislative and executive branch. What's your thought about her quote?
I personally think that's a very reasonable way to think about it.
Thank you very much. I yield back. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chair, Chair Powell, and thank you for being here. Last week, the FOMC decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%. While I was not surprised by the decision to hold rates steady, I was surprised by the committee's revised forecast since March, which represented a decrease of 0.3 percentage points for GDP, a similar increase for core PCE, and an uptick in the unemployment rate to 4.5%. Can you explain the incoming data that the committee has seen since March that caused it to make these adjustments?
Sure. So, first of all, these are individual. This is not a committee forecast. These are just individuals submitting their own personal, forecasts, and we don't bless those as a committee. But I think people are looking at the incoming data and having a range of different judgments. If you look at the range, if you look at the central tendency, you'll see that it covers quite a wide range. Those are the medians that you're talking about. I think so. Inflation is projected to have moved up because of what we've seen, particularly from tariffs. And I think if you look at other outside forecasters, you'll see very much the same thing.
And what data are you looking for?
Well, we look at the incoming data on. We look at our own forecast, and we ask ourselves what's likely to happen. Monetary policy has to be forward-looking. A forecast is a prediction of what's going to happen in the future.
Thank you. In its statement, the committee announced that it will continue to monitor the implications of incoming data and adjust the stand of monetary policy as appropriate. Some analysts predict 2 rate cuts by the end of the year are still on the table. Is this a fair and accurate assumption? And what incoming data will the committee need to see to consider these cuts?
What will actually happen with rates is going to depend on the path of the economy, and that's highly uncertain. So I would just say what that means at this moment in time is that a significant majority of the committee, but also there's a pretty significant minority that doesn't agree, but a significant majority feels it will be appropriate to reduce rates later this year. And what that means is that each of those persons who wrote down a cut in rates later this year, they think that there's some state of the world where inflation doesn't prove to be as high, or the labor market weakens, or some combination of those two things, that it will turn out to be more likely than not appropriate to reduce policy rates, subject to great uncertainty. I mean, we will, the story has been evolving, and our thinking has been adapting, and that will continue.
Thank you. Chair Powell, although a ceasefire has been tentatively reached in the Middle East, the situation still has the potential to open global and energy markets, especially if the ceasefire is broken, while at this point Iran is seen as unlikely to close the Strait of Hormuz. That decision could change. How is the Fed assessing the current situation and incorporating those assessments as it considers future adjustment to economic projections and its stand on monetary policy?
I think it's too early to know what any economic implications might be, and I would not want to speculate. Like everyone else, we are, of course, watching the situation.
Thank you. And Chair Powell, after reviewing the economic data following the meeting last week, it seems to me that the committee is indicating that we could be headed for a situation where inflation accelerates while unemployment rises and growth becomes more sluggish. In this scenario, this will put the Fed's dual mandate of maximum employment and price stability in tension with one another. In this scenario, how does the Fed balance these priorities in order to achieve both mandates?
Let me say that we're not facing that right now, and that isn't really our forecast that we will face such an issue in a serious way. But if that does happen, then what we do is we look at the two goals and we see which one of them is farther from its goal. Two variables, is maximum employment or price stability farther from its goal, and we prefer the one that's farther than its goal. And then we also ask ourselves, how quickly will they return to goal? It's a very difficult situation for any central bank, and I would say again, we're not in that situation right now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman's time has expired. The Vice Chairman of the full committee, Mr. Heisinger of Michigan, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Hill and Chair Powell. Good to see you again. I got a lot to cover, so we're going to try and keep this concise. But following up a bit on what Chair Hill had been talking about, you had said in January 29, 2025, quote, "We don't know what will happen with tariffs, with immigration, with fiscal policy, and with regulatory policy." I would add energy into that, by the way. "We need to let those policies be articulated before we can even begin to make a plausible assessment of what their implications for the economy will be. This is no different than any set of policy changes at the beginning of the administration." However, December 18 of 2024 at the FOMC press conference, you noted, and I'm paraphrasing, that some Federal Reserve officials began to incorporate preliminary conditional estimates of how fiscal policies might impact the economy into their forecasts. This seems inconsistent, and I sidebarred with the chair to say, okay, did I hear this correctly? His question and sort of your answer. What I heard is that there was a belief that the IRA would not be inflationary, but that tariffs could be. Therefore, suddenly you and others were commenting on tariffs. And for the institution, I know you try to be consensus driven. Why are there FOMC participants making fiscal policy assumptions into their forecasting when you yourself said that fiscal policies need to be articulated before the FOMC to make a plausible assessment into their implications, what those will be? And I think if there's different participants having different assumptions, that would render the SEP, Summary of Economic Projections, biased, meaningless, useless, less impactful, and when you're not comparing apples to apples. So wouldn't it make more sense for all the forecasters to make the same fiscal policy assumptions at the same time? Or if not, shouldn't each participant disclose what assumptions that they're using and building into that? Here's the question.
That's a great question. That really, when the Summary of Economic Projections was originally designed and put into effect in this way, the way it works is that individuals are free to make whatever assumptions they want, and they do disclose them. They disclose them in their speeches and things like that. So there will be situations where some people incorporate something and others don't, and we try to be transparent about that. But that's kind of the way it works. When I say we don't take it into account, I'm really talking about policy and the committee as a whole, where we won't take things into account until we know.
And you believe that the participants disclose their assumptions when they're doing their forecasts?
Well, I think they do that in their speeches. Each people go out, you may have noticed there are a lot of speeches.
I guess the opaqueness of the Fed has been something over the arc of my 15 years on this committee has been one that has been debated greatly, including auditing the Fed and a number of other things that have gone on. I've got here a brief moment. I do feel like I need to touch on interest rates. Not to be a shock, you asked how the family business was doing back in Michigan. Families involved in sand and gravel and aggregates and construction and things like that. It's been strong. We need more labor. We need a few other things on that, what's happening. But I think there's no recession. That's been established. There's no hyperinflation, or certainly not as what some had been projecting. Yet there seems to be higher than expected, or certainly desired interest rates for many of us. And I'm curious how high interest rates, they hurt Americans who are paying car loans, credit cards, mortgages. Just this morning, you had FHFA Director Pulte asking for lower interest rates, which would obviously impact home buyers as well. So what is it that's keeping, in your mind, the Fed from what many of us believe is the right thing to do, which is to lower some interest rates, and by the way, match what the Bank of Canada, Bank of England, the European Central Bank, the Swiss Central Bank, a number of emerging central banks, by the way, that's your own assessment on page 33, as where you're laying that out. Why aren't we doing what the rest of the world is doing? Is it because we're at full employment? Is it because of those tariffs concerns that you said weren't part of the analysis? Was it energy, groceries, durable goods? Why?
So you're right that if you just look in the rearview mirror and look at the existing data that we've seen, you can make a good argument that would call for us to be at a neutral level, which would be a couple of cuts or maybe more kind of thing. The reason we're not is the forecast by all professional forecasters that I know of on the outside and the Fed do expect a meaningful increase in inflation over the course of this year. When I said we weren't going to talk about tariffs and inflation, that was to say until we see what the policies are. And so now we know a lot more. It's 6 months since I said that. So anyway, I'd be happy to continue this with you.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, last month there was research published in the Journal of Urban Health that found that more than half of Black women of reproductive age, the term they use, in the counties that I represent, that had experienced some sort of eviction during their lifetime. So that's like 50% of Black women in the two largest county, Wayne County and Oakland County in Michigan. And these numbers are horrific. As you know, were you aware of that?
No, I was not.
And evictions are often very traumatic experience, but also it creates a cycle of poverty, but also this instability for many families. But especially when it comes to a lot of our Black neighbors, the access to equity, the access to housing is diminished even more. In Michigan, we lost more Black home ownership than any other state in the country during the last recession. So we know the housing crisis, I believe, is structural, and some may say it's a policy choice. While there are many factors at play, and you know this, Chairman, high mortgage rates, the finance rates and so forth, that drag the supply of new housing. But last month, new housing hit a 5-year low. Are you familiar with that?
Not sure exactly what statistic you are referring to.
Okay, I don't know. There was there was all this articles about the housing market and the impact of tariffs and so forth. And they said, again, it hit a 5-year low. And again, I'm getting this from a source. But this sets the market up for higher inflation and more burdensome housing costs to years to come. So Chairman Powell, you know, I'm looking at this monetary whatever policy framework that you guys have put together. Do you think that the way it's structured, and again, I'm trying to understand how you're looking at this in the housing crisis, do you believe it's eroding new rental supply under construction right now, leading to high inflation in future years?
So I think there are two things going on quickly. One is just there's a longer run shortage of housing in the United States, which there's nothing that the Fed can do about. That's not something we can affect.
Well,
there's also, if I may say, in the short run, rates are high, and that's going to weigh on housing activity. But the best thing we can do for the housing market, absolute best thing, is to restore price stability so that rates come down and so that rates can be at a level
But don't you
that
think
people
that
can
the
afford.
restrictive monetary policy the framework you all put together undermines long-term price stability right now by reducing the supply?
No, I mean, I think
But
it
you're
restores
reducing supply.
price stability. The point of higher rates is to,
So you don't think the higher rates is impacting future supply of housing?
So I think what that does is, I think interest-sensitive sectors like housing are very much directly affected when we cut rates or when we raise rates. That's right. But that's part of the mechanism for restoring general price stability.
So keeping the high interest rates does not impact future supply of housing?
It's not, you know, over the long.
I need to go back to talk to
over the long
women
run,
that the
the
study.
Fed will not be, our policy will not be a driver of longer run housing supply. in the
So
United
okay,
States.
let me ask you, what is the difference? And honestly, confused. I want to learn here, and I'm sure people listening to this want to learn. What is the difference between demand-driven rent inflation and supply-driven rent inflation? Like you guys use these terminologies. What is that? How do I communicate that to the public? What is the difference between supply-driven versus demand-driven rent?
You know, those are not terms that we use particularly often.
What's
but
supply-driven formula?
that would mean that, you know, that there's not enough supply to meet demand. But at the same time, it also means there's more demand than there is supply.
So are you guys ignoring that?
No, but as I said again, our policies will not affect in the long run. In the long run,
No, I'm being
either
serious
demand
because I
or
see somebody
supply
behind
in
you kind of
housing.
check. I'm being serious, y'all. We're talking about a housing crisis that is getting worse right now because we're not paying attention to future instability at the current rates, and you can raise your eyebrows and all this stuff behind. I don't know. I mean, do you understand? Like, I come from a community right now that I believe is now being impacted by the current framework that you're putting together, that I do feel like it's going to be long-term effects on the housing crisis, and you're ignoring it.
No, we're not. Actually, we think the very best thing we can do is to fully restore price stability at the aggregate level. That will be the best thing for homeowners and for home
Even though the
builders and
housing
everybody
supply
else.
has been
That's in the
impacted by the
long
high
run, that
interest-
is the single
But
thing
Chairman
that
Powell,
Congress
you
has
see where I'm
assigned us
coming
to
from.
do.
Do you see where I'm coming from? It is impacting future supply of housing, right?
Not in the long run, no.
Okay. Well,
Gentlewoman's
Mr.
time
Chair,
has
thank you.
expired. The gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Stile, who's also the chair of our subcommittee on digital assets, financial technology, and artificial intelligence. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Hill. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for being with us today. I want to dive into two actions the Fed's recently taken to get a little additional color on. Yesterday, the Fed announced that reputational risk would no longer be a component in bank exams. I viewed that positively. I viewed reputational risk as often being a catch-all for political bias. I think it's positive to depoliticize bank exams and instead focus on the core and measurable risks. Could you provide color as to whether or not any new information came to light that led to the decision of the Fed to remove that yesterday?
I'm not aware of any new information. No, we just think it's the right thing to do, and of course made an announcement on Monday under Governor Bowman's, Vice Chair Bowman's leadership.
Why would it not have been done previously if it's the right thing to do? I agree with you, it's the right thing to do. Why was it? Any timeline as to why that was done yesterday versus previously?
No, I think this is a problem that we came to understand as a problem over the course of the last couple of years, and began considering what's going on here. We're hearing a lot of reports of debanking and that sort of thing, And over the course of really 2024, came to the view that this was a serious problem that we need to address. And we've said that publicly, and now we're doing this, and so are the other agencies, by the way.
I appreciate you taking that action. I do agree that there were real political bias in some of those exams, in particular as related to regulated entities engaged in the digital asset space. Let me shift into the digital asset space if I can. Another action recently taken by the Fed, the Novel Activities Supervision Program was ended and withdrew several statements on digital asset related risks that deterred bank involvement in particular. You in the Fed and others, the Fed, have spoken positively about the House and Senate work to regulate stablecoin in particular, a real opportunity to dollarize the globe and be a significant purchaser of U.S. Treasuries. Following that action by the Fed, have you seen an identifiable shift in banks or other regulated entities as it relates to engagement in the digital asset space?
You know, I wouldn't be the one to be picking that up first, but what I do see is a very significant change in the tone, and it really does reflect evolving thinking and the evolving status of the crypto industry. And I would expect over time we'll see more activity.
How is the Fed evaluating and overseeing banks or other regulated entities that are in the digital assets or crypto space?
So our view is that banks get to decide who their customers are. That's not our decision. And so banks are free to provide banking services to the crypto industry, to crypto companies. And banks are also free to conduct crypto activities as long as they do so in a way that is protective of safety and soundness.
Thank you very much. Let me shift gears because I want to give you just a little bit of an opportunity to comment on the housing sector once again, but give you a little freedom here to speak to that area. You correctly are trying to balance inflation and price stability. But also higher rates have a significant impact on the housing market, as shelter and housing costs are a significant driver of why many families can't afford the things that they need. Can you provide color as to how you're analyzing the impact that housing and shelter costs have on families and on inflation with your desire to maintain price stability at the interest rates that is currently set by the Fed?
Sure. So, we realize that people are feeling high housing costs and high financing costs. In terms of inflation, we look at something called owner's equivalent rent and rentals, and that's meant to capture both rented housing and owned housing. And it's been very sticky. It's been one of the stickiest parts of inflation. I'm happy to say now it actually is coming down quite regularly. That's very good news. That's been the part, really, it's been the service inflation that's been stickier than other parts of inflation. So that's good news for people, I think, and it is showing through into measured inflation now. Again, in the long run, the best thing we can do is restore price stability and let the market work. Even then, though, we're still going to have a housing shortage.
What data do you think is leading to the reduction in the rent equivalent?
I just think it took time. So the thought is when you would think that if rents come up every year, you would think it would take 1 year or 2 years for a lack of growth in rents to show up in a lack of growth in housing prices. It turns out it takes 4 years or 3 years. If you're an existing tenant, it's a complicated thought, but if you're an existing tenant, you don't actually catch up the way you would if new tenants came in. And so that's made the measurement of inflation stickier. But I'm happy to say we've been through that period now, and we are really seeing now housing services inflation pretty close to where it was when inflation was solidly at 2%.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from California, Mr. Liccardo, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairman, thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate that your dual mandate is full employment and price stability, and I appreciate your efforts on behalf of our country to achieve those. My understanding is that critical data is collected by the Bureau of Labor Statistics to help formulate the indicators that you rely on, that we rely on to understand unemployment rates, CPI, and other inflation indicators. We are certainly hearing a lot about the impacts of DOGE on our workforce, and specifically about the elimination of many of those positions in BLS. And now we have a proposal in front of Congress, got $56 million in that agency. Are you concerned about the ability of your team to get accurate data and about the ability to have reliable indicators to make good decisions upon?
I wouldn't say that I'm concerned about the data today, although clearly there has been a very mild degradation of the scope of the surveys, things like that. But I would say the direction of travel is something I'm concerned about, and that is measuring the U.S. economy carefully and well is a project that's been going on, and we're getting better at it for 100 years and more. And it's really important, not just for the Fed, but for Congress and for businesses, frankly, to know what really is going on in the economy, what's happening. Is growth high? Is it low? And all those sorts of things. So I think it's a smart investment to just continually try to get better at measurement of what's happening in the economy. And I don't like to see that, the kind of stories I'm reading and the idea being that the data is going to become more volatile and less reliable. That's not going to, it'll make it more difficult for the private sector and for you and for us. And I don't like to see that direction.
I agree. Thank you. I appreciate that it's not your role to comment on the advisability of specific policies, but given your critical role in ensuring price stability and reducing inflation, I have had conversations with, quite recently, just a week ago, with a C-suite executive of a major global retailer who informed me, because I asked, why aren't we seeing the impact of these tariffs and price data yet? And he said, it's coming in the third quarter, because it takes time for tariffs to work their way through distribution chain. Often what you have on the shelf today may have been imported 2 or 3 months ago. Is that your understanding? Do you anticipate there may be impacts down the road?
Yeah, that's very much what I hear. I happened to meet with an unusually large number of business people in this last FOMC cycle, and that's a typical thing that they'll say, especially the retailers, that what's being sold now was in inventory in February, let's say, and it just isn't showing up yet. So we do expect to show up, tariff inflation to show up more, but I want to be honest, we really don't know how much of that's going to be passed through to the consumers. We just don't know. We won't know until we see it. It could be lower than we expect. It could be higher. We have to wait and see, which is kind of what we're doing.
I appreciate the uncertainty. Another thing he told me that had me very concerned was that often they will increase prices on goods not subjected to tariffs to compensate for the very substantial losses that they have to suffer with the increase of tariffs on relatively price elastic goods. So in other words, necessities will also tend to bear a higher price, even if they're not subjected to tariffs. Is that your understanding of the potential impacts?
That very much is something that companies will tell you that they do. If they can't cover the losses on the thing that's being tariffed, they'll find other ways to do it. We actually don't have prominent examples of that yet, but that's certainly a possibility. And that did happen in the last tariff episode with washing machines and dryers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And finally, there's indications in the introduction of the report that the Fed is losing its ability, as we see interest rates getting closer and closer to the minimum threshold, the ability to stimulate this economy in times of recession. We haven't had a recession, or at least we haven't had an extended recession in a decade and a half. I am particularly concerned now as we are looking at debt that is being considered to be imposed on future generations by this particular bill. Could there be a combination of very high debt and very little room to move monetary policy that could undermine our ability to respond to the next recession?
So we faced that issue quite a bit in the era of very low interest rates, but we're at higher levels of interest rates now, so there's significantly more room to cut than there was then.
Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Fitzgerald, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Powell, thanks for being here today. Appreciate it. I want to go back to something we had some brief discussions about this in the past, but in September of 2024, with core inflation still being above target and the labor market was holding steady at the time, the Fed made a decision to cut rates by a full 0.5 percentage point. It kind of raised some serious questions as to whether or not the data truly supported such a move at that time. And I think some of us were surprised that it was a full 0.5%. So Can you revisit that again, what the Fed was thinking at that time? Because it seems to be somewhat of an enigma now. It stands out as, why was this done? Why was the 0.5% done at that point?
I'd be glad to. So, first of all, the inflation and employment readings were very similar then to what they are now. They weren't terribly
True.
different, a tenth or two.
Right.
But the difference then was, you mentioned that the labor market was stable. It wasn't. The unemployment rate had actually gone up almost a full percentage point. I was very clear about this. We were very clear about it in real time too. The concern at that time was that there really hasn't been an experience, or hadn't been an experience in the modern era, in which the unemployment rate has gone up close to 1%, that hasn't been followed by much higher levels of unemployment and a recession. So we were looking at that and saying, and remember, at that point, we're talking about, the federal funds rate was 5.3%, so definitely very restrictive level. We were the last of the big central banks to cut. So we wanted to make a statement that we were supportive of the labor market and not just inflation. We've been focusing on inflation. I was quite clear about this. So it was all about the labor market. Inflation was the same, and unemployment was roughly the same, but it was the rate of change with the unemployment rate that raised a lot of concerns. And remember, we were being criticized for being late to cut. So we could have done 25. If we'd done 25 in July, we were criticized for not cutting in July. Instead, we cut 50 in September. And it seemed like the right thing to do. And at the end of the day, we do what we think is the right thing when we think it's the right thing to do. We don't take into consideration political factors. If we start doing that, I don't know where that stops. Once you start considering elections and stuff like that, where does it stop? So
and I don't want to insinuate that it had anything to do with the election itself, but there just seems to be some very similar numbers right now, and I'm wondering. And I don't bring this up because I want to kind of make a point about, did the Fed do the right thing or not? I bring it up because it seems like everything's in place right now to kind of do the same thing, make the same move. I know this morning already, you've talked a little bit about where you were on inflation right now and kind of what you're watching, but is there any lesson there? I mean, are we in a position where it would be appropriate to do something as big as a 0.5% cut again?
Well, look, as I said earlier, if you just look at the basic data and don't look at the forecast, you would say that we would have continued cutting. The difference, of course, is at this time, all forecasters are expecting pretty soon that some significant inflation will show up from tariffs. Now, and we can't just ignore that, but we're just saying, let's wait and see more. That's all we're doing. And if you will have noticed, a substantial majority of the committee has written down rate cuts in the remaining 4 years, four meetings this year. So it's just a question of being prudent and careful. But at a time when the labor market is still strong, we don't see weakness in the labor market. If we did, that would change things. We're going to continue to adapt as the data adapt. But that is the difference between then and now. Then, inflation was forecasted to continue to come down. Here, it's forecasted to go up by all forecasters. So, and again, we're not overreacting to that. We're just saying, hey, as long as the economy's strong, we can take a little bit of a pause here. And that's what we're doing. And again, continue to adapt as the data comes in. If we see data that suggests that inflation's not going to produce big increases, that would matter. And if we saw the labor market weakening, that would matter too. But we don't see those things.
What about supply chain? In 2020, that was a big issue, obviously related to COVID. But I know myself and other members, when we're in our districts and we're specifically talking to light manufacturing, there's concerns about the supply chain. Is that part of the data package that you review when you make a decision about where we're headed in the future?
Very much so. I think that's one of the great, we'll call it a great thing. One of the lessons to be taken from the last episode is supply chains really matter. We're watching that carefully. It's too soon to say really on that. We're not seeing it yet, but
Gentleman's time is expired.
Thank you, Chairman. Yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher. Gentleman from New Jersey, Scott Heimer, you're recognized for 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, as a member of the Intelligence Committee, I'm deeply concerned about the threat of Iranian cyber attacks on our financial system as retaliation for our strikes on their nuclear facilities. In its cybersecurity report last year, the Fed acknowledged that critical infrastructure, including financial services, is at risk with rising geopolitical tensions. Iran has a history of targeting American infrastructure companies and financial institutions and banks. which could obviously threaten and cause economic damage. What actions is the Fed taking now to monitor and defend against Iranian or proxy cyber threats targeting our country's financial institutions?
So we're in touch with the other regulators and the parts of the government that work on cyber, as you know, and we're in touch with the banks to say, for people to be on the alert for things like that to happen, and also we're on the alert because we're a target as well. So you're right to raise it. It's a big issue, and
You feel like you have the resources right now to be prepared for that?
yes, I mean I think we do. We spend a lot, and the government generally spends a lot on these things, and but you can never ever be comfortable in this area because the bad guys are always getting better, so we need to get better.
Thank you, Chairman. Switching gears, the president and members of his administration have recently called you out, various name calling for certain decisions you've made. I know that some people worry that the president's bullying will impact your decision making. I know you have worked together, and I know that and respect, obviously, your independence greatly. Anything you want to add and give you a chance to reiterate your independence to the American people?
Yeah, I would just say we're focused on one thing, and that is we want to deliver a good economy for the benefit of the American people. That's it. And anything else is kind of a distraction. I don't mean to refer to any particular thing, but we stay focused on that task all the time. We always do what we think is the right thing to do. And, we live with the consequences. And I don't know how else to do the job.
Right, so the name calling and the Mr. Too Late and all that stuff, the American people shouldn't worry about that. You're focused on being independent.
That's what I care about. I care about doing the job for the American people. The things we do matter a lot for people's lives, and that really concentrates the mind. You want to just stay focused on that task. As long as you're sitting in these chairs that we occupy, focus on that task, do what you think is the right thing, and take the consequences.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You've previously stated that you view stablecoins as a form of money. Payment stablecoins are already being used for both retail and wholesale payments, as well as for settlement. Recently, this committee passed the Stablecoin Act and the Senate passed the Genius Act, both aiming to establish clear regulatory frameworks for fully reserved dollar-backed payment stablecoins. Given their design to maintain a stable value and be redeemable for U.S. dollars, should the SEC or other regulators explore treating these stablecoins as cash equivalents for accounting or financial reporting purposes?
Let me say, I think it's a great thing that bills are moving. We need a stablecoin framework on that particular issue. I don't have a view for you. I can come back to you on that.
I'd be grateful. Thank you. High rates have also caused, as we've discussed, the cost of paying off our nation's debt to skyrocket. The CBO estimates that interest payments will cost the U.S. $1 trillion in fiscal year 2026 and continue to rise to almost $1.8 trillion by FY 2035. How do you see us continuing to be able to afford to pay off our debt at this rate? And as the U.S. continues to borrow, how does that impact your decision to keep or cut rates? Obviously, foreign countries like Japan were significant buyers of our bonds have started decreasing their purchases significantly. Other internal pressures worldwide are having that impact. Are you worried about this global issue?
Fiscal policy and it really is not our job, and it's not something we take into consideration in making monetary policy. That's really elected people's jobs. And I would add that, for some time now, the U.S. federal fiscal policy has been on an unsustainable path, and I'll limit myself to that.
Last question. Last week, you chose to keep rates steady, and families in our state, as you'll hear from a lot of people today, are really struggling with the higher cost of borrowing and putting off bigger purchases on things like cars and homes. As a result, their wallets being crushed by these price hikes and obviously the president's tariffs. What do you have to say to Jersey families who are struggling with higher costs, and how you look at how they should forecast themselves for their own families?
We're committed to returning inflation sustainably to 2% and keeping it there in the long run. And what we're doing now is, we had cut rates by 100 basis points, so they've come down quite a bit. And when the time is right, I expect that will continue, and that will depend on economic factors, in the coming months for starters.
Thank you. I yield back. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Nebraska, the chair of our Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, Mr. Flood, you're recognized 4 or 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, later this week, the banking agencies will be proposing changes to the supplementary leverage ratio, which we think are long overdue, considering the Fed in 2021 indicated that they would soon put out proposals for reform to the SLR and never actually did. However, our understanding is that the proposal being considered this week will not allow for treasuries to be excluded from the SLR calculation. Secretary Bessent earlier this year had argued that such a change could serve as a boost for banks and their ability to intermediate in the treasury market and could potentially pull treasury yields down 30 to 70 basis points. Chairman Powell, do you agree with the Treasury Secretary's comments on the potential positive impact of SLR reform on the Treasury market? And what is the rationale for not excluding treasuries from the SLR calculation in the proposed rule?
So I agree that when the leverage ratio is binding, it discourages banks from undertaking low margin, fairly safe activities such as mediation in the treasury markets. So this should encourage more mediation. I don't have a numerical estimate of how much that would matter, but I do think it would matter. I think it was important. I've supported leverage ratio reform for a very long time, since before 2021.
Chairman,
in terms of the structure of the thing, I think we're seeking comment on a particular proposal that doesn't involve exclusion, but we're also asking a question about exclusion.
Mr. Chairman, considering the Fed temporarily excluded treasuries from the SLR calculation during the COVID pandemic, were you aware of any safety and soundness or financial stability problems that arose as a result of that decision? And if not, why was that relief terminated in 2021?
So that was an emergency measure. From the beginning and end, it was an emergency measure. I think, my long-held view is that we should have a permanent measure, and now we're going to. And we have an open board meeting on Wednesday afternoon, and after I finish my hearing on the Senate side, and I'm very much looking forward to putting this proposal out for comment.
Thank you. In March, the Federal Reserve, together with the FDIC and the OCC, announced that they intend to issue a notice of proposed rulemaking to repeal the 2023 Community Reinvestment Act and replace it with the legacy CRA framework. Nearly 3 months have passed since this announcement. What is the status of this project?
Well, we're going to do what we said we were going to do. It's just a question of execution, and I think you'll see that coming. This would be so Vice Chair Bowman has the job of sequencing these things, and that one's certainly coming.
Do you intend to issue a proposal that will be a clean rescission and replacement of that rulemaking, or are you considering amendments to the legacy rule?
I honestly don't know. We'll come back to you on that.
So we should know more later this week?
We might, yeah.
Okay. Finally, I'd like to build off of what Congressman Stile asked previously on the Supervision of Novel Activities program. Do you feel any changes could be made to it to encourage innovation, and do you anticipate any such changes to the program?
I do, and I also think Governor Bowman, now Vice Chair Bowman, is someone who is actually deeply knowledgeable and experienced in supervision, and that hasn't really been the model. We've more had people who are experts on regulation. I think she brings a particular ability to move supervision in a healthy direction while also preserving safety and soundness, and that's what you mentioned is one of the dimensions in which I think that will be true.
Thank you for your testimony today. I appreciate your service to the country, and with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the ranking member of our full committee, Mrs. Waters, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, I appreciate that despite the repeated attacks by the president and his cabinet on you personally, that you stood your ground and you did not bow to pressure from Trump, especially given the current state of economic uncertainty due to his policy. Last week, the Fed held interest rates steady. Afterwards, you said that you and other experts continue to expect a meaningful amount of inflation due to Trump's tariffs. You said that it may take some time for the tariffs to work their way through the supply chain, but that you found, and I quote, many companies do expect to put some or all of the effect of tariffs through to the next person in the chain and ultimately to the consumer, quote, end quote. So while the president may try to claim other countries pay these tariffs, can you confirm that it is indeed consumers and businesses in the United States that will bear these costs?
So it can be anybody from the exporter, the importer, the retailer, the manufacturer, or the consumer that winds up paying these tariffs. In the beginning, it will be the importer pays the tariff, but ultimately it will be spread out among those 5, each of which will try very hard not to contribute. But in the end, tariff will be paid, and all of the data suggests that at least some of that will fall, not all of it, but at least some of it will fall on consumers.
Well, you indicated it may take some time for tariffs to work their way through the supply chain. Would you elaborate on this, including when is it that we can see negative impacts to inflation from Trump's tariff policy?
So, the things that are being sold at retail now, they might have been put into inventory before the tariffs in February or March. So we think we should start to see this over the summer, in the June numbers and in the July numbers. And if we don't, I think we're learning here. If we see less pass-through, there aren't historical experiences we can consult here, really. So it may turn out that the pass-through is less or more than we think. And I think we're going to be learning. We'll get a number for June, an inflation number for June. We'll learn something then. We'll get it for July as we go through the summer. We should start seeing this. And if we don't, I think we're perfectly open to the idea that the pass-through will be less than we think. And if so, that'll matter for our policy.
Well, I've been talking with a lot of my constituents about these tariffs. And the question that comes up is, now, is this going to only hurt maybe the big businesses? What about our small business people? What about the people that we buy goods and services from every day in our communities? Is this going to hurt big business as well as small business?
Yes, I mean, I don't think it's. I think it will certainly. If you're a smaller company that maybe imports a single product, that's a common business model these days. Then you may if your product is tariffed, you may be the one that's affected significantly. Whereas bigger companies have more resources and a more diverse product line.
Why do you think you can resist the president basically telling you what to do? What gives you that authority?
I don't think about it that way at all. I think I have a job that I'm sworn to do, and all I think of is how much people rely on us to get it right. It really matters that we get it right, and that concentrates one's mind. And so that's what we think about at the Fed. We think about what's the right thing. I have all I want to do in what's left of my time at the Fed is have the economy be strong and have inflation be under control, have a solid labor market. I want to turn it over to my successor in that condition. Of course, that's what keeps me up at night, is to do that. And that's what I think about. That's the only thing I think about.
So how are you protected? By law, by Constitution? Where does your authority come from?
I think, I've covered all that. I do think we're fully protected. And again, I don't think about that anymore. What I think about is let's just do our jobs. And that's what we do. We don't talk about those issues at all. And all we do is do our jobs as best we can. And, it's not an easy job, but it's one we've willingly taken on, and very important that we remain focused just on the job and not on other things.
Thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, our vice chair for communications, Mr. Lawler. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, as recently as yesterday, Fed Governor Bowman indicated that if inflation pressures remain contained, the Fed should consider lowering rates, and said she is open to a rate cut in July. Governor Waller said very much the same. Do you believe that we are in a position where we may be able to cut rates in July?
So I would say this. I think if it turns out that inflation pressures do remain contained, then we will get to a place where we cut rates sooner rather than later. But I wouldn't want to point to a particular meeting. I don't think we need to be in any rush because the economy is still strong. The labor market is strong. If we were to see the labor market, meaningfully weaken in a way that was concerning, that would matter for that decision. But if we see inflation, continuing not to move up, we hadn't expected inflation to move up much we do expect it to move in the summer, and if we see it not happening, we'll learn from that.
The September 2018 Teal Book suggested that the Fed, seeing through tariffs' inflationary effects, is an appropriate response so long as inflation expectations are firmly anchored and that the pass-through costs are relatively short-lived. Would you agree that this assessment from the Teal Book still applies to today?
I would. Those are the exact factors that we cite when we talk about this situation, plus the size of the tariffs.
Right. So let's assess the current economic situation. The Monetary Policy Report states that longer-run inflation expectations, quote, continue to be broadly consistent with 2% inflation, unquote. And a Harvard study argued that despite the relatively quick price responses to tariff announcements, the overall magnitude of these changes remains modest. So if these conditions hold, is it not unreasonable to think that underlying inflation trends should continue its path towards 2%?
That's certainly a very defensible position. I think what others on the committee think, and what I think, is that this is a question we need to be careful with because it's different than it was in 2018. The difference is that we haven't had 2% inflation. In 2018, we hadn't had inflation as high as 2% for a decade anymore. This is a different situation. We haven't fully restored price stability, and another shock. We have to be careful if there's a meaningfully large and sustained inflation shock. We have to be careful about that. And so, I think we're just trying to be careful and cautious, and we really think that's the best thing we can do for the people that we serve. If that happens, we need to be there for it. And so, we're in a difficult situation in deciding exactly when to move. But again, if we continue to see inflation come in, and not prove up at the higher levels than we expect, then that would matter for our decision making.
Chairman Powell, economist John Taylor once noted that the Federal Reserve should deviate from its own Taylor rule in the event of an oil shock, similar to the tariff scenario. A one-time price increase from an oil shock should not be accompanied with an increase in interest rates. Do you agree with that assessment?
I generally do, yes.
Previously, you said that if you wait for inflation to get back down to 2% to cut rates, you are already too late. You also said in November 2024 that inflation was on a sustainable path to 2%. Given that the FOMC believes that interest rates now are moderately restrictive and that an oil or tariff shock may not impact underlying inflation in a significant or meaningful way, because as the Monetary Policy Report established, inflation expectations are firmly anchored, what is the reason not to cut rates?
Well, it's uncertainty about the size and potential persistence of the potential but highly uncertain inflation from tariffs. By the way, we have 5 Taylor rules in the Monetary Policy Report. 4 of them say that the policy rate is in the right range, and the other one calls for a hike. Right, just for the record.
Well, back in the beginning of the Biden administration, when we talk about inflation, they increased federal spending by $2.5 trillion each year. $5 trillion in new spending. That's what gave us inflation, by printing all of this new money and borrowing, and yet you did not respond to that by raising rates. In fact, you were late to raise rates. And now, again, we see a situation where you are late to cut rates. That is the challenge here.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Scott, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman Powell, to the best of your knowledge, has President Trump put forward a coherent tariff policy? Is that your opinion?
That is not a judgment for me to make or to discuss.
Well, what do you think?
Sir, it would be
you're
I don't comment on the president's words or the president's
Does
policy.
the president, in your opinion, does he have a coherent tariff policy? You ought to have an opinion on that. You run our economy. This is your bailiwick. Do you think he's got a good policy? Answer me.
I would never comment on the President of the United States in that way.
All right. What do you think our policy should be?
We play no role in either establishing or commenting on tariff policy or fiscal policy for that matter. Not our business. We have a specific mandate. We try to stick to it.
Let me tell you something, Chairman. In my state of Georgia, I got the fastest growing trade group down there. The Port of Savannah is indeed our nation's fastest growing party, and it's rising even more. The cost, the expenses, our business community is suffering. And I want to know what you think of our tariff policy. What do I tell my people? What do we tell the American people? And you're a good man. I want to know the answer to this question. I want to know how you feel. This whole tariff question, it's a tax increase. It's running people out of business. What do you think about that? Give me some sort of answer. Do you think anything about our tariff policy? Don't you feel you have a responsibility here? Are you afraid of President Donald Trump? Why don't you deal with this? Because our economy are suffering in a mighty bad way. And I've got to represent my constituency. And they are, let's take Georgia's agricultural sector, mostly pecans and poultry and cotton exports. They've been hit hard by retaliatory tariffs from key trading partners like China. Why are you running away from the tariff fight? Give us some understanding of that.
Honestly, this is just not our role. We are not an institution that comments on or analyzes decisions that the president makes, or the things that he runs for office on and is elected on, and then does. We don't. That's just completely out of our lane. It's really inappropriate for me to have any comment on that. I'm sorry to say, Mr. Scott.
We're having these regional disruptions. Our economy is in a bad way. And I want to see you and the president. You got to get together on this. We got pecans in Georgia. We got peanuts. We run the biggest group. We got the fastest growing trade mechanism in the Savannah Port Authority. We're crushed in Georgia. My business folks are coming to me on it. I got to get some answers from you. What do I tell them that the Fed chairman feels about their experience in this tariff? I think we need to get you and the president together.
Gentleman's time has expired. Appreciate the gentleman from Georgia. Gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Salazar, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Hi, thank you very much for being here. Appreciate your time. And my name is Maria Salazar. I represent the city of Miami, which is one of the cities most composed of Hispanic Americans and people that adore living the American dream. So putting that into context, I wanted to ask you a few questions about the labor force. We agree with what the President Trump is doing, or what the administration is doing in deporting illegals, criminal illegals. We do not want Tren Agua. We don't really want people who have committed any type of crime, even more if they're illegals. And but we do know that unfortunately what's happening right now after 6 months of being Mr. President being in office, that we're losing thousands and thousands of workers, what the ICE leadership has called collateral damage. And most of those people are working in three main sectors: construction, hospitality, and agriculture. Even the president said the other day in a tweet that he understands that those hands are needed. We're talking about 15% of the economy: construction, hospitality, and agriculture. So my question to you is, what is the growth effect on the economy if this type of removal of hands being removed from those three main top sectors?
So immigration is another area where nobody put us in charge. We're done, Congressional Budget Office and other agencies can make assessments like that. We do have a role to maximize employment. We take immigration policy as we take it as it comes. What it's obviously done is it's really reduced the amount of growth in the labor force. And so at the same time, demand for workers has been coming down as well, because they've been coming down at
Let's
about
go one drop at a time. Reduce the growth. Why don't we talk a little bit more? Because we want to continue growing. We're the #1 economy in the world. We need to continue growing. So you're saying that what's affecting the growth?
Well, there are two things that affect growth. One is growth in the labor force, more people working, and the other thing is productivity. How much do they produce per hour worked? And when you significantly slow the growth of the labor force, you will slow the growth of the economy. But I think, again, it's not for us to have a view on immigration policy.
No, I
can just
understand. It
report
was
that.
just my comments, but you do agree that if we don't have those hands, then we don't grow.
I think that growth will slow, and actually is slowing this year, and that's one of the reasons.
But we don't like that. So now let's talk about the next 10 years, 2025 to 2035. Americans are not having enough kids. So that means that we need other people, right? So over the next decade, based on the current trends that I just explained to you and that you just reiterated, will there be enough workers to fulfill the labor needs of our economy in the 2020 to 2025 and 2035?
Well, I think labor economists do observe the phenomenon you're talking about, which is demand for labor going to be met by the domestic population, the native-born population? And the answer appears to be probably not over the next 10 years.
And then what about if we do not have that labor force over the next 10 years? What happens?
So many things will happen. You can see a big increase in productivity, which would mean we don't need as many workers. For example, artificial intelligence could be implemented in a way that creates widespread productivity gains. I wouldn't count on that, but it's possible.
You would not? You would not count on that?
I wouldn't count on it.
You would not?
No, I think
Why
there'll
not?
be gains because with productivity enhancing things, they typically take longer to be implemented, and then it takes a while for the gains to be shown. I think in the case of artificial intelligence, those gains are coming, but they may take longer or be less in the beginning than expected.
And during the time that those changes happen, then what happens? Our economy doesn't grow. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, but those who make immigration policy are entitled to weigh these factors. We
I
can
hear you.
report on what happens, but it's
know that.
really not our job.
I understand it's not. I just want to hear what you're thinking, what's your expertise based on those immigration laws that we're implementing right now. The last one, because I only have 30 seconds. Do you think that with everything that we have talked about, do you think that we can continue remaining, or the United States economy can continue being the #1 economy in the world, and that we could compete if we were to have the immigration laws that we have right now?
I think you could have the highest per capita earnings, but if you're talking about the aggregate output, then population growth may be a constraint.
And which one of the two is more important?
Gentleman's time has expired.
Good question.
Well, you can, I think.
Gentlewoman's time has expired.
All right.
Let me turn
Thank
to
you,
the ranking member of the House Intelligence Committee, Mr. Himes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Chairman Powell. Let me start by thanking you for your careful keeping in your lane and steering clear of fiscal policy. and in particular for your stalwart defense of independent monetary policy. You're getting pressure from very powerful places and lots of kibitzing from lots of members on the interest rate question, and most know better that our independent monetary policy is the very bedrock of our economy. So thank you for that. Mr. Chairman, I want to talk just a little bit about some of the technical matters associated with energy prices and inflation, because obviously turmoil in the Middle East has sent oil prices swinging wildly, with West Texas Intermediate in the last month or so being anywhere between $61 and $75 a barrel. We recently saw the Iranian parliament vote to close the Strait of Hormuz, which currently handles around 20 million barrels a day, a fifth of global demand, and a little bit more in terms of natural gas. Chair Powell, you said last week that conflict in the Middle East in the 1970s resulted in very large inflation shocks. In contrast to the 1970s, today the United States does not import most of its energy. We call ourselves energy self-sufficient on a net basis. But I hear the argument made that I think is wrong, that because we're energy self-sufficient, somehow we are insulated from global energy market prices. Can you comment on that? Is there any validity to the notion that we are not, American consumers of energy are not subject to global swings in energy prices?
Yeah, so the price of oil is set globally, right? And I think if you go back a few years, the thought was that when we had a natural shock absorber, which is that we would just drill more. And that we would, if prices went up, we would drill more. And so you wouldn't have these sustained price shocks that we had during the 1970s and the original OPEC era. I think that is actually in question now because, the oil industry in the U.S. is being much more careful and focused on return on investment than they were, having been burned with overcapacity.
Right, and I mean, yeah, in the long run, you can invest in additional extraction technologies, but this does not respond to day-to-day spot prices. So
not quickly.
The point I'm trying to make is that the conflict in the Middle East, if it resulted in $120 barrel oil, which is where oil was in 2022, that would have a fairly substantial inflationary impact on the American household. Is that correct?
We would certainly feel that, and as we discussed earlier, there's a lot of lore around looking through oil price shocks, but that depends on the facts and circumstances.
What, as a technical matter, we tend to refer to CPI, which is a basket of goods, and we measure the price changes. Roughly speaking, what percentage of that basket is comprised of energy?
I don't have that on the top of my head. It's much less than it was, of course. The oil consumption is much less than it was in the 70s as a percent of GDP.
But energy includes natural gas and gasoline, and it's a meaningful portion of the.
Yes, although of course we have more natural gas than we have so much natural gas, so that'll always be there for us.
So none of us can predict what's going to happen in the Middle East in an hour, much less in a week or a month or a year. But as a technical matter, at what price for a barrel of oil does the American household begin to feel inflationary effects? So we're at $75 a barrel roughly right now. At what price point does the American household begin to feel some inflationary effects?
I don't want to throw out a number. I think we're frankly, it's too early to say that something like that's going to happen, and I know you know that, but I wouldn't want to throw out a specific number. If prices went up materially, people would feel that.
Okay. Again, I think if I look at the data here, WTI per barrel about $120. It peaked at about $120 in 2022. What do your models suggest would occur to inflation, and how would it influence the Fed's thinking should we be back at $120 a barrel?
Well, let's just say there's a big price spike in that range. So, we would look at that and we would ask ourselves, look at the overall situation. We would ask ourselves, should we react to that? So, for example, during what we called the Arab Spring, back in the early teens, oil prices went up a lot, and that went into the price, and then there was a discussion, and I think the right answer was to look through that. The question you'd be asking to yourself, because by the time you react, the price comes back down. I think the question today would be, is the situation different, and what would be the implications of those differences?
The gentleman's time has expired. I thank the gentleman from Connecticut. Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Moore. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, I want to touch on international standard setting bodies like the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. Their goal is to promote better harmonization for global capital flows and regulatory standards, but the Biden administration's implementation of Basel III endgame demonstrated pitfalls when the U.S. is a follower instead of a leader in the international arena. That's why both Democrats and Republicans shot down former Vice Chair Michael Barr's proposal, which made capital less acceptable and put U.S. firms and businesses at a global disadvantage. Do you agree that the United States should only implement international standards in a way that is consistent with our own domestic legal and regulatory standards?
I do.
I appreciate the Federal Reserve's announcement yesterday to end the use of reputational risk during banking examinations. This supervisory practice was used as a tool to pressure banks to refrain from offering financial services to politically disfavored individuals or industries. What further steps is the Federal Reserve taking to help usher in these changes, such as ending examination practices that informally encourage banks to close certain accounts without written justification?
So we're developing, I should say Vice Chair Bowman is developing a range of policies that will help in that area, and I should let her speak to it. But as you know, we've eliminated reputation risk largely in a thoughtful way from those things. I think we became more aware of that problem over the course of last year, and like the other agencies, decided to move away from that. We're very conscious of the fact that we shouldn't be telling banks who they can lend to, that's a decision for them in the private sector.
Let me ask you this, how are you ensuring, though, that like the frontline examiners are aligned with this new direction and not continuing with any past practices?
You know, I will say that is the ultimate question is will the, and I think they will, and I think as a former bank examiner, Vice Chair Bowman is actually very well positioned to engage with supervisors and in a way that someone with experience can do successfully, whereas if you don't have that experience, I think it might be harder.
Thank you. You know, Secretary Bessent recently announced a drive to change the culture of supervision through improvements to examination procedures and enhancements for appealing supervisory findings. That includes defining unsafe and unsound by rule using more objective measures rooted in financial risk. Do you support this initiative, and will we be seeing further rule changes at the Federal Reserve to achieve this goal?
So I like the sound of all that. I will say on issues of supervision, Vice Chair Bowman has significant authority, and also she's got the background and the understanding, and first thing I would do is I would ask her what she thinks about that.
Just sort of a changing direction on a couple of questions. During the volatility in the Treasury markets last April, some have speculated that foreign investors were dumping Treasury securities. Since then, though, recent data has showed that foreign investors holding of U.S. Treasuries held close to a record high in April. Does this data show that Treasury's safe haven status and the dollar's global reserve currency status remain strong while the administration conducted trade negotiations?
I would say yes to that. I think we need to be careful about these narratives that pop up quickly. I mean, we're the world's reserve currency and the world's greatest democracy, and I think the dollar is always going to be, for a long time, it's going to be the reserve currency and the place where people want to be.
Let me ask you this. Do you believe there's a possibility that Treasury markets will crack, just as Jamie Dimon has recently warned at the Reagan National Economic Forum?
I don't want to say things like that. I don't think that's something that's happening. Treasury markets are functioning well and normally, and they did function through a period of pretty substantial stress. And as you pointed out, Mr. Moore, that they're focusing well now.
With that, I yield back. And actually, if Ms. Salazar is still here, I'll give her my remaining time. If not, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Williams of Georgia. You're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here. It's been a while since I've had the opportunity to ask questions sitting at the bottom of the room, but I am happy to have this conversation today because the last time we talked, last July, I mentioned that combating economic inequality is a critical part of the Fed's dual mandate, and that is something that I am deeply, deeply interested in. Back then, we were talking about how we can get everyone in our economy to have the opportunity to contribute to their fullest potential, because that's how we get our economy firing on all cylinders and work to continue to close the racial wealth gap, which my home city of Atlanta continues to lead the nation in. That seems like such a far cry from where we are today, almost a year later. Forget our economy firing on all cylinders. Now our economy and our nation seem to just be on fire. We're looking at tariffs that are raising the prices of groceries, fuel, housing, and everyday goods. Chairman Powell, I get feedback every time I'm in a hearing about my nails because I like to get my nails done. And my nail tech told me about the increase in cost of so many of the different products that would be used just for me to get my manicure monthly, because tariffs are frightening so many of our small businesses, which we know are the backbone of our economy. And so it's hurting my community in Atlanta. But it doesn't seem like our president and my Republican colleagues are really interested in making sure that our economy fires on all on all cylinders, as long as billionaires continue to get richer, because that's what we've seen and all of the gutting that has been done to the federal government. And Chairman Powell, I'm sure that this is coming to your department as well. With the recent events that we've seen, we know that it is very dangerous to gut the federal government, agencies that we depend on, and politicizing the work of agencies such as yours. Chairman Powell, this current president has tried to reclassify tens of thousands of non-political public servants just to make it easier to fire them. And that includes people who have served in Democratic and Republican administrations. It even includes people who serve in independent agencies just like yours. Chair Powell, as a chair who our current and previous president routinely has threatened to fire, I think I just heard something on CNN today while you were here testifying. But what effect has this policy had on the career civil servants in your agency? And are these threats making it easier or harder for the Fed to do monetary policy?
They're having no effect. We're doing our jobs.
You're doing your jobs. I appreciate you doing your job, even when it might not be easy. It is important to tune out the things that you hear on the media, because I hear it every day representing a district that has a lot of federal employees, a lot of people who work at your agency. I hear from people all the time. Thank you so much. And not only do I have thousands of federal employees in my district, but my district has one of the widest racial wealth gaps in the country. Much of that has to do with our worsening housing crisis. And unfortunately, as we've seen with the past 6 months, this administration has been focused on this big billionaire bailout bill, gutting HUD, and releasing a budget that does not help the supply of fair and affordable housing nationwide. Now we've heard the president talk about having the power to control interest rates. In your opinion, Chairman Powell, what would you expect the effects would be on the housing market if the president were to lower interest rates without addressing the housing supply crisis nationwide?
Sorry, if he were to what?
If the president has talked about having the power to control interest rates. In your opinion, what would you expect the effects would be on the housing market if the president were to lower interest rates without addressing the housing supply crisis nationwide?
Honestly, it's not our job to speculate on things the president might do.
So what impact do interest rates have on housing access?
Over the long run, they don't really affect housing supply. Assuming that rates will go up and down.
Well, not on the supply, but on the housing market. The supply is separate that we need to address going into this. If we're going to move interest rates up and down, that's not going to be the end all be all to getting people into housing. We must address the housing supply crisis. But what impact do interest rates have on the housing market in general?
Well, interest rates really affect housing demand. So with lower rates, you see more demand, and higher rates, maybe less demand.
Thank you, Chairman Powell. I am out of time, but I have lots of questions that continue to work to close the racial wealth gap in this country, specifically focused on my district in Atlanta, where it is so prevalent. Thank you so much.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Stutzman, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Chairman Powell, great to see you. And again, as I've mentioned to you before, but always appreciate your steady hand at the wheel and not I guess, getting out of your lane necessarily, but obviously you have a huge impact on the economy and what's happening there at the Fed. I want to kind of follow up a little bit on housing, as I've been hearing a lot about housing concerns in Northeast Indiana, and I know you're not you're used to being beat up on a lot by folks all around the country, but I want to speak specifically to one particular individual, Grant Cardone. He made some pretty strong remarks about your policy when it comes to the housing industry. And he said, that's why you have 500,000 more homes listed than buyers for those homes. When the rates come down, prices will also come down with it because you'll have more supply in the marketplace, and supply is what controls prices. He went on to say that, interest rates do not control prices. And he explained that lower rates could stimulate activity in the market, and activity is what makes the economy work. And I agree with his comments, overall, but I believe, as you said earlier, the economy seems stable. And I would agree with that coming from an ag and manufacturing area. It's not booming yet, but I believe most people are optimistic that the good times are coming and that the structure is set and in place. But when it comes to housing, it seems like that's where a lot of Americans are stuck. They've had low rates, they've got a good mortgage rate, but if they want to make a move, they have to go out of that 3% interest rate into 4.5%, 5% or higher percent interest rate. Thoughts on addressing housing, because their prices are up for sure, but people aren't. There's no activity. There's the velocity is very slow. Would you like to comment on any of that?
Sure. So yeah, we see the same thing you do in the housing market. It's tough. There's not people are locked in. They can't afford to get out of their house because the cost of getting to a higher mortgage, higher price mortgage would be a lot. So the best thing we can do though is to get inflation sustainably down to 2% and have it stay there over a long period of time. And that is really what we can offer to them. And I think so. If you go back to the beginning of the pandemic, when we cut to zero and we did all those programs, we really saved the housing industry because they're the front line for interest rates. At a time like this, when rates are, I would say modestly restrictive, not even moderately, but modestly restrictive, they feel it, and their customers feel it. We understand that, but we only have one tool for the whole economy, not just for housing. So it's something we consider, but we have to consider the bigger picture. And I do think in the medium term, as rates come down, you'll see normalization in housing. Of course, there'll still be a national housing shortage. I don't know about your district, but
yeah, no, there's a shortage.
Yeah.
I mean, considering the macroeconomics of interest rates, I mean, how much consideration do you take housing into that decision as you address interest rates?
We're always briefed on it. We always talk about it. We always look at it. But at the end of the day, it's the big U.S. economy, the whole aggregate thing that matters. We also talk about the agricultural economy a lot as well, but ultimately, and manufacturing, it's got to be the whole, and not any one particular piece.
Yeah, I just would mention it is hard for American families to make that move, and they're stuck, and so I would just highly consider ask you to consider that piece of it, because when Americans can't move and Americans can't upgrade or move laterally even, it really keeps the economy kind of holds the economy back a bit when Americans don't have that. But again, I want to say thank you, because you have a tough job, but I haven't heard from anyone in my district asking interest rates to go up. So I'll just pass that along from Indiana's 3rd district. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes gentleman from Colorado. Ms. Peterson is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and great to see you, Chair Powell. Thank you so much for being here today. I want to thank you for your long service to our country. I know that you've served under many Democrats, Republicans. You've always been nonpartisan and done your job to put our country first, and we appreciate your steadfast leadership and If you are not reappointed, it will be very missed here. I have some concerns when I think about, I know you've touched on this a little bit through the questions today, but around the independence of the Federal Reserve. Your job, no matter what president you served under, Republican or Democrat, was to make sure that this was not a political position while you brought news that some would not be happy about because it reflected what you had to do to address inflation. You know, when I think about the conversations we've had going through the global pandemic and the economic fallout and how we had to infuse money throughout our country to keep our services afloat, our businesses afloat. And while we suffered from inflation like the rest of the world, we had the quickest, strongest recovery. We were leading the globe. And so much of that was because of your leadership. And so when I think about what this position means, how important it is that there is independence, what are your biggest concerns about a potential successor that doesn't prioritize that and wants to do what is politically asked of them versus what they need to do for the country? And what are their long-term repercussions if you're not acting on addressing the economic uncertainties and trying to address inflation in this position?
So I wouldn't speculate on that, but I would say, the credibility on the Fed on price stability is very, very important. People believe that we will bring inflation back down to 2% over time. And once if they really do believe it and it's true, then that'll have big effects on not just short-term rates but long-term rates. If that were to be called into question, then you'd see long-term rates go up. I mean, that credibility once lost is very expensive to regain, is what the historical record says. So I just think I think people should understand that credibility on inflation is hard won and something we need to constantly tend. And that's what we're doing with our current policy, is just being careful with potential inflation risks. We haven't overreacted. In fact, we haven't reacted at all. But we're being a little bit careful about that set of questions as we decide what to do next.
Thank you for bringing that up. As we look at where we were, how far we had come in our economy, things were starting to stabilize, and we were starting to finally see a relief on the interest rates. They were starting to go down. Now they're holding steady. Can you talk about why the instability? When we look at tariffs around the increase in the deficit by the proposed big ugly bill that is being brought through Congress right now, and increasing our debt by trillions of dollars, and having our credit downgraded again because we are increasing our deficit. So with this economic uncertainty, where we were going, we were on the way down, or reducing our rates, and now we have to hold steady to address the instability. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, could you just briefly restate your question there? I apologize.
Yes, I'm going to do this the best I can with with Sam here. That with our having to address inflation, as we've started to see it, you were able to decrease the rates. We were starting to go down a little bit. We were seeing that our economy was finally in a solid place. Prices were starting to go down. And now with the economic uncertainty, we're starting to see that you had to hold steady, whereas everyone was projecting before this administration came in with these changes that it was going to continue to go down. Can you talk about why you have had to choose to hold steady on the interest rates?
So we just, we stick to what we're assigned to do, which is maximum employment and price stability. We don't have opinions on fiscal policy or trade policy or immigration policy or any one of another, or regulation policy, other than that we have our regulatory responsibilities. And so we take what comes as it comes. And, elected politicians do what they do, and we don't criticize that. We don't have opinions.
Gentlemen's time has expired, and the gentle ladies.
Thank you, and thank you, Sam.
Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Mrs. De La Cruz, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Chair Powell, for being here with us today. I am Congresswoman Monica De La Cruz, and I am from deep South Texas, a largely Hispanic district, a rural community right there on the border of Texas and Mexico. I serve as the Vice Chair for Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, and it's difficult for families right now to afford a home on an average paycheck. I'm committed to finding affordable housing solutions for the people in my community, but also for all over the nation. So, Chair Powell, mortgage rates remain significantly elevated relative to Treasury yields, with spreads well above historical norms. To what extent does the Federal Reserve believe its balance sheet policy, particularly the runoff of MBS holdings, is contributing to this widening? And how does that factor into your broader assessment of financial conditions?
I don't think that our runoff of MBS is a particularly large contributor to that situation. I also think it's not just interest rates. It's so many things around housing now. It's insurance, it's materials, it's land acquisition, it's labor. There's so many cost pressures that are pushing up housing costs.
Thank you. With that being said, moving on to an entirely different topic, if the Federal Reserve focuses on issues outside its dual mandate, there are more opportunities for policy mistakes. How can you ensure that no other climate policy work is being done at the Federal Reserve?
So it is a big risk to our independence if we were to stray into areas where we shouldn't, that really aren't part of our mandate. And I would agree that climate is the biggest risk. So we really did the bare minimum. We did much less than I think people understand in the climate area. All we did was one piece of guidance, and then we ran one stress scenario, and we, by the way, didn't find anything. And I think you don't look to us to try to take on a bigger role or really to play any role in climate, which I personally think is an important issue and one that needs to be dealt with by elected officials. And for bank regulators just to step in and take that on without a mandate from Congress is not a good idea. It's not a good solution, and it's not a good way to remain independent.
Reclaiming my time, what kind of climate guidance did you make?
So for just the big banks, I believe, we asked them to monitor to have a framework for which they would monitor their risks from lending. That's all it was. And I would say that guidance is something we're looking at pulling back.
When you say the risk for lending based on political climate change, is that correct?
Well, the idea was that the changing climate could, I'm not defending this, I'm telling you what the idea was. The idea was, climate change would cause certain kinds of assets to lose value, and that banks are lending to in those areas or to those industries, then they should at least be able to measure. Didn't ban anybody from doing anything. It wasn't prescriptive. At the same time, you have the feeling that the side effect of it would be to discourage lending, and we don't want that to be the case, so that's why we're looking at it.
Well, it does sound like that is policy that is based on political agenda. And when it comes to banking, it should not be based on political agenda, but instead on facts such as credit, facts as good monetary policy. So I would have to disagree with you on the fact that the Federal Reserve stayed outside of political agendas. When it comes to climate change, that is a political agenda, and I would have to disagree with you on that. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from California. Mr. Sherman is also ranking member of the Capital Markets Subcommittee for 5 minutes.
We don't notice good bank regulation. Things just go smoothly. But
In 2023, we saw the effects of inadequate bank regulation, where we lost 3 banks. There was a proposal that passed the House that would have cut the pay rate of your bank inspectors, regulators, down to 70% of the rate paid at FDIC. So you would have been 70% of what the other major bank regulation agency did. I know you've announced things about headcount, but I'm focusing here on just the rate of pay. Fortunately, we were saved by not Superman, but Superwoman, Elizabeth McDonough, the Senate parliamentarian. But what effect would it have had on our ability to have good bank regulation if you had to go to all the folks in doing bank regulation at the Fed and say that their pay is going to be cut to 70% of the rate of pay over at the FDIC?
Would have made it harder for us to attract or to retain personnel. It also would have knocked down something we've had for 90 years, which is a sort of a moat that allows us to take care of HR issues on our own without Congress.
I've got a couple of questions I'd ask you to respond for in the record. The first is Section 899 of the big ugly bill, big beautiful bill, whatever you want to call it, enforcement of remedies against unfair foreign taxes. What this does is it imposes a tax on those residents of about 24 foreign countries should they invest in the United States, including in our treasuries. And we're trying to attract capital from abroad. This is to push out capital abroad. It doesn't affect China. It just affects 24 of our friends, particularly in Europe. The other thing I'd like you to respond for is the record is the tariffs and the effect that that has not only on the inflation rate, but therefore on interest rates. And at your press conference, you said increases in tariffs this year are likely to push up prices and weigh on economic activity. And I'd certainly like to know more about that. The Treasury has our reserves, but you also have a liquidity fund, which I believe involves buying and selling foreign currencies. And so that begs the question whether if you're allowed to buy the euro, whether you're allowed to buy cryptocurrencies. And of course, the president has said that some agency of the federal government should have a strategic crypto reserve. Do you or your successors have the legal right to take assets of the Fed and buy Bitcoin or Trump coin?
No, we don't, and we do not seek this authority.
I hope very much that your successor is not someone who tries to stretch existing statutes and come to an opposite answer. I'd like to focus a little bit on when you came before our committee last, I guess, in February. I asked you if you would take a holistic look at bank capital requirements, including the risk-based capital ratios like Basel III Endgame and stress testing to make sure that you don't have a contraction in the ability to provide credit to Main Street businesses, and you said you would do that. So my question this time is, how does the Fed plan to sequence the various capital requirement reform proposals that we expect to see in the coming months? In what order will you proceed with reforms on Basel III weight risk capital, leverage ratio, stress testing, and the GSIB service charge, knowing that these have interactive effects? Can you tell us what the sequence will be?
So I really do. This is the heart of what the Vice Chair for Supervision is assigned to do, is to bring proposals to the board. And I read that as giving her she's the one who will decide that sequencing. You're right there. There are many things, and it's really up to her to decide what's the timing, what's the priority. And I don't actually know exactly what she's only been confirmed for a couple of weeks, so we're just getting going.
With you as the head of the agency, even if she is supposed to decide the sequencing, that your agency would tell us what the sequencing is going to be. and understand how important it is for people to know what the order, those various regulations
Gentleman's
will
time
have,
has
and I
expired.
yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Nunn, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for joining us again here. We have a saying, you know, Iowa is nice, kind of boring. We want our Fed chairman to be just the same, and you're doing a great job at that. We appreciate it. Thank you. Nothing gets boring. We like that too. Look, you have a lot of great staff that come from Iowa as well. I appreciate you having them on your team. We also want to recognize the fact that, you know, folks in Iowa are still feeling the challenges of the last 4 years. We're middle America. It is the heartland of the country, but it also means that impacts that change things on the coast don't always get felt the same way in the Midwest. And so as a result, folks are stretching every dollar as they face everything from higher grocery prices, eggs, trying to buy just that first car or even maybe that first home. And interest rates to them matter as they do everywhere else, but they're even more. Now, I will offer the president has made great strides in making progress for Iowa families, and wage growth is moderating nationwide. Many Iowans still feel, though, that inflation spikes impact them. And with the president focused on rebuilding the middle class, I'd like to talk a little bit about how the Fed ensures that this part of the heartland can feel the benefits of a soft landing as you've laid out.
Oh, you're asking me how you will feel the benefits of the well, I would think, pretty open-ended question. So I think, you know, our goal is to keep the economy strong, the labor market strong, and price stability fully restored. So that's really what we can provide, is a long period of stable prices. And we define that as Chairman Greenspan used to, which is people can make economic decisions in their families and their jobs where they don't have to think about inflation all the time. And we're getting back closer to that place, but we're not quite there yet. It's the main thing we can now do. And once we restore price stability, you know, very soundly, that gives us the ability to react more strongly to downturns in the economy without having to worry about inflation. And so that's, you know, we have limited scope, but those are two very, very important things that we can deliver that benefit all families.
I would agree. So I guess I would also like to focus here on the short term. The Fed Reserve has slightly lower rates to ease borrowing costs for rural communities, and long-term trade negotiations strengthen our global position. Would you agree that the agricultural sector in particular is vulnerable to both interest rates and recognize international markets? And how would the Fed evaluate the unintended consequences of policy on commodity-dependent economies in a state like Iowa?
We have a number of our Federal Reserve Bank presidents represent districts which have extensive agricultural operations and families and farms. And so we hear from them kind of all the time, but we hear from them in great detail around every FOMC meeting. And we understand that times, you know, pretty challenging right now in the agricultural sector. We take that into account. You know, ultimately we're responsible for the aggregate level of the economy and for keeping inflation under control and maximum employment. So, but we do very much think about and take into consideration the agricultural sector and the people in it.
We appreciate that evaluation. I know there are farmers back home as well as, you know, our bankers who value that because they're the ones providing the capital for it. I want to talk a little bit on the national security side as the vice chair of NATSEC here. If foreign actors begin weaponizing treasury sales or dollar reserves, what tools does the Fed have to help preserve financial stability and the dollar's status as a reserve currency within the world?
You know, essentially what makes us the reserve currency is a few things. It is our great democratic institutions. It is that we have open capital markets, very open capital markets, and it is that we have price stability and the rule of law. Those are the things that make you the reserve currency, and you can keep that status as long as you maintain those things. Of those things, the thing that we contribute is price stability over the long run. So people who want to invest in or use the dollar, they can be confident in the value of the dollar over time, that it won't fluctuate wildly or decline in ways that, and so that's our role. Really, Treasury is responsible for stewardship of the dollar, but we have that role to play as well.
Very good. In the brief time that I have left here, I just came back from a trip to Saudi and the Arab states. Big concern here in the world we're living in right now, with Iran looking at asymmetric ways to threaten the United States, cyber attacks have been on the rise. You got a question here earlier on cybersecurity. Help us feel confident the Fed is doing everything they can to protect us from a cyber threat.
Our part of it is the financial sector and the institutions we regulate, and they spend a lot of time and money on cybersecurity. We spend a lot protecting ourselves, and there are other parts of the U.S. government that are very much involved in
Gentleman's time is
making us
expired.
aware of cyber issues and making sure that we're all ready. And we never sleep on this because it's always getting harder.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from California, Mr. Vargas, who's also a ranking member and my colleague on the Monetary Policy Task Force, is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. Appreciate it. And of course, Mr. Powell, thank you very much, Chairman Powell, for being here. I'm 64 years old. You're a little bit older than I am. In my lifetime, I know what the most dramatic economic event is, at least that I believe. In your lifetime, what do you think is the most dramatic economic event that you lived through as a country, as a world?
So, as an adult, I would say the global financial crisis and the pandemic.
No, just one. You get to pick
big
one.
events. Sorry?
You get to pick one. You pick two, just one.
I would say there's a third, which would be the great inflation. So I'm going the wrong way here.
You're going the wrong way. Yeah, just pick one.
I'd say the global financial crisis was, in a lot of ways, scarier than the pandemic for me.
Yeah, it's interesting because both of them were ones that I lived through too. And I have to tell you, the most dramatic for me was the pandemic. In so many ways, I'd never seen anything like it, where everything closed down. I remember flying here from San Diego, where I live, on a 737, and there were 4 passengers. There were 4 of us on the plane. Of course, some idiot sits right next to my tiny guy. What are you doing, you stupid boy? But anyway, it is interesting that we didn't fall into the recession. We didn't fall into a depression. I was really scared about what was going to happen because of the way we closed down. We didn't know it was going to go. We didn't know it was going to happen. And I think a big reason for that was the sort of the strength that we had at the Fed and the country came together and said, we're going to figure this thing out. And we did that. You didn't panic. You guys were very independent. I think everyone did their job. The reason I say that is because I do worry about the independence of the Fed now going forward. The question, can the president appoint himself as the Fed chair?
It's a question, but not for me.
You're the Fed chair. You should know. You should know what the requirements are to be the Fed chair. Can he appoint himself?
I don't know.
You don't know that question? What is, well, you're the Fed chair. What is the requirements to be the Fed chair?
Nominated by the president, confirmed by the Senate. I think you probably have to be a U.S. citizen, probably, but I'm not sure.
Okay, so far it seems like the president fits those. He's a U.S. citizen. He can propose himself, and I assume that senators over there can confirm. Why couldn't he become Fed chair also?
Again, not a question for me.
Okay.
I wouldn't speculate.
The reason I ask that is because, again, I do think that we have a great system because of the independence of the Fed. And it worries me that more and more, and I assume, I'm not going to ask you this embarrassing question, although I would like to, whether you read all the things that he says about you. I'm sure you do, or some people tell you. Yeah. But I won't tell you what they are. But I'm glad you've been independent. And I think that that's so important because you do look at long terms. It's not missed on you. You know that we want you all to lower the rates. You know that, both sides, right? You get that. The answer could be yes or no.
Honestly, I'm not sure I do know that. I talked to a
Well,
lot
I
of
can
members
say from our
privately.
side, we'd love to see the rates go down. And I've heard from a number of my colleagues on the other side, we'd love to see the rates go down.
I talked to
I
a
think
lot of
they pretty
members who
unanimously
say
like to see it.
privately, you're doing the right thing. I hear that from a lot of members privately.
Yeah,
But in any case, we have to do, you were appointed and confirmed, my colleagues and I, do what we think is right.
That's exactly right. And that's why I say it, because I think it's not lost on you that we all want the rates to go down. In fact, it's really real when you say, if someone's locked in at 3% at their house, their interest rate, so they don't want to move and get a 7% rate. They don't want to pay that. That's real. My colleagues mentioned that, and that's truthful. And that's why it's so important to be independent. Now, lastly, I do want to ask
'Cause again, it's so darn important to have an independent Fed chair and an independent Fed. Secondly, the dual mandate. I respect the chairman very much, and he's a friend. Hope that doesn't hurt him politically. But that being said, he did ask you a question about the dual mandate in a way that he quoted somebody else and said, "Is that the way you see it? I do want to see, how do you see the dual mandate?" It seems to me that you gave a little bit of a preference to price stability over maximum employment. Is that the case?
No, I think the two things are equal under the law. But if the thought is, we haven't defined it in exactly the way that the chairman said, but notwithstanding
agree
that, I
with
do
it?
think it's a reasonable way to define it, which is the maximum employment is the maximum level that's sustainable or consistent with price stability over the long run. That doesn't make it, to me, an inferior goal.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you.
I think it's kind of
Mr. Chairman.
implicit in a way.
Chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. McLean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. As a business owner, small business owner myself, access to capital is extremely important to me. So I want to talk a little bit about the Fed's balance sheet and just get a better understanding of how we're thinking about it. I mean, some experts say that the Fed's balance sheet, a large balance sheet, is distorting the markets and keeping long-term rates, let's say, too low. Also, I think it limits the access to capital, right? Historically, if I'm accurate, the balance sheet's been about $4 trillion prior to the pandemic. Then we raised it, almost doubled it to about $9 trillion, and now it's on a kind of a downward trajectory to about 7.2. Again, if my math is right. Do you think we're on the right track in shrinking this balance sheet?
I do, yes.
I'm trying to get a sense of what the landing spot, in your opinion, should be. You think we'll get back to the $4 trillion?
No. So we're in what we call an ample reserves regime, and what that means is that the quantity of reserves, demand fluctuates, and this means the quantity of reserves can fluctuate without affecting interest rates. And we think that's a good thing. What that means is there's going to be a lot of liquidity in the banks and in the financial system. That's a good thing. There wasn't enough liquidity before the global financial crisis. That was one of the problems. We have some shrinking left to do on the balance sheet, but we're not going to get down as far as you asked.
Where do you think we'll land? Because let me start. I'm sorry. Where do you think we'll land?
I can't give you an exact number, but we're going at a pretty modest pace now. We've slowed down, kind of cut in half twice the speed. We think we can go for a good while at this speed, and we'll learn as we go.
So you think the trajectory, so to speak, will remain?
Yes, and I think the fact that it's quite a gradual trajectory now is going to enable us to find that level that is ample and not scarce. When reserves are scarce, you get a lot of volatility, and that doesn't help. So I think that's a good framework. The ample reserves framework, I think, serves the country well.
And you're not concerned in terms of the access to capital? I mean, as a business owner, that's what I look at, is I got to be able to get capital, and some people are saying, we're really hanging on to our cash.
I think honestly, I think if you took the trouble to go back to a much smaller balance sheet, it would have no effect whatsoever on capitalability for companies.
Why
We wouldn't
do you
do that
say
at all.
that?
We're not pulling capital away from companies. That's not what's happening. It's just you have a big balance sheet where there's a lot of liquidity. The result is there's a lot of liquidity. Banks are flush with liquidity for the most part, and that actually enables lending. It probably wouldn't have much of an effect one way or the other if
So
you
you're
went back to a smaller balance sheet.
So you're comfortable with the liquidity, you're comfortable with the access
Yes,
access to capital, excuse me.
I mean, we look at credit availability for smaller businesses, and right now conditions are a little bit tight.
Yeah, it's
but-
tough for people in my district.
Yeah.
It's
I would say that they're not
tough.
terribly tight, but we do see that there's some tightness. But that's not really a function of the Fed's size of the Fed's balance sheet. It's just that banks are perhaps a little risk averse in this uncertain environment.
I think it all marriage goes together and is kind of intertwined, but I appreciate that. I want to just switch gears a little bit. Are you seeing any signs of financial instability building beneath the surface that we may not be seeing maybe on top of the surface, whether it's in commercial real estate, private credit, regional banking, I don't know, anything you're seeing the underneath the surface that could derail the growth path?
Not really, no. I mean, you mentioned there are a lot of pots that we need to watch to see that they don't boil over. CRE, it's been a problem for 5 years. We're working our way through it. I think we're making good progress there. It's not getting worse. It's getting a little better. Private credit is, has its real positive attributes. A lot of it's not funded by deposits, so it's not, as long as it's not funded by retail or by deposits, it's actually fine for financial stability, but it's a very big and fast-growing sector, and it hasn't been through a real downturn, and it's quite diverse, so I think it bears close watching. I mean, asset prices are high, but leverage is not particularly high for corporations and households historically. It's not particularly high for banks. Banks are well capitalized. So I think overall financial stability conditions are not in a place where we worry a lot.
So we're really poised in a pretty good position economically.
And ladies'
I
time
think
has
so, yes.
expired.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Chair Powell, nice to see you again. We had spoken in February about some concerns I had about some of the cuts in some of our economic data reporting agencies, and I think you'd said at the time that you didn't have a concern, but if you would alert us if there were concerns. You'd mentioned this with Mr. Liccardo, and I gather, if I'm paraphrasing you, I think you said that you're not concerned about your access to data right now, but I think you said that you don't like the direction of travel. I wonder if you could speak to, well, first, I'm going to work under the assumption that as the chairman of the Fed, you probably have more access to economic data than just about anyone in our country. I am more worried about the impact on smaller businesses that don't have your access to data, whether someone thinking about hiring decisions, looking at regional inflation rates, all the data we get from those resources. How concerned should we be, if an efficient economy depends on, at some level, on equal access to information? How concerned should we be that our business community, with some of these cuts to the LS and elsewhere, is not going to be able to allocate capital as efficiently as otherwise would be in this moment?
The reality is that essentially all the data we use overwhelmingly is public data. The difference isn't that we have more access. The difference is that this is our job, and we follow the data very, very closely. But the employment reports, the CPI reports, the analysis of that by many economists, internal and external. We just spend all of our time on this stuff. But I think large businesses have the exact same.
Well, but I'm talking about
businesses, not.
BLS has announced they're cutting 350 indexes, so that data is no longer going to be public data.
That's a different thing. Okay, so if you're asking about that, I don't want to say, it wouldn't be true to say that we do our jobs with the data that we have now. That's just not true. The data overall, we get the data. It's all, these jobs you're always going to make mistakes. It's never going to be certain in any time. But I would say seeing that survey sizes are shrinking and we're seeing more volatility, for example, in the labor market data, lower response rates and things like that, that's not good. We should be getting better and better and better. Yeah. I would add the private sector, by the way, we use more and more big private sector data sets. And that is a relatively new thing
Sure.
in the last 5 or 10 years.
Yeah, and oftentimes
it doesn't replace the U.S. government data has been the gold standard.
Yeah, and I guess I get concerned because some of those data sets, of course, you have to pay for, and not every business can afford that. I want to, staying on the data point and picking up on what Mr. Himes was saying, I think only a fool would predict they know what's going to happen in the Middle East right now. But I get concerned that we have trying to handicap. The Saudis have been very open that they would like to not see the price of oil get above a point where they're going to lose market share, much to the dismay of U.S. frackers. U.S. frackers have been wanting to see it go the other direction. I don't know how to handicap which group is going to have more impact on Trump right now. But I would like to have some smart person out there taking a position on what is happening in oil markets. And the Energy Information Administration has now announced they're not going to run the International Energy Outlook anymore. Should we be concerned about that piece of data as we think about what's happening in global energy markets right now, given all the pressures between various suppliers of where they'd like to see the price go and the wild card that is Iran and the Red Sea?
I don't particularly know that specific report. I know there are many entities that do data analysis around energy and oil and the availability of it and the price of it and all those things. So I can't speak to that one report.
Okay, well, I mean, again, just my own experience before coming here, I relied a lot on that, and if I was in my past job, I would now basically have to rely on the International Energy Agency, which in general was not as robust as the DOE data. And so it's a gap. And I guess maybe I'll just close with, I think a lot of this gets tied together with the Office of Financial Research, which would presumably be synthesizing a lot of this information for you. Your predecessors, Janet Yellen and Ben Bernanke, both recently urged the opposition to cuts in Office of Financial Research that are in the bill that the Republicans are pushing through. Do you share your predecessors' concerns about the importance of that agency to synthesize some of this disparate things so that you can do your jobs, that the American people can do your job, or do you share the views of the Republican Party that agency is not necessary?
I'm not going to take a position on the bill, on the reconciliation package on specific issues like that don't relate to us. I will say generally, I'm a big fan, and everyone at the Fed is a big fan of good data collection.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Montana, Mr. Downing, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our national debt now exceeds $36 billion. Congressional Republicans have made it our mission to rein in out-of-control spending, from repealing the Green New scam, enacting common sense Medicaid and SNAP reforms, and rescinding wasteful spending. Mr. Chairman, you have repeatedly said our national debt is not currently at an unsustainable level, but it is on an unsustainable path. Can you describe what the point of no return looks like when our debt reaches an unsustainable level?
So there's no way to know exactly what that is, but ultimately, if the debt is growing substantially faster than the economy, by definition, at some point it will not be sustainable. So, we don't have oversight responsibility over the fiscal authorities, but that's traditionally what my predecessors have limited themselves to saying, and I'll say it too.
And what effect would that have on the economy?
So you'd see rates go up. It would be very challenging to. I think if you wait too long to fix the problem, you'll have to fix the problem eventually. If you wait too long, it'll be much more painful.
Yes. I believe the U.S. dollar status as the global reserve currency is essential. It allows the U.S. to borrow at lower costs, which stimulates economic growth and increases standards of living. The Trump administration is actively negotiating to ensure we are no longer taken advantage of by our trading partners. At a previous Monetary Policy Task Force hearing, all of the witnesses agreed that the recent volatility in the Treasury markets did not permanently damage the dollar's global reserve currency status. Do you agree?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Let me turn to oversight of the Federal Reserve. I certainly believe that had the Federal Reserve responded faster by raising interest rates earlier to combat the inflation crisis of the previous administration, that interest rates would not be as high as they are now. I hear frequently that from my constituents that they're increasingly getting priced out of the housing market while interest rates remain near record highs despite the rate of inflation coming down. So, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the Fed's increased transparency under your leadership, and you've always welcomed congressional oversight into the Fed. And I also appreciate the comments you've made about the limits of our knowledge demanding humility. So with that in mind, can you point to oversight practices of other governments into their central banks that could be replicated with the Federal Reserve?
That's an interesting question. I want to think about that. I'll come see you and we can talk about that.
Thank you, sir.
We have effective oversight from this committee and from the other committee in the Senate, and I think that's important.
Would you be supportive of an outside independent group of analysts or economists that conducts a periodic review of the Fed's economic assessments and modeling?
So those are ideas I'd like to think about and discuss privately before.
So do you have any other ideas to increase oversight of the Federal Reserve?
I think, like my predecessors, I've fostered, more and more transparency at the margin, and I think that's appropriate. I think transparency is critical if we're to maintain our democratic legitimacy. So I've tried that, but I'll devote some more thought to that question.
Well, I look forward to following up, and I thank you for your responses. And on that, Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here with us today. I understand commenting on some policy issues or outside of your purview, but I have one that I think is heavily impactful on the American economy right now. And I want to underscore the scale and impact of the ICE raids that we're seeing across the country. Pew Research estimates that over 10.5 million undocumented individuals live in the United States, more than 3.3% of the population today. And according to the nonpartisan American Immigration Council, removing this workforce could cost the U.S. economy between 1.1 and 1.7 trillion in GDP and billions in tax contributions, including 22.6 billion in Social Security and 5.7 billion in Medicare funds that are increasingly critical as our population continues to age. These are resources that are paid by these undocumented workers that have been here for a long time. Many of them have been here for a very long time. That's why I plan to introduce the Save the American Workforce Act, which would establish an employee-sponsored temporary work authorization for undocumented immigrants who have been in the country for 3 years or longer and have never been in any kind of trouble, no criminal liability or nothing else. Additionally, last week I sent a letter to President Trump urging him to halt indiscriminate deportations and issue an executive order that would do exactly what my bill does to protect American businesses that need a workforce. We have something, the last I heard, I think we have 7 million open jobs. We have a record low unemployment, which is great, but we have 7 million open jobs that we cannot fill by American workers. What economic consequences would we face if these individuals were removed from the workforce, even further hurting the situation that we're in? Could this disrupt even more the economy even more severely than what we experienced during the Great Recession?
So, as you might expect, Mr. Gonzalez, immigration policy is just not for the Fed to comment on or to let alone make, and so I'm reluctant to engage with you on that.
Okay. Well, okay. I want to talk to you something a little differently. We have, and this is a banking issue. Banks are making, billions of dollars of construction loans across the country that are timelined, and contractors are not able to fulfill their obligation because they don't have the labor force in the middle of the jobs to finish. I mean, I'm hearing stories in Texas, at least, where people are pouring concrete at midnight. Are y'all having any kind of conversation with the administration on how this could impact the economy and our GDP?
So we have very deep connections all over the country through the reserve banks, and we hear some of the same stories. But for us, we're not the policymakers here. We don't report this to the administration. We don't just publicly have a view on it. It just is what it is. So our responsibility, maximum employment, price stability, many other factors affect those goals, but we don't make those goals. We don't make the policy in those extraneous areas, which include things like energy, for example, or immigration, or fiscal policy, or any number of things. We try to stick to our knitting because that's how we remain independent.
We're living such unconventional times that I would love to have that. It would be great if y'all were having those conversations in the administration. But moving on, the U.S. dollar has also long been the world's dominant reserve currency, but that position is facing growing pressure. As of 2024, BRICS nations led by China and including Brazil, Russia, India, and South Africa have stepped up efforts to reduce their reliance on the dollar in global trade. China, for instance, has expanded the use of the yuan in energy transactions and cross-border payments, while BRICS is actively developing alternative payment systems that could erode the dollar's global role. At the same time, inconsistent and unpredictable economic policies from the White House have contributed to a drop in the dollar's value, now at its lowest level in 3 years. What risk does a weakening dollar pose to our economy, particularly to U.S. borrowing costs, inflation, financial stability, as China and BRIC nations expand their efforts to challenge the dollar's global dominance?
So, by long agreement and custom and tradition, the Treasury Department has responsibility for the dollar and dollar stewardship. I would say we also, are involved in payments policy, and we're very aware. We and the other major economy central banks are very aware of other payment developments, and working on ideas to make sure that the payment systems that support the dollar and other other
Gentleman's
major
time has
currencies
expired.
of the democracies are well supported by that infrastructure.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Ardopoulos, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here today and answering these questions for us. Very much appreciated. Looking back over the last few years, I think the question a lot of people have been asking me as they really were suffering through the challenges with higher prices across the board. I know they got as high as over 9% inflation in 2022. And there was a lot of discussion about, was it Ukraine, was it transitory, was it post-COVID? What was the reason? As you look back now in those years, and this is your field of expertise, if you look back and you're teaching a history class, what would you blame the increase in prices on back at that time period?
So I'll start with the fact that it was extremely global. So we saw there literally was a point at which not a single country in the world had inflation 2% or below. So it was everywhere. So you have to look to common factors. And I would say that the pandemic and the closing of the global economy and then the reopening of it, in all cases with some support, that's a big part of the story. Clearly, though, there's a role in that for fiscal policy. There's a role in that for monetary policy. And I like to think all of those factors were involved. And but when it happens everywhere in the world, you can't look to one thing. You got to look to something, a common factor. And I think that common factor is what happened around the pandemic.
Sure, good. And build on that idea. I know I hate it Monday morning quarterback, but if you had to do it over again, you had this opportunity, as you know, the rates stayed pretty flat in 2021 as inflation creeped up. What would you do differently today if you had the opportunity to look back and make some changes?
I have perfect hindsight in this.
Yes, sir. If you had it, yeah.
Sure. So I would have raised rates a little earlier. I honestly don't believe it would have made much difference to the outcomes, but we would have looked a lot smarter. But that's something I would have done. The other thing is, ultimately, we did get all the way back to 2% inflation just about without having a big increase in employment. So that was not at all expected. So I don't know how that would have affected my behavior, but somehow things really came out much better than everyone had anticipated. Was that it would take high unemployment to restore inflation, but it didn't.
And the other pressure point that I hear a lot of people talking about is this idea of the tariff issue. I've heard for months now that the sky is falling, but it seems at this point at least that the inflation rate is pretty steady. And how many months of steadiness do you need before you might look at an even larger rate cut from the 4.33 I think we have today?
So you're right. Inflation, the non-tariff parts of inflation that we've been working on for 3-4 years are behaving really well. And that was our forecast, but it's good to see it coming true. I would say we expected that tariffs take a while to work their way through the distribution chain, several months. And I would say we would expect to see meaningful effects, kind of June, July, August. And if we don't, we'll be learning something. We have a highly adaptive, flexible economy, and it's certainly a possibility that the tariffs that we expect will come through in a much smaller level. We can't know that until we actually see it, but I think we'll be learning as we go, and if we see that, then that would lead us to want to cut earlier. The other thing that would lead us to want to cut earlier is if we actually did see some weakness in the labor market of a troubling nature. We don't see that. Those are the two things we'll be looking for.
And the last question I'd ask is, at that same time period where, as you put it, the global issue of inflation, I get that. But at the same time period, there's pretty radical increase in spending in 2021 by the federal government. What factor did that play in the inflation level?
Certainly a factor, I would say. As I mentioned, fiscal policy definitely played a role. I think if you take a step back from those things, what happened was demand came back so much stronger than we expected. Remember, in late 21, early 22, you had the pandemic still going on, Omicron going on, 21 into 22. And demand was just much stronger than people expected. And by the way, the supply side was much slower to recover. So that's the labor force, that's all of the snarled up supply chains. The supply side took a long time to recover, and demand was much stronger. That story created the high inflation. Behind that, fiscal policy played a role, the spending did, monetary policy played a role, and the pandemic.
But you would agree that the government spending did play a significant role in that as well?
Yeah, I would say that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Foster, who is also ranking member of the Financial Institutions Subcommittee for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Following up actually on Rep. Gonzalez's line of questioning, so in addition to your dual mandate, do you believe that preserving the U.S. dollar and the primacy of the U.S. dollar is part of your job description?
I think it's something, it's not formally part of our job, but yes, it's something that we care about, and we certainly wouldn't want to undermine that. But that's really, Treasury has the primary role around the dollar. That's been the case for some time now.
I was just wondering how you deal with the sort of worldwide drop in investor confidence in dollar-denominated assets. Frankly, due to a president who disregards conventional economic theory and whose answer to nearly every question seems to be, "Well, I haven't decided yet," or "Maybe I'll give you an answer." Maybe I'll just comment. It must be challenging. Now, one of the things I've been very concerned about is, in terms of the job market, is artificial intelligence and the coming impact there. We're seeing predictions by the leaders of the leading AI firms that within 1 to 2 years, a majority of entry-level white-collar jobs will be gone. And there are products that are being released to market that propose to do pretty much exactly that. And I anticipate pretty high uptake of those things to essentially eliminate back office operations in small businesses, things like that, or intermediate-sized businesses. And we're already seeing layoffs in the big tech firms. Microsoft had a big round of layoffs where 40% were computer coders and maybe another 20% supervisors of computer coders. And so I was just wondering, what sort of analysis is the Federal Reserve doing about that job shock? How is it going to affect your dual mandate when it lands, perhaps as early as the next year or two?
So I think economists everywhere are doing work analyzing the potential implications of AI for employment, and some of the very things that you mentioned. And we're certainly both consumers and producers of that kind of research. And I think
technically this guy powers straight up.
Great confidence that what will happen, but there's certainly a possibility that, at least at the beginning, AI will.
I didn't hear him answer no questions. Like everything, we learned something. What do you learn, Mr. Powell? Next time we have one of these situations, we want to know, what did you learn, my man? You must know a lot.
Can be disruptive in the very short term, and AI, anyone who's been exposed to AI has to be kind of stunned with what it's capable of. And if you think, oh, this is just the beginning, they say that 2 years from now, the things you're looking at will be left behind by the continued development. So I think it is certainly everything you would want in a transformational technology, and I think that unknowable, but certainly to be important effects on the labor market. And I hear the same things you mentioned from CEOs, that they can see a way to significant reductions in employment, but I don't think we know that.
Yeah, but the question is, are you developing a playbook for this shock? And part of your job is to look at tail risk, and this is probably not even a real tail risk at this point. A lot of the CEOs think it's more probable than not. I've seen law firms just not hire the same number of junior associates just across the economy. Are you actually developing a playbook in case the shock is real, and what you may or may not be able to do with monetary or other policies?
The playbook is really in your hands and in the private sector's hands. We will be trying to maximize employment, and that will be what we do. And we'll try, at the same time, we maintain price stability. So we don't have the tools to. You're talking about transitioning people into new jobs and new lives, and
before AI wipes out those new jobs, you're retraining. Yeah, okay, well, it's, think about it. I urge you to think about it and what you will do when that job shock. So last week, Fed put out a request for information on ways to mitigate check and payment fraud. Despite a decline in the use of checks, check fraud is really very prevalent. And I was happy to join Chair Hill in sending you a letter and other banking regulators, as well as FinCEN, urging action. Can you summarize what you have in mind doing in response to that letter, or what you've learned in the outreach that resulted from it?
So this is on the check fraud thing. I just know we just started a request for information, and I think we're starting a process of gathering a bunch of information,
Gentleman's
really
time has
focusing on
expired.
that issue.
Okay, if you could say what you're actually going to do in response to that.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I now recognize myself for 5 minutes. Chair Powell, we've discussed this several times before, but the issue remains, so I continue to raise it. I sent you a letter several months ago urging you to seek public comment and permanently revisit the SLR and ESLR, particularly given the constraints current calculations places on market participants' ability to intermediate in the Treasury market. I'm glad to see that you're meeting tomorrow to discuss the issue. And I know you've discussed this with Mr. Flood. I want to clarify a couple of things. The last time you testified before the committee, you said you were concerned about the levels of liquidity in the Treasury market, and that one obvious thing to do would be to reduce how binding the SLR on intermediate capacity. Are you considering changes in the SLR and ESLR, and will you consider exempting treasuries and reserves from the SLR and ESLR?
So I do think we've effectively raised the capital tax on all kinds of intermediation activities, and that certainly includes Treasury market activities. So I've long favored leverage ratio reform, and so we're putting in a document for comment, which will seek comments on one particular proposal and alternatives to that proposal, as I mentioned earlier.
Which I think answers my next question, which will you look at changes at the leverage ratios that constrain a bank's ability to participate?
Yes, that's the idea.
In your view, would allowing netting mechanisms for derivatives on treasuries encourage participation in the market? And would you consider looking at that with your prudential counterparts?
This is for derivatives. My first phone call on that would be to Vice Chair Bowman to ask her what she's planning, but I'm certainly open to that conversation.
Absolutely. Let's discuss the framework review. You've said that the review of the consensus statement is complete, but potential changes to communication strategies and tools may continue into the fall. When can we expect the framework review to be complete, and will you provide opportunities to receive feedback from members, industry, and the public on any changes the board is considering?
The framework review, there are two parts of it. There's the consensus statement, which contains our monetary policy framework, and then there's communications. On the first, the framework, we've had the meetings that we needed to have to talk about the employment mandate and the price stability mandate, and how we might change the framework. Now comes the discussion between participants on the committee, all 19 of us, about exactly what language to use in the new framework. And we're just entering that phase between these two meetings and at the July meeting, and hopefully we'll be able to announce something near the end of the summer. And I expect that will be. And by the way, we've talked about we've laid this out a little bit in the minutes as we go.
One last question. The NPR notes that the FOMC's policy deviates from the first difference policy rule. Will you provide a justification for why the FOMC decided against that path?
Against the first difference rule? Well, as you probably know, there are 5 rules that we talk about there, and the first difference rule is the one that calls for a price hike. The other 4 say that we're in the right place. So the Taylor rules generally are very supportive for where we are. It so happens right now. First difference rule is a very interesting concept, which we can talk about online, which has a lot of appeal, but it can be a little bit volatile too. And right now it's calling for a rate hike. The other four are calling for us to hold our policy where it is.
The irony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back the balance of my time, and I turn to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Bynum, for 5 minutes. Ms. Bynum for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to start off with just kind of a foundational belief I have. This big, beautiful bill is trash, and it's actually increasing our costs. So, but thank you for being here today. I was just back home and saw firsthand that businesses across the country, across my state, are worried about inflation and rising costs. And particularly for our state where we make chips, we import, export agriculture, and we have apparel. So just want to level set there. My Republican colleagues have actually been focused today on asking you to lower interest rates, but they're seeming to ignore the market chaos that the president has caused. So my first question is, it's my understanding that one of the key responsibilities of the chair of the Federal Reserve is to stabilize prices and fight inflation. Is that right?
Yes.
By my count, the President Trump, has changed or announced a new tariff or a delay of previously announced tariffs 19 times. And so has the president's ever-changing tariff made it easier or harder to stabilize prices and fight inflation?
So I by practice, never comment on things the president does or says.
Has the administration's policies on tariffs...
Or the administration.
Has the change in policy on tariffs made it easier or harder?
So it's not up to us to judge these changes. These are things that elected politicians get elected and do, and it's just not our job. You know, our job is to provide stable prices and maximum employment to the public, and that's what we do. So we do expect there will be a set of price increases from some of the price increases from tariffs will flow through to the consumer. We don't know whether that will be persistent or how large it will be, and so right now we're kind of in watch and wait mood until we have a better sense.
Is your sense that back to school will be affected, the holiday season will be affected? You mentioned it a little bit earlier on how you didn't say the exact time frame, but you thought maybe a few months we would start to see changes from
Well, I think
tariff
we're going to be
impacts.
learning as we see. We'll get before the July meeting, we'll get a inflation report well before that. And, you know, we're going to be looking to see, we expect to start to see meaningful increases through the goods channel. And if we don't see that, then they'll be telling us something. We'll be learning from that. And by the way, we'll also be looking at the labor market. If it weakens unexpectedly, we'll be looking at that too. We will continue to adapt to the evolving situation as we have been doing.
So what market conditions would make it so that the Federal Reserve would be able to lower interest rates, which would also lower costs?
So as I just mentioned, I would say if we were to see that inflation is not coming through as our forecast and other public forecasts have suggested, that would push us in the direction of being able to cut sooner. Also, if the labor market were to weaken, that would push us in the direction of being able to cut sooner. I think if the opposite happens, if the labor market remains strong and we do see higher inflation, I think we will still get around to cutting, but it would be later rather than sooner.
What do you think American families are expecting from the Federal Reserve?
Stable prices and maximum employment. That's what we want to deliver. And, you know, we want people to feel so confident of price stability that they never think about inflation. That's where we were for a very long time. And we've made a lot of progress back to that place, but we're not quite there yet. And we're gonna finish that job.
Is there a plan that the administration has presented on how it plans to lower costs as opposed to providing tax breaks for billionaires?
Again, it's really not up to me to discuss the administration's priorities or policies.
I'm going to quickly switch gears here. It seems to me like you're under a lot of pressure from the president to address the national debt. True, false?
Sorry?
Are you under pressure from the president to address the national debt?
So our role is maximum employment and price stability. Fiscal policy is the responsibility of Congress. And so it's not really within our ambit.
I think that despite all of the talk about national debt, this big, beautiful trash bill, continuing to do that will actually raise the national debt. So thank you for answering the questions today and continuing to work to lower costs.
And
for
the lady's
American
time has
families.
expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Barr, who is chairman of the Subcommittee on Financial Institutions for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for the generosity of your time. We're at the witching hour, but appreciate your endurance. And with respect to my friends, the gentlelady's line of questioning, would a recession that would potentially result from a massive tax increase, a $4 trillion tax increase, would a recession help the debt and deficit picture?
No. Tax receipts would go down and all that.
Yeah, so I think this sky is falling scenario about the one big beautiful bill, we have to put into context, and I'm not asking you, Chairman Powell, to comment on this, but this is my editorial response to my colleague. A massive $4.5 trillion tax increase that would put us into a recession is not a recipe for fiscal discipline. Chairman Powell, let me switch gears to tariffs. Governor Waller argued in a speech earlier this month that tariffs might result in just a one-time price increase as opposed to increasing long-term inflation expectations, especially since this Congress has not pumped massive spending into the economy as Democrats did under President Biden. On this issue of a one-time price increase versus inflation expectations, do you generally agree with Governor Waller's analysis?
So I do agree that basically, if things are a one-time increase, then you don't respond to them. That's the whole idea. Is there's a shock to prices. It could be an oil shock. It could be a tariff shock. Generally speaking, you don't respond if you are highly confident that it will just be a one-time shock. I think the current situation, though, is a complicated one, and I think a number of my colleagues and I feel like it's a decision we need to take with some care. And the reason is because we're not at price stability. In 2018 and 19, when the president's tariffs were put into place, not only did we not raise rates, we cut rates 3 times that year because the tariffs were so much smaller. These tariffs are many times larger, and they do raise kind of more concern. In 2019, we hadn't had high inflation in 30 years. Now we're only a few years reduced away from high inflation. So I think we think that they may well prove to be a one-time thing, but in the meantime, it's a decision we want to approach with some care.
I think we've made a lot of progress towards getting closer to that 2% goal. Does the Fed take into account the disinflationary fiscal policies like supply-side tax cuts, deregulation, and more energy production that could be a counterweight to whatever one-time price increase that might materialize as a result of tariffs?
So we look at aggregate inflation, not any particular kind, and I'm very gratified at the performance of services inflation, which has come down now. That was the very sticky inflation. So I think overall the inflation picture is actually pretty positive.
Chairman Powell, we're looking forward to this rulemaking later this week addressing Treasury market liquidity. Can you talk about how banks are constrained from holding U.S. Treasuries and other low-risk assets on their balance sheet as a result of these restrictive leverage ratios?
Yes, when banks are bound by the leverage ratio, when that's the binding capital constraint, then that's going to make low risk, low return assets, something you don't want to hold. And so lots of fairly low risk intermediation, including Treasury market intermediation, gets taxed to the point with capital requirements that you just see less of it. So I've always thought that it would be better if we had a leverage ratio that was a backstop rather than the binding thing, and that's what this proposal is going to do.
Well, let me preemptively thank you and Vice Chair of Supervision Bowman for working on SLR reform to accommodate more bank holdings of treasuries to stabilize our treasury markets. Finally, I'm pleased to see that the Fed joined its interagency counterparts and announced that you no longer plan to consider reputational risk in your examination process. Senator Scott and I introduced the FIRM Act to stop the weaponization of the supervision process, to stop the targeting of politically unfashionable groups. Our bill requires regulators to focus on the true risks as opposed to political factors. What was the Federal Reserve's thought process in implementing this common sense reform?
That it's common sense. And, I think this is an area where we've learned over the last couple of years that there really was a problem here. The reports were louder and louder and more troubling. So we just thought, let's take this off the table. It may have been
Gentleman's time has
unintentional on the part
expired.
of banks that there was just such a
Gentleman's time has expired.
fraught issue that banks turned away people with they didn't intend to discriminate. That's what the banks.
Thank you for helping
Chair
to
will
depoliticize the
announce
banking
to the
system.
membership,
I
we
yield
will
back.
recognize Mr. Torres and Mr. Loudermilk, then adjourn for our 1 p.m. agreed to hard stop time. With that, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Chair Power, you spoke about elevated uncertainty and declining sentiment in the U.S. economy. Do you believe, as I do, that the economy would be in a better position but for the elevated uncertainty and declining sentiment created by the Trump tariffs?
I don't want to be criticizing policies. I will say uncertainty has.
Is it fair that it's fair to say that the policy created uncertainty?
It's fair to say uncertainty was very elevated, but it's also fair to say that uncertainty has actually come down since the peak, if you will, in April. I think there's a different feeling out there now than there was 2 months ago, and it's more constructive feeling on the part of businesses, which you must be feeling too.
But it's higher than it otherwise would be in the absence of the Liberation Day tariffs. To what extent was the elevated uncertainty a factor in keeping the Fed from cutting interest rates?
So I think that's part of it. The truth is, we were cutting rates, and we paused in January and haven't cut rates since. And really, the reason is that we, like other forecasters, do expect a fairly substantial wave of price increases to come through to the consumer and to measured inflation. We've always said the timing, amount, and persistence of all that is highly uncertain. I think we hadn't expected to see it until now. We now begin to think it is time for us to be seeing that. And if we don't see it, that will matter. If we do see it, that will matter. So we've just taken a cautious approach to not moving our policy rate until we have a little more confidence about the size and likely effects of that.
Chair Power, following the so-called Liberation Day tariffs in early April, we saw something the U.S. economy had not seen in decades. A flight not to the U.S. dollar as a safe haven, but away from it. And since President Trump's inauguration, the U.S. dollar index has fallen by nearly 10%, marking the worst first-half performance for the dollar since 1986. At the same time, Japan, America's largest sovereign creditor, just saw the worst 20-year Japanese government bond auction since the 1980s, raising fears that it could reduce its holdings of U.S. treasuries. Given these developments, do you believe, as I do, that the U.S. may be transitioning from a period of dollar dominance to a period of dollar decline?
Well, let me say, the Fed does not have responsibility for the dollar. That's really the Treasury. But
I'm asking for your analysis.
I wouldn't make that statement. No, I think things have been volatile. The markets are digesting things, and I think the Treasury market's been fine by many measures. The dollar is still.
You feel the safe haven status of the dollar is as strong as it's ever been?
I think the dollar is still the number one safe haven currency, and I don't think it's. I would say these narratives of decline are premature and a bit overdone.
I want to ask about the debt. The big, beautiful bill would have ugly consequences for our nation's finances, adding more than $2 trillion to the debt if the provisions are temporary, and far more if made permanent. We've accumulated World War II levels of debt, not during a world war, but during peacetime. Interest payments on the debt have become the largest item in the federal budget after Social Security, surpassing Medicaid, Medicare, and military defense. To what extent is the U.S. at risk of entering a debt spiral in which rising interest costs lead to ever larger deficits, which in turn lead to ever larger interest costs?
Yeah, I think that the U.S. federal budget is on an unsustainable path. The debt is not at an unsustainable level right now, but the path is not sustainable. And I think the sooner we deal with that, and by we, I mean you, the better.
The Trump administration has championed the unitary executive theory, the notion that the president has absolute power over all entities that wield executive power. That theory, if taken to an extreme, would all but abolish the independence of the Federal Reserve. If monetary policy became nothing more than an expression of presidential will and whims, what havoc would that wreak on the U.S. economy?
I think that independent central banks have proven over time to be valuable and critical institutional practice. And I think that is because basically advanced economy democracies around the world have given their central banks a degree of operational independence. They assign them goals. You go do this and you stick to those things. Or we'll let you, you may choose the means of achieving those goals. It's called instrument independence, but not goal independence. And I think it's a very
Gentleman's time has expired.
Very important practice.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair now recognizes our last member of the day, the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Loudermilk, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, it's good to see you again. And I'm going to be brief, so maybe we can get out of here right at time. As some of my colleagues know, I chair the bipartisan Payments and FinTech Caucus, along with a fellow Georgian on this committee, Representative David Scott. And in the past, you and I have talked about payment-related issues like FedNow, but today, I'd like to ask you about the failure of Synapse Financial Technologies, a third-party service provider that connects banks with non-bank fintechs, and what it means for the bank and the non-bank ecosystem. Last year, a dispute between Synapse Financial Technologies and Evolve Bank and Trust revealed a shortfall in customer savings deposits of $65 to $95 million. There are still thousands of individuals who are not able to access their funds, including some of my constituents. So the question is, could you provide an update on what the Federal Reserve is doing to ensure that customers regain access to their funds? And is there anything that the Federal Reserve is considering to help prevent situations such as this going forward?
So I don't have a lot of specifics for you on that. I am assured that we're still very much doing everything we can to try to get people their money back and to avoid similar occurrences.
Okay. Well, I said I was going to be brief, and that was a brief answer. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair would like to thank Chairman Powell for his testimony today. And without objection, all members will have 5 legislative days to submit additional written questions for the witness to the chair. Questions will be forwarded to the witness for his response. And Chair Powell, please respond no later than January 29, 2025. This hearing is adjourned.
That was dope. I guarantee you tomorrow that's gonna be all over there. I'll put y'all up on that, man. Let me take a look at this. Put y'all up on something else,
$4.39 trillion is officially set to enter the XRP ledger and XRP on June 27th. The Ripple CEO officially announces the real price of XRP at over $10,000. Crazy enough, Brad Gerling.
Good job, hear that. Yeah, I'm saying it. Let's play that again. Let's run that back. Hold on. This one right here makes a game over.
Game over.
You get left behind.
At $654.39 trillion is officially set to enter the XRP ledger and XRP on June 27th. The Ripple CEO officially announces the real price of XRP at over $654.39 trillion is officially set to enter the XRP ledger and XRP on June 27th.
We were only looking for $1 trillion. How many trillion he just says is fit to enter on the 27th?
$54.39 trillion is officially set to enter the XRP ledger and XRP on June 27th. The Ripple CEO officially announces the real price of XRP at over $10,000. Crazy. $0.39 trillion is officially set to enter the XRP ledger and XRP on June 27th. The Ripple CEO officially announces the real price of XRP at over $10,000. $10,000. Crazy enough, Brad Garlinghouse, Ripple CEO, isn't the only Ripple official that confirmed $10,000 per XRP, but rather the XRP founder and Ripple's co-founder, known as Arthur Brittu, which has been very famously known for his statement that XRP is designed for $10,000 and must be scalable to accommodate 7.5 billion people. He's also mentioned such a massive price of $10,000 per XRP. The only catch is that Arthur Brittu has been known for only appearing a few times, with one of his main statements being over 14 years ago, his final one, and that being that XRP is designed for $10,000 and must be scalable to accommodate 7.5 billion people. But today, we had some breaking news. Arthur Brittu, known for this statement, posted on X for the first time in 14 years. What makes this so critical is what he actually posted, which is a shocked emoji, which comes at the exact time to where two main events are happening, and they all coincide with one very massive picture and one very important number, which is $654 trillion by June 27th. Guys, it's official. Only 4 days until the largest XRP ledger supply burn in history and the beginning of the integration of $654.39 trillion global real estate market within the XRP ledger. This is so massive that it has officially made Arthur Brittu, the founder of XRP, that said XRP is designed for $10,000, come back on his Twitter page and post. And what makes things even more critical is the fact that RealFi, the institution backing the tokenization of 650 trillion and their native token, the Real Token, actually is very closely linked to Ripple Labs and maybe even Arthur Brittu. And the date June 27th is a very important date because not only is the introduction of $600 trillion or the beginning of inflow towards it, they also announced the 20% of the Real Token, the native token built on the XRP ledger, burn of their supply. This means that the phase 1 supply, which is 100 million tokens, 20% of that will be burnt on June 27th, and then 10% additionally per month will burn, occurring every 15th of every month. Now, the other very important thing with the June 27th date is if you guys haven't been paying attention, the FedNow payment system and the ISO 222 system set to facilitate all the money through XRP has delayed their announcement and their integration of the Fedwire Fund service that will integrate into the ISO 222 system and use the key ISO 222 tokens, which include XRP. But more importantly, take a look at this date, guys. July 14th is very, very, very important because it comes only 2 weeks after the June 27th massive beginning of induction of 650 trillion and the massive burn of XRP. And it comes only 1 day before the second burn of 10% of the remaining supply. The timelines here are almost exact. I mean, you guys don't understand the scale of what's about to enter into the XRP ledger. Banks are about to swap over to the ISO 222 system, and Ripple is set to become a central bank over time, with the Federal Reserve swapping and using the XRP and XLM tokens to swap all of the money. Guys, as we do a deep dive into this, and there's a lot that we're going to cover in today's video, including Arthur Brittu and $10,000, we decided to partner with Uphold to give every single person watching today's video free money. In fact, you can literally get up to $100 very easily in less than 5 minutes because you've watched this video. Just like the video, subscribe to the channel, comment in the comment section XRP, and then sign up and upload using my link in the description and do a transaction. This entire process, again, takes less than 5 minutes, but it guarantees that you get yourself a juicy starter referral bonus, which consists of up to $100 worth of free money, where you can then buy XRP to fill your bag, Bitcoin, or any other cryptocurrency, or even if you don't want that and you want to just take the money, you can literally withdraw it directly to your bank account and thus pay your bills. So with that being said, let's get right into the video. Guys, XRP's price is officially doing a massive recovery, and it may seem crazy, but in the last year, XRP is up 300%, guys, 362% to be exact, and in its all-time, it's up over 37,000%, but you still hear people complaining every single day. On a daily, XRP is up 8.5% in the last 24 hours, with its volume around $4.9 billion in the last 24 hours. But what's about to happen very soon on June 27th is going to break the XRP price chart, because we will likely see the massive pump to begin towards $10,000 per XRP, coinciding with what Arthur Brittu had officially announced and him coming back to X and posting this. And we can't forget that all of this is happening at a very important timeline. I mean, the Federal Reserve signed an executive order, Donald Trump did, for the Federal Reserve to revise it, make it more modern, and integrate XRP into their payment system. And this is also about forgetting the fact that XRP now is part of the United States Treasury in a strategic crypto reserve. In fact, it's been reported that XRP will bridge all of the money, including all of the United States debt, which is in the quadrillions of dollars. Guys, only 4 days remain for the largest supply burn and the introduction of 654 trillion. Yet people are still deciding that they believe XRP is going to go to zero, and they're forgetting about all of the money that will all inflow into the XRP ledger, including into some of the tokens like the real token, which is built on the XRP ledger, eventually resulting in an XRP pump. But we're also going to see this happen due to the fact that the XRP ledger is about to have a ton of people buying XRP to buy the real token, to the point where people predict that in only 12 hours, the real token, currently priced at 2 cents, will go to over $190.98 per real token overnight, literally overnight. And he says, can you imagine that? You have to be up to date, do your research, and this is very important. I got my bags packed. This is massive. Who's this? Well, this is one of the largest experts in the XRP space with over 390,000 followers. Guys, this is what we're talking about, the real token, which is up literally 25% in literally the last 12 hours. And this is only the start. Take a look at the massive support levels. Guys, if you got into the real token when I first told you during their pre-sale, you'd be up 10x. Their phase 1 pre-sale occurred and has ended. Now they're doing a massive burn. And there is so much coming very soon. That is in my opinion, of course. But basically, we are going to see a massive breakout if the $650 trillion actually unfolds. To the point where when I do my research, guys, and I looked into Grok, and I'm going to show you guys it right now. Because Real Token only has a 100 million supply for phase 1, if all 654 trillion real estate market enters the Real Token, we're looking at $6 million per Real Token. That's more than Bitcoin, and it's because of the massively low supply and the amount of money that RealFi is going to facilitate using the Real Token. And this project is literally at 2 cents, guys. Literally 2 cents. Now let's forget about 650 trillion, all of it. Let's say it takes 20 years to facilitate 650 trillion and token. And this project is literally at 2 cents, guys. Literally 2 cents. Now let's forget about 650 trillion, all of it. Let's say it takes 20 years to facilitate 650 trillion, and we want...
You're saying that the real XRP is at 2 cents. So y'all better let y'all listen. I'm thirsty. Hold on, man.
You know what? Only 1% of 650 trillion going into the market cap of RealFi or the Real Token would price the Real Token at. We are talking about $65,000 with only 1% of the $650 trillion. This is the price of the Real Token, which could literally happen in days. Days is what we're talking about. And again, I'm very bullish. I got to say this quite clear and transparently. I'm very bullish on the Real Token. And I want to tell you guys, I'm not financial advisors, not financial advisors, always do your own research. You have to do your research on projects like this that are utility-based in the payment and real estate sector, tokenizing on the XRP ledger. Every box is checked and has a very low supply. And they've met with Ripple Labs. I mean, it doesn't get better than this. They've literally met with Ripple. On top of this, they have a perfect BANX score. I mean, they're 8 out of 7 overall rank, low risk. Top 3 holders, low risk. BANX score is 100. KYC score is low risk. They're KYC verified. Total wallets, you're looking at 1,226. This thing is flying. Yesterday was 1,100. Now we're 1,200, and it continues to grow exponentially. Guys, if you are not in early on projects like this, you are going to be from the very few that buy high and are going to sell low. You want to be from the people that are early that buy low and sell high. And so again, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm telling you, do your research on Real and the Real Token and RealFi, the actual ecosystem and the institution backing it. I mean, this is a massive institution. So real estate and payment.
Facts. Okay, we'll be back.
personal trainer Paul. 22,000 is a lot of money. Who's getting the 22K? We shall see. Actually, I think there might be some redirect, but I think it's going to be after lunch. We are still here. JLR and Magnolia investigates. Come on. Come on, folks. What do we got? We are still, like, literally, like, what do we got here, folks? We're still here trying to get this over with. Still trying to get this over with here. And we're still here. And then we're going to have a lunch break, by the way. Then we're going to have the Rule 29 in the House. All right, we're still at the 22,000. Oh, okay, here, 10 seconds here. New update. Here we go. In 1409, it was Jane Fuentes Transportation. Do you see that it was $151.99 for Jane's true name and also Cabral Williams? It's hard for me to see the lines. Can you move the cursor up? Public screens off. Garagos is discussing these payments. $324.50 and $760.25. So, numbers, money. But it looks like Cabral, Williams, and Jane, and I don't know what Fontes Transportation. Who's Fontes Transportation? Let me look up Fontes Transportation while we're here. Financial transactions. That's what's being discussed. Fontes Transportation is a flatbed trucking company. Now, I don't know why that got mentioned. What does flatbed trucking company have anything to do with this? All right, so money. I don't know what they're going here, but we'll see. Money. No new update by CNN. No new update by Washington Post. No new update by NBC News, USA Today. It's a little bit behind everyone else, like by an hour or two. I personally think the best reporting out of this case is four sources, CNN, NBC, Washington Post, Inner City Press. Now, the other ones will follow up over time. Fox News and USA Today, they'll follow up over time. But to really get it, what's going on in real time, this is it. That I know of. If you know another one, please share in the chat. I'll go check out. Financial transactions. Jane. Money. ABC is there too. I believe they are there. They're kind of like behind like with Fox too. I'll just look anyway. See if we got an update there. See, their last report, ABC, was 1 hour ago. 1 hour and 15 minutes ago. But they're there too, it appears. But their last update's an hour and 15 minutes. We want the up-to-dates like right now. All right, so here we go, folks. We have, meanwhile, Combs passes a note to Nicole Westmoreland, still seated at his right, who then whispers in Mark's ear. Ooh. Note. Note. A note. Let's go to page 96. Sean Combs' personal bank account records. Total due $74,000. There's an account transfer to an LLC. Yes. So, what is this about? Bank account record for $74,000 transfer to it. That's an LLC, LLC. Well, what is Combs passing over to Westmoreland? And then Westmoreland whispers in Mark's ear. Something triggered Diddy, or something Diddy was like, yo, make sure you tell him this. But he passed a note. Westmoreland. Maybe Mark now goes to Garagos. Diddy got something. Diddy's like, yo, I got an idea. Special delivery. Diddy gave Westmoreland a note. Special delivery. $74,000. All right. Combs is Garagos. Your Honor, can I have a moment? One more video and then we're done. The one that wasn't working this morning. Turn off the attorney screens. You reviewed the metadata. Which chart? That's a great question. Laughs, plays. Ooh. Garagos kind of like throwing some shade at this agent here. You don't know which chart? That's a great question. Laughs. Ooh. They're playing something else. Garagos informed the judge that they're going to play one more video and then they're done. Okay. One more video. One more video. All right. Get your headphones on. But look at this right here. Look on the screen here. Look at this on the screen. You reviewed the metadata. Which chart? Garagos says, that's a great question. Ha 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 ha. Play it.
Yeah.
It's like Garagos pointing out that he doesn't know what he's doing. That's how I take it. Garagos likes to get these videos out, but again, I think that's a risk. Maybe Garagos is falling apart here. Maybe Garagos is falling apart. Have we ever considered that? Garagos falling apart here. She don't know what's doing. She's all confused. Either go either way, but what a mess. Records show Combs paid for Jane's and entertainers' travel from personal account, but summary chart lists travel manager as payer. So that's what that was about before. Defense attorney Garagos showed the jury records from September and November of 2023, indicating that Sean Diddy Combs paid invoices from his personal bank account to his travel management company for travel and accommodations for Jane and the entertainers around the alleged hotel nights. You didn't write that Mr. Combs personally paid for these. Garagos asks Homeland Security investigator Joseph C., referring to the summary chart he helped prepare for the prosecution. The summary chart lists the travel manager as having paid for the expenses. That would be Jessica Ruiz. Jury watches more explicit videos of Jane. And now we're playing one more. And the video that they're going to play now that didn't play for the jury before is a video that was created on December 17th, 2021. December 17th, 2021. This is a video that's being played right now, ladies and gentlemen, to the jury. The last one. The last video. Thank God. Thank God. One more tape. One more tape is being played. One more tape is being played, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to get redirect, lunch, or redirect, or no redirect. That is the question. That's going to be the question here. So do we get redirect, no redirect, or redirect after lunch? We shall see. Continuous coverage of Sean P. Diddy Combs. One more video. You could take some of this as if the defense is being embarrassed. And Garagos is all nervous and she's a wreck and she's laughing. Awkward jokes. Is this going well for the defense or is this going well for the prosecution? We'll get more of that later. 123. Oh my goodness, we didn't even have lunch. They didn't even do the lunch. The first time this trial, folks, this is the longest this case has gone without a lunch break today. Throughout the entire trial, we are at day 29. We have never tapped this long without a lunch break. So we're still going. Just be prepared for Thursday. I think we're in for it all day long. Thank you, Agent. Please go back to keeping New York. Whoa! Whoa! Thank you, Agent. Please go back to helping keep New York safe. Holy smoke. Judge, any redirect? Yo, was she being serious by that? Thank you for your service of keeping New York safe, Agent. You just buried our client, but we're going to thank you for keeping New York safe. Briefly, we got a brief redirect. Yo, we're going to say, the prosecution about to say in a couple minutes, we rest our case. Stand by. So they do have something briefly. Did we just see Sean Combs paying for the travel of Cabral Williams from Atlanta to Florida across state lines? This backfired, maybe. Objection! Objection. She used the words. Did we just see Sean Combs paying for travel of Cabral Williams from from Atlanta to Florida across state lines. Objection! Yo, that's what I'm saying, man. These things could be backfiring, man. That's funny. That's funny. They just told on themselves. I was very suspect of even just the videos being played just to get in the jury, but the prosecution goes on and says, did we just see Combs paying for travel across state lines, which is a crime? Now, I don't know what happened with this objection here because it goes on to say, do the charts represent every single text message in this case? No. Let's pull up message before this date. Combs is Garagos. Objection! Beyond the scope. AUSA, Miss Garagos did it. Sidebar. Sidebar. Yeah, I think that backfired. I like how the AUSA ended it by saying across state lines. I mean, that's what the trafficking is about. The sex trafficking, the prosecution across state lines, giving the feds jurisdiction. Crazy. And Mark is like objecting. Or no, that's Garagos. No, that's Garagos objecting. Oh, Mark. Attorney Mark, because of Mark Garagos. It's Garagos. Garagos is objecting to both those questions, more or less. Sidebar. Generally, Garagos literally went out of her way to prove that they paid for Sly's travel from Atlanta to have a freak off. That's what Magnolia says. That's exactly where I see this here. Like, that's crazy. Unbelievable. Looks like things have backfired. So NBC News goes on to say, too, also that a video of a freak-off was played in the court, but shortly after, defense attorney Garagos said the deputy played the wrong video. So the jury apparently, I guess they're blaming it on the deputy, but something happened, too. The jury saw something that they shouldn't have saw. And then the correct video was played. What a mess. And Garagos is blaming it on the deputy for putting in the wrong video. So that's another development too. A freak-off video was played in court, but it was the wrong freak-off. I wonder what freak-off video it was. Oopsie. Oopsie daisy. So that's interesting here, for sure. All right, we got a sidebar, folks. It's so interesting that as soon as we got redirect, bang, bang, questions, bang, bang, objection, objection. Just as an aside, it also doesn't matter if he used company money or personal money for any of this. It simply makes it worse for him if he used company funds. LOL. Well, yeah, I think that takes us into the fraud. Money laundering, possibly. There's some big blows here that appear to happen. So we're going to understand the gist of this. Diddy needs a refund. I want my money back. Ineffective assistance of counsel. They literally just proved Diddy facilitated Sly's travel across interstate lines on all that craziness. Garagos did. Hey, Mark Garagos, great job with your daughter. They say she's a good attorney, though. but I think she made a fatal mistake here. And Magnolia, was telling me earlier that, it seems like she was all nervous, and all this laughing and stuff is implying that she's the one that's nervous when she's presenting the defense here. All part of the movie. I know, right? This is crazy, folks. This is funny. Boom, Rico. Sex trafficking and prostitution across state lines. It's total on their back. Self. All right, they're back. We're back from the sidebar. All right, they're done. Here we go. They're back. All right, so did they rest their case? Here we go. Here's what's being said. AUSA, in this time frame, did you see any messages between Jane and Mr. Combs that were sexual or affectionate in nature? No. No further questions. Agent is off the stand. See you later, Joseph C. Thank you for your service, and thank you, sir, for keeping New York safe. Now, the judge says, do you rest? AUSA, subject to, well, what does that mean? ... Jurors, take a break. So I don't know if the prosecution rested yet. I don't know what that means. Look at that. This is what AUSA responded to the judge's question right here. Do you rest? Subject to blank, blank, blank. Judge says to the jurors, take a break. So it could be arrest, subject to what? Now, all right, so CNN has said prosecutors have rested their case. CNN, dun, 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 dun. Breaking news on the Sean P. Diddy Combs trial. The prosecution has rested their case. Dun, 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 dun. After 34 witnesses, the prosecution has rested their case. And NBC has just put out 1 minute ago. The prosecution has rested its case at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, wrapping up multiple weeks of testimony.
Rested their case.
Dun, 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 dun. The jury heard from 34 witnesses. Prosecution has rested their case, folks. Oh my goodness, we finally reached this point. Oh, yo. And the redirect was brutal right there. That was basically a mic check. The prosecution caught the defense telling on themselves. Literally. So all that cross that the defense was trying to do on the agent by saying consensual, and they messed up in the process by omitting and presenting to the jurors that Diddy himself initiated Sly to travel over interstate lines to commit sex crimes. Unbelievable. Now, will that matter? Will the jurors see that? That is crazy. The jurors heard that. The jurors heard that. Prosecution has rested their case. Oh my goodness. Stretch. Everyone stretch. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What happens at this point? I believe that Rule 29 is coming up. I'll see that. I don't know. We're in territory now that we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Lunch, defense, start. Defense, brings in their exhibits and then rests. They indicate that they're not going to bring any witnesses. Prosecution, weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Been here all the way over a month and a half. 34 witnesses, thousands of pages of exhibits. Defense is up. You're up. We rest right away.
See what they got.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. The prosecution done rested their case. That's up to P. Diddy, the city shelf. Let's see what he got. Let's go. It's going to be about another 2 weeks. Let's see.
AOC Comey said, we have essentially rested. We only may want to move for a few corrections. What does that mean? But I think this is going to be ironed out after lunch. Ooh, we got Rule 29 in the House, as predicted. We've been talking about Rule 29.
Under a cross-examination, she said she was expecting compensation as far as the time that she had worked, but under direct, she said she wasn't expecting compensation, but she was essentially just expecting justice, and that just wrapped up her direct testimony.
Right.
So they touched upon a lot of key points, I think, to kind of help solidify Cassie's claims, but when I tell you the cross-examination was a cross-examination,
Yeah.
it definitely was.
So I was taking notes of what you're saying, and a couple things here. Yes, so she filed her own lawsuit, if I remember correctly, accusing Diddy of groping her, imprisoning her, threatening her life. I think when she tried to intervene, you're right, there were aspects of it that weren't a part of her direct examination. By the way, when we did the lunchtime show on Law and Crimes YouTube, I remember at least one of the questions we got from our viewers was, how come this wasn't brought up? How come this wasn't brought up? And it seemed it was very specific. So for me, from a legal point of view, I think she did a couple of things, right? So obviously she corroborated Cassandra Ventura Fine's account that she was physically abused, but that is doubled down by the video, the 2016 video, the photographs of Cassandra Ventura Fine's alleged injuries, other witness testimony, her testimony that she was physically abused. But I think what she also did very well, or at least I think what the prosecution was trying to assert, why she didn't come forward. Why didn't she speak out? Why didn't she confront Diddy? Though that is very consistent with why Cassandra Ventura arguably didn't leave the relationship or go to the authorities or speak out. The power, the influence, the threats, those are key factors that the jury has to consider. And when you talk about the guns and you talk about the violence, that goes to the means and the methods of the racketeering charge. So the prosecution has said that he is operating this criminal enterprise that is engaged in a pattern of illegal conduct, and that he would use violence and intimidation and his resources and his assistance and his power to silence people and to commit these crimes and to cover it up, which is, by the way, why I think it's so important that Dawn Richard talked about how there were assistants involved, their security, and saw what was going on, but did nothing. So it seems that her testimony not only helped or tried to corroborate Cassandra Ventura's account, but also tied in and tried to prove some of the elements of racketeering. And by the way, talking about the drugs, that could go to the predicate crime. So remember, racketeering, the prosecution has to prove at least 2 underlying crimes. There's forced labor, there's drug trafficking, there's sex trafficking, obstruction, bribery, arson. You talk about the drugs, you could see how that might tie into that. Now, let's talk about the cross-examination. Okay, I thought this was quite notable from what I was reading on the notes, but obviously the notes don't serve justice because you were in the courtroom to see all the cross-examination. So, A, who did the cross-examination of Dawn Richard, and what were the highlights of the cross-examination?
Well, a lot of us were initially thinking that it was going to be Mark Agnifilo doing the cross-examination because on Friday he was the one posing all the objections, but then he clarified with the judge earlier today outside of the presence of the jury that it wasn't going to be Mark Agnifilo doing the questioning. It's actually going to be Nicole Westmoreland, and she was somebody who would come onto the Diddy defense team a little later on, pretty close to trial essentially, but a lot of us may know her because she had previously represented one of the YSL defendants, and she had previously kind of worked with Brian Still in that capacity, but this was the first time we actually saw her kind of doing her work inside this trial, inside this courtroom. And it was something to see because let me tell you something, Jesse, Nicole Westmoreland, she is a little tiny as far as just her height and her stature, but man, she is mighty, and she delivered a mighty cross-examination, let me tell you. So initially when they were first talking to her being Dawn Richard, they were asking her about her lawsuit, of course. They were asking about whether or not she was aware of the motion to dismiss and whether or not that this was a pending matter that she had even known about. And Dawn said that she wasn't aware. She said she wasn't aware of a demand letter. She said, and this is something interesting, that she had filed her suit in September of 2024, which was just a few weeks, from my understanding, before Diddy was even arrested. Then she was asked how many times she had spoken to federal prosecutors. Dawn wasn't necessarily sure about the number. Nicole Westmoreland was like, did you speak with them about 8 times? Is that kind of fair for me to say? And she said she couldn't recall how many times she had spoken to federal prosecutors prior to her testimony. The defense asked her, and this was a very key point throughout her entire cross-examination, was, have your answers changed over time? And then that's when Nicole Westmoreland was just kind of boom, 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 boom. You changed this, 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 and this. Because when they got to the egg skillet incident, Nicole Westmoreland asked, on Friday you testified that Cassie was cooling eggs. Diddy comes downstairs, he hits Cassie with the skillet, and then she drops into the fetal position. Dawn said that, yes, she did say this. And she said, is this the first time you've spoken about this incident? And then she said she did speak about this in her civil lawsuit, and she spoke about it with prosecutors, and she's speaking about it during her testimony. And then they brought back the civil lawsuit to talk about it because she claimed in the lawsuit specifically that she didn't see the pan actually hit Cassie during this entire incident. And she, being Nicole Westmoreland, asked, are you aware on your behalf that you heard something but not saw something? Then there was an objection. That objection was sustained. Then Nicole Westmoreland asked her, you told the government that he attempted to hit her. You need to tell the truth, and that she was essentially giving 2 different stories. Then they brought back her interview in March of just this year, where she had told prosecutors that Diddy threw eggs at Cassie in this incident, and that the pan didn't hit Cassie during this incident. And then she was kind of asked, okay, did he throw the eggs? Did he throw the pan? Did he hit her? Did he attempt to hit her? Really, just what was it? And then Nicole Westmoreland was like, is it hard for you to keep your story straight? And then Dawn said, again, Dawn being kind of very soft-spoken when she's giving her testimony, says, I told it to the best of my recollection. Then she was asked again about the whole people go missing statement that she had made on Friday and even today, just as far as insinuating that people go missing just equates to a death threat. Nicole Westmoreland said, this is not the first time that you explained that incident because you sat down with prosecutors. And then that's when she started going by all these different dates. She's in 2024, Diddy had told Dawn, and this was according to the statements that she had made to federal prosecutors, that this was a passionate argument, and that the defense says, you didn't tell prosecutors at this time the whole where I'm from, people go missing part. Then in the March 18, 2025 interview, this is, I guess, her second interview with federal prosecutors, the defense says that you didn't tell prosecutors about the whole people go missing part. Dawn says, I'm answering the questions as best I can. Then in April, she was asked about the whole egg incident again with federal prosecutors. And again, these conversations that are being had with federal prosecutors aren't with Diddy present, aren't with Diddy's defense attorneys present. And so essentially it's just Dawn and other witnesses meeting with federal prosecutors, essentially going over their statements and what their testimony could look like, that type of thing. But during this April 17th meeting, which was just a few weeks before trial, they spoke about this egg incident again. And Dawn apparently or reportedly didn't bring up this people go missing claim. And she didn't bring this claim up again until May 10th, according to the defense. So the defense was really just kind of like, you need to be honest about this. They were really just saying, why do you have to be, why, if you're not scared that Diddy is there and you're not scared about Diddy's threats, then why weren't you just more forthcoming with prosecutors? Why didn't you bring up these types of incidents? And so they were really just kind of getting her to kind of admit or kind of trip her up there a little bit. Then she was asked about these other incidents, such as the dinner incident with celebrities there. And that's when you start to hear the names of Neo and Usher being present at this incident. And she was asked, why didn't she mention that other celebrities were there? She really only mentioned that Diddy's employees were there. And Dawn said that she wasn't asked what celebrities were there. And so then they bring her civil claim or her civil lawsuit again and talk about how there was this incident in the civil lawsuit where Diddy allegedly dragged Cassie out of a car, but to the federal government, she was saying that this didn't happen and that she was actually misquoted from her lawyer, which I thought was kind of, a little interesting there because her lawyers are sitting inside the courtroom when this testimony is going on. And so she kind of essentially blamed that this was kind of a mischaracterization from her attorneys when they were drafting or writing up that lawsuit. Then she was asked about the Central Park Festival and the whole incident there where Diddy allegedly punched, I believe, slapped Cassie in the face, and she was asked, is there a camera crew there? Because they were reportedly filming something during this, and that Don was quick to say that this whole incident wouldn't be on video, and that they weren't actually filming in the bathroom. So whatever camera crew was present didn't capture just, I guess, the interaction between Cassie, Kalina, and Don Richard inside this bathroom. And so at one point, I thought they were going to bring up the video inside the courtroom, but we didn't see any type of video, I guess, from this whole day or anything like that. And then she was asked, the defense said she was never alone with Diddy. There was always someone else there, like Kalina Harper. Kalina Harper, I think, kind of pretty interestingly, after after Don Richard's suit came out, Kalina Harper kind of made this statement, or she did an interview, just essentially kind of denying Don's claims that she didn't witness Diddy beat Cassie, and there's been kind of a lot of hiccups there. So I think, as far as Kalina Harper is concerned, I think that it's possibly the defense might use Kalina Harper to kind of dispel what Don Richard had to say, maybe possibly as a defense witness, but I'm not 100% sure there, so I just definitely want to point that out there. Then Don was asked about the guns and whether or not Diddy's security team brought guns around because they're protecting this mega celebrity. And so, of course, his bodyguards are going to be carrying guns around. And she was asked, what instances did you see Diddy carry these guns? And she said that she saw one incident at the studio in New York, another incident here in New York, another incident at Diddy's house, also in New York. And Diddy said that, Dawn said that she never saw Diddy wave a gun around or load it or put bullets in it. But she just reaffirmed that she did see Diddy with a gun. Then she was asked about drugs kind of going piece by piece about kind of dispelling her testimony under direct there. But she was asked, was there ever a time that you pretended to do drugs? And Dawn said that she did. Then she had testified today she saw Diddy do cocaine, but didn't tell the prosecutors during her October interview. And during her October interview, according to the defense, she never said that she saw Diddy do any type of cocaine. And Dawn admitted during this time, because really Nicole Westmoreland was really just kind of like poking every hole that she really needed to poke here. Dawn admitted that over time her story has changed because overall these events happened so long ago, and I think that kind of worked into her favor as far as why she wasn't recalling some of these. We're talking about 2008, 2009, it's 2025, and I think she was kind of, essentially saying that this was a long time ago, and so that's why kind of her memory's been a little back and forth there. She was asked about One Stop, and then when they were referring to One Stop, again, this being this alleged drug dealer that would bring Diddy drugs to the studio, she was asked who gave payment to One Stop, and she being Dawn told the government that she never saw anyone give payment to One Stop, and so there was kind of that, and so that was another moment where it's just like, ooh. But as far as just the threats that Dawn says that she had went through, she said that she had felt scared just during her time working with Diddy, that she departed with Bad Boy in 2011, and the defense says that she being Don Richard actually asked Diddy to come back because she wanted to work with him again. And the defense says that there was times that Dawn herself initiated communications with Diddy on several occasions, even though Dawn was allegedly scared of Diddy. And so then they were talking about Don Richard's career overall, just how they sold hundreds of thousands of records with Vanity Kane, something I think was interesting that they had talked about, because given that Aubrey O'Day, one of her former bandmates, had talked about how much they all got for publishing, essentially that being $300, something that Dawn didn't talk about during her testimony today, but just something, for our viewers to kind of understand that the defense was trying to paint it as they sold hundreds of thousands of records, they got a claim, all this stuff, but then in the back of their mind, they really didn't get much money from their actual deal working with Diddy. But the defense talked about how Diddy didn't even want to sign Don Richard as a solo artist, but that Don continued to reach out to Diddy even again as late as 2020, 2021. The defense claims that Don was angry about the dismantling of the group. I think they were referring to either both Vanity Kane and Dirty Money, or just Dirty Money itself, but Dawn essentially said that she was saddened by the whole situation. She was asked about Cassie's lawsuit as well too, and said that, did you file your lawsuit shortly after Cassie filed her suit? And she said yes, which I think was kind of a little misleading there, because it wasn't really directly after that Dawn Richard filed her lawsuit. It was almost a year after that she had filed her suit. But I think probably to the jury, they might think, oh, Cassie filed her suit, Dawn filed her suit right after, and that essentially they just are after money from this mogul who has a lot of money. And that Dawn said that she wanted to file her suit to get compensation for her work, essentially something different that she had told under direct, where she had said that she just wanted justice, but under cross-examination, it was that she did want compensation for the work that she felt like she was owed while she was a recording artist for Sean Combs. And so I think under the redirect, the prosecution was really just kind of talking about the threats that Diddy allegedly made as far as keeping quiet and people going missing. They were talking about Dawn's work experience with Diddy, how it was a volatile work environment. She had said that essentially every meeting that she informs the government of Cassie's physical assault. So that was something that she didn't change throughout her testimony. That was something that kind of was a sticking point throughout all of her meetings with the government. Again, she was asked about the egg skillet incident. And then that kind of just ended the redirect. And then under the recourse, it was kind of the same thing, just you reached out to Diddy very recently. You were trying to kind of re-engage on making the band, this reboot that they were trying to do a few years ago. You were trying to get everything back together. And if you were so scared of Diddy, why would you try to get Dirty Money back together? And that was essentially because she was trying to help out Kalina Harper. But then Nicole Westmoreland was like, you know what all that entails. If you were to get the group back together, you'd have to do tours, you'd have to be in hotels together, you have to do appearances together, interviews together, travel together. And Dawn essentially had to say, you know, she was willing to do that, also while saying that she was feeling threatened and intimidated by Diddy. So the cross-examination was a little rough. It was a little hard to watch, but I think, you know, to Nicole Westmoreland's point, she kind of did what she had to do, which was have a lot of people thinking, wow, if you said this under direct, but you said this under cross, really, what can I believe? And I think the defense did a really good job there at kind of getting to that point.
Yeah, she raised a number of questions about her credibility, about Dawn Richard's credibility. You know, a witness who has inconsistent statements or says things allegedly at the first time or near a trial, juries sometimes don't look favorably upon that. The idea of a financial incentive and motivation, same thing we heard with Cassandra Ventura. Before we move on to the next witness, real quick, Elizabeth, I know it's impossible to know, but how is the jury reacting to the cross-examination of Dawn Richard? Were they attentive? Were they checked out? What could you tell?
Well, the jury was very attentive during this, because when I always say the word tennis match eyes, because that really is what it is, where it's like Nicole Westmoreland asks a question, then they go to Dawn Richard. Dawn Richard answers the question, then they go to Nicole Westmoreland. I saw some of the jurors taking notes. I saw some of them looking at the exhibits, which there weren't too many exhibits during Dawn's testimony. It wasn't like a whole bunch of text messages that we got during Cassie's testimony, or even like Carrie Morgan's testimony that we'll get to in just a little bit. But as far as just Dawn Richard's testimony overall, I felt like the jury was maybe thrown for a loop a little bit once cross-examination happened, because I myself, if I was a juror on there, I'd be like, oh, wow, so you said this here, but you didn't say this here, and yet I know you're trying to be honest and tell the truth, but your statements aren't making the most sense. And so I can only imagine what the jury was feeling, but as far as like being checked out, didn't see any of that.
Okay. Now we move on to Carrie Morgan, somebody that we heard about a lot last week when Cassandra Ventura Fine was taking the stand and was testifying. My understanding, this is Cassandra Ventura Fine's former best friend, not current best friend. Talk to us about the highlights from her direct examination. Then we'll move into cross. But first, direct examination. And do we have an understanding about why she is no longer friends with Cassie?
Well, Jesse, I got to tell you, it's pretty simple as to why Carrie and Cassie are no longer friends. And that answer is simply the defendant being Diddy. And I'll get to the reason why in just a second. But Carrie specifically, Carrie Morgan, was somebody that I personally myself was interested in all that she had to say. She has been Cassie's best friend for a number of years. They were best friends for about 7 years. And then it was just one incident that happened in 2018 that just kind of dismantled everything everything as far as their friendship goes, to the point that the two no longer even speak to one another, even though we all know that Cassie is no longer recruiting in this situation. And I'll explain more just about that right now. But I thought one interesting point from Carrie's testimony today was that she did not want to testify. She had said that in open court today. She said the only reason she was testifying was because she was subpoenaed to testify, so she was required to do so. But I will say, just in respect to the difference between Dawn Richard, who appeared very nervous, very kind of quiet and timid as far as on the witness stand, from somebody who maybe wanted to testify, versus Carrie, who flat out said she didn't want to testify. I felt like Carrie's answers were a little more direct. She seemed a little more confident in giving her answers to the best of her ability. If there were things that she didn't recall, she just simply had said that. And so, as far as the reason that Cassie and Carrie are no longer friends was because Diddy had assaulted Carrie with this wooden hanger. Apparently, he had grabbed her by the neck to the point that Carrie had a concussion. And this was something that had happened in 2018. And the two, there was a whole discussion after the fact, but the two haven't spoken really since this incident. And again, that's in 2018. So it's been a while now. But first, the prosecutor, and that being the questioning by Meredith Foster, they were getting into kind of the foundational stuff. So they go back to the time period of around 2004. That's when Carrie was living in Manhattan. She and Cassie had met while they were working on a modeling shoot. And the prosecution was asking Carrie, did you see Cassie drink very often? And Carrie said that she didn't see Cassie drink much very often. She said that she didn't see Cassie do drugs at all at first. Then they started to get into the relationship between Cassie and Diddy, which started off in 2007. And she said, she being Carrie, said that she saw Cassie and Diddy often together, that they traveled together to Ibiza, to Italy, to Los Angeles, to Miami. She was asked about drug use and whether or not they did drugs together. And Carrie was very forthcoming. She said that herself, Cassie, and Diddy all did drugs together, and these drugs were provided by Diddy. So when Carrie was asked also about just the type of drugs that they used, it was drugs that we've kind of heard them talk about prior to this, that being drugs like Molly or ecstasy or weed. Carrie even admitted that she did opioids with Cassie around the time Cassie herself, when she was under direct testimony and even cross-examination, she was talking about how she had an opioid addiction while she was testifying. But she said that she had gotten to know Diddy really well, and even at points thought, that he was pretty intimidating, but it seemed like altogether that they were kind of like a group of friends that would always hang out together. They did activities such as even going to Burning Man together. We even saw an exhibit photo of Carrie, Diddy, and a producer named Dallas Austin all at Burning Man together. That was one of the exhibit photos. But Carrie said that Diddy did have mood swings, that he would yell, he would get mad, and that Cassie essentially lost her confidence while she was in a relationship with Diddy. Carrie heard Diddy talk down to Cassie. He criticized her looks, how she behaved, who she talked to. She said that Diddy would call Carrie just to look at Cassie. And we have seen an exhibit photo of Carrie Morgan, a music producer named Dallas Austin, who was actually on that People and Places list during jury selection, Diddy and another man, all together at Burning Man. So you could kind of feel just the close relationship for the most part that they had, where they all seemed like a group of friends together. And then it seemed like from Carrie's perspective, that one incident that had happened in 2018 really changed everything. And I'll go in more in depth in just a second. But as far as Diddy is concerned, Carrie admitted that Diddy had mood swings, that he would yell, he would get mad, that Cassie lost her confidence while she was with Diddy, that Carrie heard Diddy talk down to Cassie, that he criticized her looks, how she behaved, who she talked to, and that Diddy would call Carrie just essentially looking for Cassie, something that we had heard about in different testimony as far as how Diddy wasn't able to get in contact with Cassie. He would go to other means, such as his own employees, such as, in this case, Carrie, just to get a hold of her whenever Cassie wouldn't be answering the phone. And Carrie even said that employees would call Cassie as well, too. So then that's when we see an exhibit photo of Christina Coram. Carrie actually refers to Christina Coram in a loving way, similar to how Cassie did, where they both had called her KK, and that's what they would refer to her as, KK. And there was one incident where Christina Coram and KK would actually call Carrie to look for Cassie. And so then the prosecution asked Carrie about Cassie's career, and that essentially Diddy was in charge of her music, her career, and that she worked recorded a bunch of songs, something that Cassie testified to under her during her testimony, where Cassie recorded a whole bunch of songs. She was supposed to do a 10-album deal, only one album came out. She did a mixtape that didn't go, that didn't elevate or anything like that, but that essentially she recorded all these songs that just wouldn't be put out. Carrie said at this time that she had witnessed Cassie getting physically assaulted around twice, so she recalled two different instances where Diddy had hit Cassie, had pulled her hair, something that a lot of other people have testified to, something that Cassie confirmed that it happened. So she recalled two specific incidents, one in the Hollywood Hills at a rented house by Diddy, and then another time in Jamaica. So the witnesses to the Hollywood Hill incidents were a security guard named Ruben and then Carrie. And during this incident, again, Diddy had hit her, pulled her hair, pulled Cassie's hair, I should say, and that Carrie had told Ruben, the security guard, to do something, and that essentially Ruben didn't do anything to kind of stop this incident from happening. She said after this incident happened that Cassie and both Carrie left. They hid over near a neighbor's house, kind of under the stairs, as Ruben and Diddy were essentially looking for the both of them together. And she said that they waited and hid for about 20 or 30 minutes during this incident, but that Cassie went back to the home afterwards. Then they recalled a 2013 incident in Jamaica where they were on vacation. It was with Carrie, Cassie, Carrie's friends, and then Diddy joined about, I think, midway through the trip. And that all of a sudden, Carrie heard Cassie screaming in a terrifying scream at that, and said that Diddy was essentially mad because Cassie was taking too long in the bathroom. And that's the reason that he had allegedly drugged her by her hair and pushed her to the point that she had hit her head. Carrie said that Cassie didn't move after she had fell, that she went into a fetal position. Carrie even thought at one point that Cassie was just knocked out because she just wasn't moving. Then all of a sudden, Carrie and Diddy get into a verbal argument. And during this, Cassie just ran off and she ran into this wooded area. And then Carrie ended up getting on a golf cart. She found Cassie, and the two pretty much crouched together in a ditch, essentially hiding away from Diddy. She says after this incident, Cassie didn't receive any type of medical attention, and that they just went back to the house that they had rented during this trip together. Those were just some of the instances that Carrie had recalled throughout her friendship of just kind of witnessing this type of physical assault and physical abuse from Diddy. But she said those were the two incidents that stood out to her the most. Then we kind of get into March 6th of 2016, and we all know that date very well because that was after the Intercontinental Hotel incident, something that we are all very familiar with. Carrie just remembers Cassie coming back home. She had that hoodie on that we all saw from that surveillance video. She had dropped her bags and essentially just didn't say anything. But when she had pulled her hoodie back, when she, being Cassie, pulled her hoodie back, she had a black eye. Then Carrie said about 30 minutes later, Diddy came over with a hammer, which I thought was very kind of stunning to say. And while Carrie was terrified that Diddy was kind of hammering and yelling and banging on this door, that Cassie was just numb. And this is one part that I wrote down that really kind of stunned me that Carrie had said on the witness stand. She says, she being Carrie said, "I don't think she cared if he had killed her." And I think that was just kind of a startling statement to kind of for her to kind of say while on the witness stand today, because we all have seen that surveillance video so many times. Say that she didn't care if Diddy would kill her. I think that was just kind of a very big sticking point during her direct examination. Carrie said after this incident that Carrie called Christina Coram, that being Diddy's head assistant in D-Rock, who we all know now to be one of Diddy's security guards after this. Eventually, Diddy had left. He stopped with the whole hammering and yelling and banging on the door because he wasn't able to get into the apartment, so he eventually left. Another interesting point was that the police came over. They being the police, allegedly pushed Carrie into a wall, asked for her ID. Carrie told Christina Coram that the police were coming over. And I thought this was interesting because Carrie said that she didn't call the police, but Cassie, during her testimony, believes that Carrie did call the police during this incident. But according to Carrie's testimony today, police came over essentially because of the noise, not because anyone had called them specifically. And so we saw some text exhibits between Carrie and Christina Coram where Carrie had wrote, "I'm sorry, I missed your call. I'm not used to this, SHIT." She said she was looking for someone to say the wrong thing so she could call it domestic violence. She was one of the investigators, one of the detectives. And then she also wrote to Christina Quorum, Cash just asked me to send you that, which I thought was interesting, kind of verifying that Cassidy wasn't one to go to the police, or even if the police were to respond, that Cassie would still kind of cover for her then boyfriend at the time. And that Carrie, from her perspective, that she encouraged Cassie to talk to police, that Cassie didn't want to talk to her. So there are times where throughout the friendship that Carrie would tell Cassie to leave Diddy, that he controlled her job, her career, her car, just everything that he had given to her throughout this relationship together was part of the reason that Cassie had stayed. But Carrie had said that really Cassie didn't have a lot of other like close friends beyond Carrie and Diddy's employees, because even when Cassie was on the stand, she had said that Diddy's staff was like family to her, and it was pretty much a big loss when everything had went down. But for the most part, Cassie herself still talks to some of his staff members, just kind of not like how it used to be or anything like that. Then they get to 2018, and this is where kind of the friendship breakup really kind of kicks into gear. Carrie had said that she was at Cassie's house in the Hollywood Hills when Diddy assaulted her. Cassie at this point locked herself in a bathroom. Diddy had come over unannounced, and that Diddy had choked Carrie and boomeranged a wooden hanger at Carrie, and it hit Carrie right in the right ear. Because Diddy was accusing Cassie of cheating on him. And so she had told one of Diddy's assistants, an assistant named Ryan, that Diddy was acting crazy. Then you see an exhibit photo of Ryan. Carrie says during this entire incident that she did get a concussion. She became dizzy. She was vomiting after this incident, and that she actually went to urgent care after this. And so this is where things just weren't the same ever for Cassie and Carrie specifically. That Carrie went to a lawyer, and that this lawyer was going to reach out to Diddy about the assault, and that Carrie was actually going to file a lawsuit around this time, this being in 2018. But instead of filing this lawsuit, everything was kind of underhanded, where Cassie kind of played the middleman, where it's like, if you don't go file this lawsuit, we'll just give you a settlement payout. That payout was for $30,000, and all Carrie had to do was sign an NDA in return. And so Carrie had said that this conversation she had had with Cassie went down at a pizza parlor or some type of pizza restaurant over in California, and that Cassie had told Carrie essentially that she was milking the assault. And what ended up happening was that Carrie felt that Cassie didn't have her back in this type of situation. Carrie, in turn, ended up just taking the $30,000. She signed the NDA, and she hasn't spoken to either Cassie or Diddy since, because she felt like Cassie didn't have her back. And the summary of the direct examination was there's no pending lawsuits now.
Yeah, look, this is another example. What I think the prosecution is doing very well with this Ventura, who is the star witness in this case, alleged victim number one. Before they even called her to the stand, they had two supporting witnesses: the hotel employee from the 2016 event, a male performer who was hired or allegedly hired to have sex with Cassandra Ventura. You had the 2016 tape that was introduced to support her credibility before she took the stand. After she takes the stand, now you have Dawn Richard and you have Kerry Morgan, who are further seemingly trying to corroborate Cassandra Ventura's testimony. But what I think is interesting about Miss Morgan is she's talking in a way where it supports the prosecution's argument of a pattern of abuse of women, right? It's not just one woman for the racketeering and sex trafficking charges. This is ongoing. This is multiple people. This pattern of illegal activity, that there are people who there witnessed it, supports Ventura's claims. So she's a key witness, and I understand exactly why she was called by the prosecution. But obviously, the defense is not going to take this lying down. They too had an opportunity to cross-examine Kerry Morgan. What was it like? Was it the same intense questioning as you described of Dawn Richard?
Not necessarily. So Mark Agnifilo was handling this questioning. So this is the first time we've seen him actually question a witness since trial has started. It was pretty interesting to kind of see him in action. He actually kind of was cracking a little bit of jokes with Kerry Morgan at the beginning, mainly just about him wanting to finish the questions up pretty quick, as he knows that she wants to be done with her subpoena and be able to just leave. He says that, and then the cross-examination takes longer than just a few questions. So thank you so much, Mark Agnicola. But one thing I thought that was interesting that he did during the cross-examination was he actually kind of took it back a little bit and asked her about Don Richard, which I was like, kind of, where is this going? Why is he asking about Don Richard when it's Carrie Morgan testifying? And so Mark Agnicola started off with a photo of Don Richard, Kalina Harper, and Cassie Ventura over at that Central Park Festival. It's like, why is he showing this to Carrie Morgan? And me speculating a little bit, I think they were trying to kind of introduce this photo and bring this exhibit photo in front of the jury because while Dawn was on the stand, she had always said that she's always with Cassie. She's seen her and she's seen Cassie and Diddy a number of different times. But then Carrie Morgan, who's been her best friend for 17 years, says she didn't know who anybody in the picture was beyond just Cassie. And so I think that was kind of a point that they were trying to a little bit discredit Don Richard's testimony there. But then Mark Agnicola was asking about how long Carrie and Cassie had known each other. They had met since high school. Mark Agnicola brings up Brian Leslie. That was Cassie's boyfriend before she was with Diddy. He's a music producer. And from Carrie's perspective, they began dating around 2004, and they seemed pretty serious. But then they brought it back to how often did Carrie see Cassie and Diddy together. And she said, she being Carrie, said she saw them a few times per month, that she would see Diddy and Cassie together at the studio, at their homes. They traveled together. Then the defense brings up Burning Man again, and I keep bringing up Burning Man. The defense keeps bringing up Burning Man, and apparently this was something that Cassie and Diddy did together. It was kind of like their little tradition of going to this music festival out in the desert together, and so they brought that back up. And one thing that I thought Mark Agnicola did, which was also pretty interesting too, was asked Carrie if Cassie was jealous of Kim Porter, and Carrie says that she was, again, something that Cassie had admitted to while she was testifying too, because Carrie said that Cassie was jealous of Kim Porter again being the mother of some of Diddy's children, that Cassie was jealous because she could never go to the New Year's Eve parties, and I guess that must have been a big family gathering between all of those families, and Cassie essentially wasn't allowed to go to that type of thing. So then the defense asked Carrie about who was paying for the studio time, because they were always in the studio, and Carrie said, I guess the label, and the label being Bad Boy. The defense asked if Diddy put Cassie into the studio with other artists like Kid Cudi and Lil Wayne, and then Carrie was like, I never said Lil Wayne, and then I think the defense was just kind of trying to throw it out there that because of Diddy, Cassie was able to work with like these big names such as Kid Cudi, who's been mentioned a number of times, Lil Wayne. Carrie said that she also remembers Cassie working with French Montana, Too Short, all of these artists were in the studio with Cassie. Then the defense asked about Diddy's jealousy, and that Carrie kind of always saw the drama play out. Then she was asked about Chris Brown, another celebrity name that was mentioned a couple times during this trial, where the defense asked about Chris Brown and that Diddy was jealous of Cassie dancing on Chris Brown, and that Carrie says she actually doesn't remember this whole entire incident happening, because I think this incident with Chris Brown dancing was like 2013, so what, 12 years ago now at this point. And so then that's when we get to another big celebrity's name, that was Michael B. Jordan, and she was asked, Carrie was asked about the movie shoot over at Honey 3 that was taking place in South Africa. She was asked about Cassie essentially blocking people, including Diddy, a time where Cassie and Diddy were not together, according to Cassie's perspective, that Cassie just was blocking him. She wanted him out of her mind while she was shooting this movie, because they brought back Gina into this whole situation. I'll get there in just a second, but Carrie kind of confirmed that Cassie and Michael B. Jordan were just speaking to one another, that they weren't dating, that they weren't intimate, that they weren't like this more than thing that Diddy himself kind of made it out to be, because essentially that was a big argument between Diddy and Cassie, was just that Diddy felt like Cassie was cheating on him with Michael B. Jordan, or at least pursuing Michael B. Jordan in a romantic fashion. Then Carrie was asked if she saw Cassie doing drugs in South Africa, and Carrie said that she didn't see Cassie doing drugs in South Africa. And then again, the defense trying to kind of confirm whether or not that Cassie and Michael B. Jordan were together. I thought that was just a kind of a weird moment, just like she already said that they weren't together, but the defense kept bringing it up a little bit there. Then they segued into Gina, and that Carrie confirmed Gina was kind of a big problem. And this was another point. She was saying that he was having a full-blown relationship with this little girl. And so the defense there had to be like, was this girl of age? And so that was kind of a whole moment where like they were kind of equating Gina to being a little girl because Gina was much younger than Cassie and Carrie at the time, but still the defense had to verify like, oh, this is not a minor we're talking about, this is still an adult woman by law, but that Carrie essentially called Gina a little girl and that she wouldn't go away. And then one thing that was kind of just a crazy utterance, I will say, is that Carrie said that Gina actually got pregnant. And so don't want to necessarily confirm that the father of this child was Diddy's or anything like that. But apparently this was something that was just kind of thrown out there. It wasn't really kind of delved into or anything like that, but just something Carrie threw out while she was under cross-examination by the defense. Then Carrie was asked whether or not there were times that Cassie wanted Carrie to cover for her, and Carrie said she doesn't remember. Then they get to the whole incident where Diddy was allegedly banging on this door with a hammer, and that no one took photos of the door, that police didn't show up till 3 hours later, because this was after the whole hotel incident. And police asked Carrie what all had happened. Carrie said she wasn't at the hotel when Diddy had physically assaulted Cassie, so she didn't say what happened there. Carrie confirmed again that she didn't call the cops. The cops had come because of all the noise that was going on. And she was asked again about her text messages with Christina Coram, again, that being one of Diddy's head assistants. And Carrie referred, all these C's, all these K's, sorry about that. But Carrie confirmed that Christina was like the right hand of Diddy and that she was always nice and that she always tried to help, something that I feel like the defense would definitely possibly use later on a little bit. Then she was asked a little bit about her relationship with Diddy's employees, again, naming names like Christina Coram, D-Rock, Derek Roche as well, too, that they were all friends. And Carrie Morgan had talked about a person named Mia who we expect to be testifying. And Carrie had said that Mia had a ton of energy, something that you kind of have to have the stamina to work with Sean Combs. And so we got a little bit about that there. Then she was asked about the 2018 incident where she was hit with the wooden hanger and that Carrie got a concussion. And then the defense was asking her why she stopped being friends with Cassie. Carrie says that Cassie wasn't supportive of Carrie after Diddy had hit her. Carrie says that Cassie never even reached out to her after this incident. They were essentially verifying that the $30,000 didn't come from Cassie herself, that essentially Cassie was the middleman. And again, that Carrie says Cassie offered money to sign the NDA so Carrie wouldn't publicly speak about this. And the defense asked why she's not friends with Cassie if Cassie didn't specifically harm her, something that they were kind of going on and on about as far as her cross-examination goes today. And Carrie says it was simply just because Cassie didn't reach out to her even after the fact. Later on, we were shown some more exhibit photos, those being of Carrie, Cassie, and a woman named Vonna together. Vonna is somebody who had also filed a civil claim against Diddy, somebody that we possibly expect to be testifying for the government in this case, but that's not 100% sure just yet. The defense, Diddy's attorneys, were asking Carrie if Carrie, Cassie, and Diddy all did drugs together. Carrie said yes, something that she had answered to under direct. The defense asked if there was times that Diddy wanted Cassie off drugs, and Carrie confirmed yes, that Diddy actually sent Cassie away to Mexico to get some type of treatment for this. And they were asked if Vonna brought drugs to Cassie, and Carrie did kind of confirm that. Then we saw an exhibit photo, this one a group photo. It kind of, I couldn't tell if it was a selfie or just someone taking the photo and everyone was just super close together. But Carrie kind of verified some of the people that were in there, like Eli Maroon, Rob Holiday, Kiki Palmer, Deontay Nash, a person named Luba, Vonna, and Cassie were all in this together. And I think the defense was trying to kind of get at, you guys did all these things together. You guys were best friends together. You got opportunities to go to places maybe you wouldn't have if your best friend wasn't dating a big giant mogul at this time frame. And so the defense is asking, did you guys have a lot of fun? And Carrie verified yes. Was it exciting for the wrong reasons? And Carrie verified yes. And Carrie had also said, or the defense asked Carrie, you love some of them being the people that she's no longer friends with, but she knew during her time being around Cassie, being around Diddy. And she said, yes. We saw, again, another photo, that being the Burning Man photo with Lucas White, Dallas Austin, Diddy, Carrie, all in Burning Man together. The defense asking her, did you have fun? She said, yes. And she was asked again, from your perspective, were Cassie and Diddy in love? And she said, yes. From your perspective, he was flawed. Carrie said, yes. Did you try to help Diddy be a better person? She said, yes. Then you see this text message from Diddy to Carrie, where he said, hey, I never asked you to call me, but it's about Cassie's birthday. If you can, it's a 5-minute call about the B-Day. I couldn't tell, or I couldn't necessarily exaggerate about that. I'm sorry about that. But this long text message that was sent back from Carrie to Diddy, and it was essentially in summation about loving oneself, and that Carrie said she actually didn't remember sending this text message. And again, this message, it looked like a poem, and it was very kind of hard to see and kind of get all grasp of that. But I don't think these were Carrie's actual own words. I think these were a poem from some other author. They brought back the wooden hanger incident and kind of ended on that, just about whether or not Carrie recalled doing drugs, if there were drugs on the table, and that Diddy came in during this point accusing Cassie of cheating on him. Carrie didn't remember who this person was that Cassie was allegedly cheating with. And then the defense brought up just her prior statements to the government from 2023, so a little while ago, and just that when she had spoken to the government during this time period, that she had actually said she went to the hospital after this incident, but while she was testifying today, she said she went to urgent care, which, according to Carrie, she said that she thought they were just one and the same as far as urgent care, hospital, just kind of thought it was similar at that point. And so she said that there was no police response to this incident, and that Carrie took photos, but she doesn't have them today. Then she was asked whether or not the government subpoenaed Carrie's devices, and Carrie didn't turn over her, or not didn't turn over her communication devices, but she said she wasn't subpoenaed for those devices. So there was no type of photo that we saw of just the aftermath of this incident or any of that sort. The defense kind of brought it home with just these photos of Diddy and Cassie together along with Carrie, and this was after the 2017 Met Gala, and they're all kind of posed together on the streets of New York. Mm-hmm. And it seemed like, had we not heard all this testimony, it seemed like just a great group of friends. But I think the defense was trying to kind of point out here that this was a fun time for you, that there was love here for you guys, and they really just kind of brought it home as far as just that this was just like a big just friendship fallout just from everything that had happened. Yeah. Something that may have worked into their favor, but it's unclear to tell sometimes with the jury and how they're responding to all of that.
Yeah, it's a lot of information. It's a lot of power dynamics, relationship dynamics. And we talked about it with the Cassandra Ventura too. This idea there were maybe great parts of the relationship, or there was a love there. But the difficulty is she's claiming, and the prosecution is asserting, that she was a victim throughout this. And, when you listen to Carrie Morgan, an important witness, an important corroborating witness, but at the same time, they may have been friends, but think about what she's testifying to now. Elizabeth, before we wrap things up real quick, I want to talk about David James, who I think is an important witness, because this is not a friend necessarily. This was the personal assistant of Sean Combs. And if we're talking about racketeering, in what the first few pages of the indictment, I don't care which indictment we're looking at, there's all superseding. They talk about the assistants and the people who might have helped or facilitated Sean Combs' criminal empire or alleged criminal empire or part of this. That's why I think the assistants and the bodyguards are all part of it. Not necessarily mean that they're charged, but their testimony is important. And the idea is that Sean Combs ran this criminal enterprise where he can't do it by himself. So real quick, David James, some highlights from his testimony. And by the way, is he going to continue his testimony into tomorrow?
Oh, he's absolutely going to continue his testimony until tomorrow. He probably was on the stand not more than 20 minutes before the judge just kind of wrapped it for the day, sent the jury home, and then he'll continue with his direct examination tomorrow. But as far as David James goes, he was somebody I was kind of looking forward to his testimony as well too, because to your point, Jesse, I really kind of want to hear from the employees at this point and just everything that they had went through, because it seems like from the government's perspective, they're really just kind of honing in on the forced labor kind of perspective of everything, especially when it comes to this RICO conspiracy, because that's the number one question that a lot of people have on their minds, as far as the people I've been speaking to, is just how is the prosecution relating this to RICO, because I think people have one idea of RICO in their mind, but kind of hearing how they're just slowly kind of piecing it together, you can kind of see it from both ways. But as far as David James's testimony goes, he did say he was testifying because he was ordered to do it by a subpoena, and by that order, he's essentially there to tell the truth. And so this was a former personal assistant of Diddy, who had worked for Diddy for about a 2-year time period from 2007 to 2009. And that's when we see some photo exhibits of Diddy. It's just kind of like a standard photo of him on a red carpet. And then we see a photo of David James himself as well, too. And so he says, as far as his work goes with Diddy, that it began around, again, that 2007 time period. In 2005, just a couple years before, he went to Michigan State. Shout out to Mick. Then he moved to New York City as an executive assistant. He wanted to pursue fashion, and then actually saw this job description by the New York Times and said that he applied to this job, and this job being a personal assistant of Sean Puff Daddy Puffy Combs, again in the New York Times, and applied to this position a couple of times. And let me just kind of date it here a little bit, Jesse, because this was before, we were able to just all apply through jobs through LinkedIn or through any of those type of job boards online. That he said that he faxed in his resume, he emailed his resume, and he went to drop off his resume in person, something that you don't necessarily see nowadays. But overall, he said that he ended up going for an interview at Bad Boy Entertainment, something that's at 710 Broadway, or previously was. And he had met with this woman named Basha, somebody who was a senior VP of Bad Boy. And this is where his voice kind of gets a little bit of shaky. I couldn't tell necessarily if he was about to cry or if he had a little bit of allergies or that sort, but it seemed a little emotional to me, where Basha had told David around this time period, "It's Mr. Combs' kingdom. We're here to serve him." And I think that might have kind of pointing in the prosecution's favor there, just about what the employees of Diddy had to do in order to kind of, one, keep their job, and two, just kind of how the workflow was. But essentially, he was given a bunch of tasks that he had to complete for his interview. He said he actually dropped off all of his requirements that he had to do for this interview in order to get this job to a woman named Dia. He said that he did this like on a Monday and finished everything up. And I guess Dia had mentioned that normally it takes like prospective employees like a week to do this thing, but David James was one, he was ready to go essentially. And so Diddy himself ended up kind of getting in onto the job interview and asking David James why he would make a good personal assistant. And David James said something along the lines of, "I'm not worried about yesterday, I'm focused on today." And then he kind of did a play on words to Diddy's song, "Can't Stop, Won't Stop." And that was something that David James had conveyed to Diddy himself. Then we start to get like some exhibit photos of just some other employees that we had previously seen in the exhibit, such as Capricorn Clark. She was the former director of communications for Sean John. That was Diddy's fashion line. But he said that his actual supervisor at the time was Dia, who was the chief of staff at that time. And he said his responsibilities as a personal assistant were essentially to operate for the chairman of a company. He said it was also to travel with Diddy. He said that his job duties included arriving at Diddy's home before Diddy even wakes up. He would compile a bunch of different documents. He would get together Diddy's business schedule for the day. He would get together press clippings, any type of press that had mentioned Diddy's name that he would kind of help compile together. Then he said his job was honestly to wake Diddy up as well too, wait for him to be done with breakfast, and from breakfast they'd go with security, and then they would just be on the move. They would either go to dinner later on during that evening, they would go to the studio, and I've been mentioning a lot of stuff at the studio. Obviously, he was like this mega producer / rapper / executive. So, the studio was is always kind of mentioned as far as being a little bit of Diddy's home away from home, essentially, and said that he couldn't leave, he being David James, couldn't leave until he got call time to be in the next day, and that call time would come in at night. But he said he worked pretty long hours. If it wasn't 5 days a week, 6 days a week, it was 7 days a week. So he says he's working essentially 7 days a week, one time 3 weeks straight, which is a lot of time. But He says that he got overtime. He said his pay around that time was $70,000. Given that time frame, that's a pretty substantial amount of money, I guess. But he was asked about kind of riders for hotel rooms were different than riders and riders are essentially just everything that the artist, the person who's going to be interviewed, needs stopped into, I guess, in the hotel in one perspective, but also for TV appearances and those dressing rooms. So they didn't touch too much on the hotel aspect, but I think, again, the prosecution kind of amping it up for what might be later to come. Then he was asked about just other members of the staff, such as security and their roles. The security's roles were to protect Diddy, his family, his property. He mentioned names like Uncle Paulie, D-Rock, Big Tim, Bonds, some familiar names that we had all heard about in other people's testimony. David James was asked about security carrying legal weapons. He said that Uncle Paulie carried a knife, that security didn't carry illegal weapons, and that security at one point told David James to kind of stay in his lane and not get too into the weeds of everything that they were doing. Then they started kind of really just familiarizing other people amongst his staff, such as a person named Amanda. Then we saw an exhibit photo of Chef Jordan, who was Diddy's personal chef, someone who, again, we expect to be testifying very, very soon. Then David James was asked about Diddy's girlfriends, and I was expecting to hear him say just Cassie's name, but he didn't say just Cassie's name. He named other people, such as Sarah, such as Tara, such as Yana, and then Cassie during his time working with Diddy. And so then they started kind of getting into Cassie, of course, and they were asking how David James had met Cassie. That was at Diddy's Miami home, that Diddy had rented a yacht during this time to essentially kind of impress Cassie around this time frame. I didn't get down to date as far as when this was, but I imagine it's probably around that 2007, 2008, 2009 time period, because that was the time that David James was working with Diddy. But as far as his conversations with Cassie, the first ones had happened in Star Island with Cassie and actually Carrie Morgan, so everything's kind of intertwining there. That Cassie had said something along the lines of, this lifestyle is crazy. And David James had said, if it's so crazy, why don't you get out? And then Cassie said, because Diddy pays for her car and for her home and kind of helps build her career. Then he recalled another incident another incident where Cassie was telling David James about her album, an album that never came out, but that they were listening to songs. Cassie seemed pretty proud of it, but again, this album never had come out. Then David James was asked about Kim Porter again, Kim Porter being the mother of some of Diddy's children, and that Kim Porter was referred to as Diddy's queen, whereas Cassie was right where Diddy wanted her to be, and that she was moldable, that Cassie was a moldable person. And then that there were some disagreements about Cassie's career, that she wanted to sing and model and essentially do more for her career, and that's where the direct examination ended today. So I assume when we get back tomorrow morning, that's exactly where they're going to kind of pick up and see how they kind of lay out everything as far as what all he had seen, what he had witnessed, possibly of what he had heard. So it'll be interesting to see where his testimony goes tomorrow.
Look, again, like you said, the inner workings of this enterprise and the people who help facilitate it, very important for racketeering. Plus, anytime you're listening to employees who work these long hours, maybe against their will, you're thinking of forced labor, which again is one of those predicate underlying crimes that the prosecution is asserting to prove racketeering conspiracy. I did think it's really interesting that Cassie had allegedly said to him, "Why don't you leave?" Well, he pays for everything for me, and he's Sean Diddy Combs. Not, I'm in fear for my life, I can't leave, I'm scared of what happens. That's an important point that I'm curious if the jury picked up on. Listen, Elizabeth Miller, thank you so much for the incredible detail, the play-by-play of what happened for each of the witnesses today. We will continue to be covering this trial every day, and Elizabeth will be in there every day. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. Great seeing you.
Thanks, Jesse.
And that's all we have for you right now here on Sidebar, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us. And as always, please subscribe on YouTube, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you should get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time. The former Diddy assistants who say they were threatened, abused, underpaid, even one who claims she was sexually assaulted by Sean Combs, are they going to be the downfall fall of the rat mogul. Their testimony is explosive and so important to the sex trafficking and racketeering case. So we're going to go through what they have to say and how this all fits into the overall charges. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. So I got to say, in a racketeering and sex trafficking case, Sean Diddy Combs' assistants, who's more important, right? They are key. They are key to this prosecution. Remember what prosecutors are saying here, right? What are they claiming? That it's basically Combs accused of being part of this criminal enterprise that he ran, this criminal group, this criminal association of people that work together to commit or cover up a series of crimes like kidnapping, forced labor, arson, bribery, sex trafficking. It's about an agreement to further a pattern of criminal activity. So if I'm saying that, don't you need the people who were in the inner circle to explain what was going on, whether or not they're alleged co-conspirators or accomplices or not? The point is, Combs is charged with racketeering conspiracy. He couldn't have done all of this on his own. Don't you need to know who the staff are and what they have to say? And by the way, for racketeering conspiracy, the prosecution needs to prove at least 2 of those underlying predicate crimes, the ones I mentioned before. To give you a better idea of this as we talk about the assistants today, I just want to read you some parts from Combs' indictment that kind of set the stage for this. For example, quote, "The defendant abused, threatened, and coerced women and others around him to fulfill his sexual desires, protect his reputation, and conceal his conduct. To do so, Combs relied on the employees, resources, and influence of the multifaceted business empire that he led and controlled, creating a criminal enterprise whose members and associates engaged in and attempted to engage in, among other crimes, sex trafficking, forced labor, kidnapping, arson, bribery, and obstruction of justice. The defendant engaged in a persistent and pervasive pattern of abuse toward women and other individuals. Combs assaulted women by, among other things, striking, punching, dragging, throwing objects at, and kicking them." By the way they've positioned this is not just alleged victims or named victims in this case, but quite general, right? Talking about assaulting women. Combs' violence was also not limited to these women. It extended to his employees, witnesses to his abuse, and others. The defendant used the Combs business, including certain employees, to carry out, facilitate, and cover up his acts of violence, abuse, and commercial sex. Those employees, including security staff, household staff, personal assistants, and high-ranking supervisors and other close associates, acted as Combs' intermediaries, and their conduct was facilitated and assisted by Combs' control of the Combs business. By the way, there's a part of the indictment that talks about purpose of the criminal enterprise, quote, "preserving, protecting, promoting, and enhancing the power, reputation, and brand of Sean Combs, fulfilling the personal desires of Combs, securing absolute loyalty from members of the Combs enterprise, including through acts of violence and threats." So I kind of set the stage of what we're about to talk about. And you have to now wonder whether the people who Combs allegedly demoralized, took advantage of, forced to work insane hours under intense conditions, abused, underpaid, threatened, again, taking all these allegations as true, are they going to be Sean Combs' downfall? Okay, let's talk about it. I want to bring on right now Law and Crime's legal counsel, Elizabeth Vulai, who I always love to talk about any legal topic with, but particularly this topic. Elizabeth, before we even get into the specifics, I'm right? I'm right. The assistants are key to this case.
They're absolutely key. So again, one of the things that we always keep coming back to this with the racketeering charge is that it's not enough just to rely on Cassie's testimony or, even one other individual's testimony. They have to show a widespread pattern and enterprise. So again, people that assisted, facilitated, did a lot of these things. And with the underlying acts that you mentioned, forced labor, kidnapping, I think a lot of what the different assistants testified to helped to support that. So I think it's really, really key.
Hey everybody, this is another Law and Crime legal alert. Did you know that children are being diagnosed with serious conditions like type 2 diabetes and non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, and the research is potentially linking ultra-processed foods to all this? Yeah, well, Morgan & Morgan, they are stepping in to fight to hold these food companies accountable. With decades of experience fighting large corporations, they are ready to stand up for the families who deserve justice. So if your child under 21 has been diagnosed with type 2 diabetes or fatty liver disease, then visit www.forthepeople.com/food or scan the QR code on screen to learn more. So one of the themes that I think they helped with prosecutors here is help to prove, or trying to prove, there was a criminal enterprise, that they were all working together to fulfill one common purpose, one common goal, fulfill the desires of Sean Combs. So one of his assistants, David James, testified that during his interview with the head of HR, she told him, quote, "This is Mr. Combs' kingdom. We're all here to serve it." Former assistant who testified under the pseudonym Mia told jurors that one of her jobs was, quote, "protect him at all times." And if we accept other testimony in this case, that the freak-offs were crimes, right, these prolonged sexual experiences, usually with commercial sex workers, if we accept these are crimes, that they were sexual episodes for people like Cassandra Ventura, who were coerced into performing, that she was forced to do this with Combs using threats, violence, intimidation, that if we accept these are crimes and these are the scenes of sex trafficking, did these assistants help to facilitate all of this and cover it up? Why? One of Combs' former assistants, George Kaplan, testified that his job was to clean up the hotel rooms in Miami, New York, LA. He testified lots of empty bottles, empty Gatorade bottles, empty liquor bottles, and often baby oil. Kaplan was also tasked with delivering a medicine kit. This was a bag apparently filled with prescription pills and pain meds, and had to get Combs drugs like MDMA. David James testified that he set up hotel rooms with thousands of dollars in cash. Interesting if we're talking about commercial sex, prostitutes, or male sex workers. That he got drugs for Combs, including Percocet, that he got filled under his own name. That he testified, quote, there were probably 25 or 30 different pill bottles. Capricorn Clark, another assistant, testified she was asked to get drugs for him, including cocaine, while they were in France. Elizabeth, is this proving racketeering conspiracy?
I think so. So one of the things that I noticed about the different parts of testimony from the assistants was obviously Kaplan and James, you mentioned, talked about their roles, and they had to set up the hotel rooms, purchase supplies for it, be in charge of the cleanup afterwards, because Combs had specifically instructed them, apparently, don't let the hotel staff do this. You guys have to basically take care of it. This is your job. But also what the various assistants testified to helps play into the underlying acts of the racketeering charge. So, one of the things that Mia had talked about was being entrapped in his home and not being able to leave when she wanted. It could help add to the kidnapping charge. One of the other things that one of the assistants had testified to, I think it was Capricorn Clark, was the multiple hours that they had to work over the weekends, 100-hour weekends. If she didn't comply or want to do one of the duties that he was asked to, she would apparently be threatened. So that kind of goes into forced labor. So all of these different pieces of testimony help play into the underlying charges, and it also is what they observed to happen between him and Cassie Ventura helps to support that as well.
So we're going to get into all that and focusing on the freak-offs and allegedly setting them up or, providing the supplies for them or cleaning up. Is this that they're conspiring? And by the way, they don't need a formal agreement, although it seems like there was a common understanding of what the job was and what was happening. I think that would be the allegation from prosecutors. Are they conspiring to commit sex trafficking, a predicate for racketeering? Is that an argument you think that's going to be made? If they're talking about, well, one of the underlying crimes for racketeering is sex trafficking, well, them setting up the hotel rooms, getting the supplies, this is sex trafficking, this is them conspiring to commit sex trafficking. You think that's a fair argument?
It could be, because one of the things that's being alleged is that setting up of the hotel rooms of these freak-offs, again, what the prosecution is saying is that Cassie didn't want to enter these freak-offs of her own free will, that she was, forced into doing it by threats. Diddy would threaten various things like releasing, explicit videotapes of her, physical violence, all of these things. So the prosecution's main argument is that these freak-offs were evidence of trafficking, of transportation to engage in prostitution. So by them facilitating the hotel rooms for these freak-offs, you could make that link. But I don't think the prosecution is going to be trying to go after the assistants. I know there was talk of Kaplan receiving immunity and things like that. So I think they're really trying to utilize the assistants to show this was an overall enterprise, not necessarily to go after the assistants, but more just the overall.
Right. In terms of forgetting, the criminal liability for them or lack thereof, I think it's the idea of trying to establish how they were working together to make this happen. Even, by the way, the drug possession, the drug distribution underlying predicate crimes for racketeering. If they're talking about getting Combs drugs, is that satisfy that predicate?
Yeah, it could be. That was one of the things that the prosecution had talked a lot about, was his consumption of drugs and illegal drugs. I think that could be possibly part of it, but I think the big thing is going to be the specific setting up of the hotel rooms for these freak-offs, because that is what underlies a lot of the other charges. Obviously, the drug charges and everything, it adds to the overall allegations against him. But I think the biggest thing is the setting up of these hotel rooms for these freak-offs, that it wasn't just sort of on-the-fly consensual acts, but these were things that had happened multiple times, set up specifically for this.
You mentioned forced labor. Okay, so forced labor is another predicate underlying crime for racketeering that the prosecution could prove to get him convicted of that. By the way, we're talking life in prison, potentially life in prison for racketeering. It's the top charge here. So forced labor under federal law, look this up, is defined as whoever knowingly provides or obtains the labor or services of a person by threats of serious harm to or physical restraint against that person or another person by means of any scheme, plan, or pattern intended to cause the person to believe that if the person did not perform such labor or services, that person or another person would suffer serious harm or physical restraint. I think that's just probably, or version of it, is going to make its way into the jury instructions. But Mia, she testified that her first day as Combs' personal assistant was 24 hours long. One time she claimed she worked 5 days straight with no sleep. She was on extended release Adderall, had a breakdown essentially. She had to do everything for Combs, including cracking his knuckles. She had to stay attached to her BlackBerry 24/7. David James testified he worked 3 weeks straight without a day off. Capricorn Clark testified that Combs allegedly got angry at her for taking too long to run an errand, with him stating, "See, your problem is you want a life and you can't have that." And when she apparently told another employee that she hates it here, Combs allegedly ran towards her, pushed her, and said, "If you hate it here, get the F out of my house." Mia testified that he threw me against the wall. He's thrown me into a pool. He's thrown an ice bucket on my head. He slammed my arm into a door. There was testimony about being under the constant threat of being fired. David James testified that when another assistant went to the hospital for dehydration after overworking, Combs security allegedly said, "You know what rhymes with tired? Fired." Elizabeth, towering accounts nonetheless. Is it forced labor, or is it, maybe as the defense is going to characterize it, it's a tough job? Tough job. Lawyers work a lot. Investment bankers work a lot. They work crazy hours. Why is this different? Other than the fact they've got the allegations of physical assault.
Right, yeah. So you have the allegations of physical assault and threats, and that plays directly into forced labor. Obviously the details, all of the assistants had testified to working 100 hours over the weekend, working for weeks nonstop with no breaks, essentially being on call 24/7, right? But the allegations of the continuous threats and physical violence is the difference between a really tough job and a really demanding boss versus forced labor. And I think also the other thing that I believe it was Capricorn Clark who had testified to this is that after she had worked for Diddy, one of the things that someone in the industry had told her was, things could be really bad for you if you continue to speak out about this. So constantly facing those potential threats is what's going to play right into the forced labor. And essentially that's going to be the difference between the defense saying, well, you could have quit at any time, but if they can show if they had quit, they would have been in possible danger. That's a good counter argument to that.
I mean, David James testified that something very interesting. He said that Combs essentially blackmailed him, that he'd been high at a New Year's Eve party. Combs brought him in, had footage of him, and said, "Yo, Playboy, is that you dancing around the party?" And according to James, he said, "Yes, sir." And he testified, quote, and he kind of nodded his head and he said, "Okay, I want to keep this footage in case I ever need it." What do you make of that?
Yeah, that was really interesting. So I think that echoes a lot of the allegations of what Cassie Ventura made in a different context. One of the things that she had said was these freak-offs were allegedly filmed, and Combs would continuously use that as threats against her. He would threaten to, release the tapes to her parents, to the public, knowing what the damage of what that could do to her, in terms of the professional sense and also the personal sense. So when I read that, I thought, okay, this is sort of mirrors what Cassie's saying, but in a different context. And he had told James, great, I'm going to keep this in case I need to use it later. So again, that plays into the potential threat, holding something over someone's head. Again, if the defense counters back and says, well, you could have quit, and the prosecution can show, right, but there would have been serious ramifications if I had quit.
So it's like forced labor. I mean, I hear. I think it plays a number of factors, right? It corroborates what Cassie had said had happened to her. I think it goes to the overall narrative of a pattern of abuse towards people. But it also, I think, is forced. It maybe help prove forced labor, understanding the forced labor, why the hours matter. But Elizabeth, everything changed when Mia also testified that she was sexually assaulted by Sean Combs multiple times. And this happened, my understanding, during her employment. You wonder how that changes the game, because it's not sex trafficking, right? I don't believe she's one of the victims with respect to sex trafficking. It's not about that. It is for forced labor, right?
her testimony was really, really critical. She's not just testifying as to things that she saw between Cassie and Diddy, but things that had also happened to her as well. So again, the alleged rape, it doesn't mirror sex trafficking or transportation to engage in prostitution, but it sort of plays into the overall theme of, again, committing acts against someone against their will. So that also adds to the overall charges. And then again, using physical violence, threats, obviously alleged rape, form of physical violence. He's apparently using that to get what he wants from this employee. And I also thought in terms of Mia, some of the other things she had testified to were really interesting that could possibly counter, again, the defense's argument of, well, this was all consensual, you could have just left. She had talked about being stopped in, I believe, a police car with Sean Combs, and the police being enamored with him, trying to talk to HR about some of these issues. And HR, essentially what she said was HR was just sort of used as a buffer and a cover up for Diddy, being scared of physical acts of violence. So all of these things I think was really interesting to help sort of play into the idea of it wasn't that easy to just leave or quit.
She testified. It was very quick, but it felt like forever. I couldn't tell him no, like about a sandwich. I couldn't tell him no about anything. I knew his power and I knew his control over me. And I didn't want to lose everything that I worked so hard for, or this world, that was the only thing I had anymore. That's what she said, Elizabeth.
Yeah, and that also, I think, echoes a lot of what Capricorn Clark had said, too. She worked for him on and off for 10 years, and afterwards she talked about the difficulty of getting another job, that Diddy was obviously extremely well connected, that he could, badmouth her to the entire industry. So I think it's so interesting to me how these assistants worked for him at different times, had different experiences, but a lot of what they're saying seems to overlap.
Yeah, this idea of corroborating the force, fraud, coercion, the elements of sex trafficking for Cassie Ventura, why she was allegedly induced into engaging in these sexual performances. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about Cassie's corroboration through these assistants. I think it was a big theme throughout their testimony. And the assistants really hit upon this in a few ways. So Mia had testified that Cassie seemed nervous before a, quote, hotel night. So possibly a freak off, that Cassie started getting stomach issues because of it. I think that goes to the issue of lack of consent. Stick with David James for a second. He recalled Ventura saying to him once, I can't get out. Mr. Combs oversees so much of my life. He controls my music career. He pays for my apartment. He gives me an allowance. James testified, I just didn't think that she could easily leave. So big there, Elizabeth.
Yeah, really, really big. Again, I think it helps because if you have Cassie Ventura testifying as to this, saying I couldn't just leave, it just only helps to have other people who were in their lives at the time who witnessed what was going on to help corroborate that and explain why it was so difficult. And one of the things that I believe was George Kaplan had testified to was being on a plane with them with multiple other members of Diddy's entourage and staff and allegedly hearing a beating going on, Cassie Ventura screaming, and no one had intervened. She had apparently said, why, is anyone seeing this? Basically, why is no one coming to my help or assistance? And that, again, even though it's not a detail of a freak off, it helps to show the overall pattern of alleged physical violence and threats. And that's what the prosecution is saying he used to pressure her into these freak offs.
And Elizabeth, James testified that Combs told him once that Ventura was, quote, very moldable. So that seems like if the jury accepts that as true, it fits right into the description of what Combs did or allegedly did to control Cassie in this sex trafficking pattern, right?
Yeah, that was really, really a key moment for me when I was reviewing the testimony. So, when they got together, she was 19, he was 37, huge age gap, huge disparity, wealth, power, celebrity, all of that. And to have someone directly testify that Diddy had explicitly told him she was easily moldable, I think that just sort of shows his overall thinking in terms of this relationship and how he was able to use, again, threats, coercion, influence, not just in terms of physical violence, but again, everything that he held over her with her apartment, her career, her family, all of that. So that was really, really interesting. I think it said a lot.
And the assistants, they testified to witnessing Combs allegedly physically abuse Cassie. There was testimony that Mia tried to physically stop Combs at one point. George Kaplan testified that he heard Cassie screaming in a bedroom of Combs' private jet, with her saying at one time, isn't anybody seeing this? There was crashing glass. He apparently saw Combs standing over Cassie, who was cowering. Mia, by the way, testified that she was instructed to, quote, keep tabs on Cassie. And there was one time that she recounted to the jury that she was told by Combs allegedly, keep Cassie in this hotel room, but they both apparently snuck out to attend the Prince party. All was okay until she says Combs apparently arrived. They tried to run away. He apparently catches up, and he starts allegedly physically attacking Cassie to the point where Prince is secure.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail, the ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry, you know you're always getting professional grade products. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
The security has to get involved. And Mia was then suspended by Combs. So Elizabeth, if the assistants are testifying, I saw abuse, but I didn't do anything, does this make them co-conspirators in sex trafficking? I mean, how much do you think also this helps corroborate Cassie's claims?
Right. So, it's the fact of them not intervening. I think it's not great. I don't know if it's enough to essentially get them to co-conspirators. Again, especially if they say physical violence, threats, all of these things that were happening to Cassie. If they had intervened, probably the same thing would have happened to them. So I think more the details in terms of them setting up the hotel rooms for the freak offs, and because from their testimony, it was obvious they had knowledge of what was going on. You mentioned they had talked about Cassie seeming kind of nervous before all this was going on. So, it was apparent they had at least some knowledge that this wasn't consensual. So I think the setup of the hotel rooms for the freak offs actually points more towards that. But again, I don't think it's the goal of the prosecution to really go after the assistants. I think it's them trying to use them to show how Combs had used multiple people and kind of allegedly funneled a lot of this through his businesses to achieve these acts. So it's not helpful that they didn't intervene, obviously, but I think there's a good counter argument to that for them to say, well, this was how physically violent and powerful and threatening he was that we couldn't intervene.
I think it goes to a larger issue. So aside from the fact that it's just corroborating what Cassie had testified to, it goes to the lack of doing anything. I think that goes to maybe explain or help explain why Cassie didn't do anything. What do I mean by that? Capricorn Clark testified that she called Cassie's mom, Regina, and told her, he's beating the S out of your daughter. I can't call the police, but you can. Please help her. And, when you think about that, right? The idea of, oh, why didn't Cassie leave? Why didn't she report Sean Combs? Talked about it before, Don Richard testifying that Combs beat her up in front of celebrities and nobody stepped in. If you have the assistants saying the same thing, it goes to that power dynamic, because the defense is saying she's not credible, she could have left, everything was consensual, she was a willing participant, look at what her text messages say. But the other way of looking at it is, well, what was she really thinking and feeling, and what could she really do in that position? And the assistants, I think, kind of explain that.
They do. They really explain it a lot because, again, very wisely, the prosecution started off with Cassie's direct testimony, which was obviously really powerful. But the assistants, what they've been doing is corroborating by saying, this is the physical violence we witnessed. These are the threats we witnessed, both against themselves and also seeing it happen between Cassie. I think that's why all of the assistants' testimony is really, really key here, is because they're saying, I was threatened, I was a victim of physical violence against him, but I also saw it happen to her. And on all different levels, obviously the physical violence that was committed against Cassie Ventura, but, the alleged extortion, you mentioned her mother had given testimony about essentially being allegedly extorted for $20,000 for, a videotape of alleged sexual activity happening between Cassie and other people. So all of these things, I think, directly play into that. And I think all of the assistants' testimony is really, really key here, both in setting up how this was an enterprise and also, the different ways that money was possibly funneled. One of the things that George Kaplan testified to was he was asked by Sean Combs to apparently buy creams and makeup to cover up Cassie's bruises after a violent incident. And he said he used the company credit card to do that. So I think in terms of them testifying as to what happened to them against Combs, what they saw, how money was possibly funneled through that, because that's a big thing prosecution is saying, that the enterprise was set up through Bad Boy Records, Combs Enterprise, all of these things. I think it's so critical.
And I think he also testified he was paid in cash or reimbursed in cash for the more personal kind of items that were used. So prosecutors could say, yeah, he didn't want a paper trail on it because he knew it was for illegal activity. I think that's probably a fair argument. Okay. want to talk about something else. I want to talk about Capricorn Clark, because I think she is important for another reason too. She helps prove, and we talked about this a little bit, the predicate crime of kidnapping for racketeering. So December 2011, after Combs apparently found out that Cassie was romantically involved with rapper Kid Cudi, Combs apparently shows up to her home at 5:30, 6 in the morning, bangs on her door. She claims he has a gun in his hand, says, "Why didn't you tell me?" Tells her to get dressed, that we're going to kill him, that she's essentially forced into a car with Combs. They go to Kid Cudi's place. That leads into the whole allegation that they broke into his house and whatnot. Elizabeth, that was something I have to imagine the jury is going to be focusing on, and something the prosecution is going to be focused on in terms of kidnapping, right?
Exactly. So you said it perfectly, is that, she had testified that Combs had come to her basically with a gun in his hand saying, we're going to go kill Kid Cudi. She was forced essentially against her will to get into the car and to go there. That plays into the kidnapping charge. And I also think it plays into a bit of the arson charge, even though it didn't happen exactly at that moment. One of the things that a lot of analysts talked about was the difficulty of linking Diddy to the potential arson of the car, because there's not video evidence of it. It's hard to make that direct link, I think some people were saying. But if you have an assistant saying he had a gun in his hand, he was ready to do physical violence against Kid Cudi, allegedly he had talked about wanting to kill him, I think that helps corroborate the possibility of him setting his car on fire, which Kid Cudi had testified to. So it goes into, I think, the kidnapping. I think it also plays into a little bit of the arson, even though it didn't happen at the moment.
It's a good point. And by the way, they can find him guilty of racketeering, like if they think he committed arson, drug crimes, or forced labor, or kidnapping. They don't even if they don't believe the whole sex trafficking part of this case. And that's what's essential with this kind of criminal enterprise, racketeering conspiracy charge. But by the way, Capricorn Clark, she also testified that Combs threatened her too, that when she started her job with him, he threatened to kill her over her former connection to his rival Suge Knight. She testified that when jewelry went missing, she was taken to this dilapidated floor of what would become the Bad Boy building, where she was forced to take a lie detector test. And the man who conducted the test allegedly said that he would throw her in the East River. So Elizabeth, how does this support the charges? Does it help with forced labor? Does it corroborate what happened to Cassie? Is this a pattern of racketeering? It's explosive testimony, but how does it specifically fit in?
I think all of the above. So it plays into the alleged violence, the threats, the physical violence. All of that is the prosecution's main theme as to why there should be sex trafficking charges, why there should be transportation to engage in prostitution. Specifically with sex trafficking, the difference between consensual group sex between adults versus sex trafficking is, again, the non-willingness to participate. And what they're saying is the threats and physical violence, that's the key missing link there. Even if it seemed like Cassie Ventura might have wanted to engage in this, that's what, kind of helps fill in that gap. So I think all of that helps it to corroborate that. I think a lot of it also goes to, Combs's overall nature. The more that they can testify that these kinds of incidents happen, the more believable it is to a jury, right? Because all of this is being presented to a jury. Jurors are human beings, so the more testimony they hear about, ongoing patterns of behavior like this, the more it can play into that. So again, the assistants testifying, these are things that happen to me. It's always more believable to a jury if you have 5 people making the same kind of allegations versus just one, let's say with Cassie Ventura. So I think it helps play into all of that.
Before we wrap things up, we've been talking so much about how this helps the prosecution, but the defense has been putting on a case, and you do wonder if there are credibility issues here with the assistants. Why? George Kaplan apparently granted immunity. David James testified he signed a proffer agreement, usually where what you say can't be used against you. Capricorn Clark was confronted with the fact that after all of this, after being fired, she apparently tried to work for Combs as recently as April 2024. Mia had reportedly not initially mentioned when speaking with prosecutors that she was sexually assaulted by Sean Combs. Is all of this problematic for the prosecution? Is this problematic for their credibility, Elizabeth?
Right. I think that's exactly what the defense is going to play into. Well, one, a lot of what they've been trying to counter with Cassie Ventura's testimony is, well, you received compensation for this. You were exposed to this, sort of high rolling lifestyle. You received a lot of benefits from this. You could have left at any point. So I think that's something that they're going to go into. You mentioned Capricorn Clark. One of the things that defense tried to point to was text messages exchange where, her and Combs sort of had like a warm rapport. So I think they're going to point to that and say, again, if it was so bad, why are you trying trying to work for him again. You seem to have this warm sort of engagement with him. I think those are all fair points that the defense is going to try to point to, because again, prosecution is putting on their case. It's the defense's job to sort of chip away at that. So I think those are all fair points that they're going to make. And, the overall benefit that they got from working for someone like Combs, a lot of what the assistants testified to is initially they were really excited. This was someone that was huge in the industry. They viewed it as a great opportunity. So I think the defense is also going to try to play at that and say, well, didn't you benefit from this opportunity?
Plenty of evidence. But some people are like, yo, where's the bodyguards? Where's all these people? Where's KK? Where's the bodyguard? Where they at? Where they at? Got a lot of comments coming in. I'll go back and read some comments that came through. Chester Copperpot. This defense attorney needs to be on the bench. She got 8 turnovers. Eventually, the coach. Who's the coach of the defense? Mark? Oh, timeout. Shapiro, you're off the bench. Getting replaced by Westmoreland, somebody else. Yeah, so I don't know, folks. We shall see, though. Prosecutors have rested their case. They rested. So we're just waiting for a couple more minutes, and then we'll get back to finish off the day. And we'll see what's going on.
Rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster leaning up. And we ain't coming down. See on my face that smile. See on my head that's crown. I'm on the top of the world, top of the town, baby. I moved up the hood that had the church on the corner where I sit and talk shit all day cause I wanna. And on top of that, wasn't none of y'all gonna do nothing but keep running your mouth and keep frontin'. Go ahead and say something. I'll wait. I ain't gonna wait till late, cause in a minute I'm escape. Cause there is no debate. No, it's not an option. You gotta keep the cop watch. Sun rooftop, digging in the scene with the gangster